How We Found You, When Tomorrow Calls, Book 2. Written by J.T. Lawrence. Narrated by Rashina Ratnam. An Audio Shelf production. Part 1. Chapter 1. They Never Found the Bodies. Johannesburg, 2024. Kate looks up from her hollow screen and blinks hard. How long has she been online? She only meant to look up a recipe for a quick dinner, but has fallen into a rabbit hole quilled with X-links. The open tab leaves all nipping for attention. Animated 4D HD in hypercolor floating before her, or as Seth calls it, rainbow crack. The twins are far too quiet. They must be getting up to something. Defacing the walls with chocolate glitter? Baking their Lego cake in the real oven? Kate sighs, rubs her eyes, and lets her warm hands rest on her neck. She pictures the multicolored plastic blocks sagging through the metal grid. Caramelized Lego lava. She hopes the smell of burning plastic is a figment of her synesthesia. Silver? She calls. Mally? No answer. Silver? Part of her wants to pretend she doesn't notice the quiet. Peace is difficult to come by when you're the single mother of 4-year-old twins. Well, not quite a single mother, and not quite twins. Not quite 4 years old yet either. But this is how life is, a series of not-quites and half-broken dreams. The silence hovers around her like a fresh white cloud, bleached bliss. Mally! She unclips her feet from the pedals and climbs off her cycling desk. The hollow leaves wink out, making the silence seem somehow louder. She calls again. Silver! Maybe they're watching something with their ear buttons in. She checks the games room. An animated film is playing quietly on the cine wall, but no eyes are watching it. The bedroom floor is an obstacle course of discarded toys and clothes. She picks up Alba, Silver's cuddle bunny, and lays it gently on her pillow. The happy hammocks are empty, although Mally's is swinging slightly, as if someone has just brushed past it. Kate stops its motion with her hand. There is a mewling from the corner. She spins around and dread tingles in her stomach. Another sad cry escapes from a heap of teddies and trucks. Kate tiptoes over to the wailing pile and picks her way through it, discovering a bebe-bot of Silver's. Registering that it's been picked up, the playbot stops crying and blinks at her. Mama, it says. Mama. The infant's silicone limbs are warm to the touch. Its lips open and close looking for its pacifier. Kate has never liked the soft robotics doll. It's not the toy's fault. Something in her is just revolted by its similarity. Uncanny valley, they call it, when a robot bears a resemblance too striking for comfort. Mama, it says again, then roots for something to suck. Kate turns the doll around, unbuttons the cotton onesie, and lifts up the fabric to reveal the switch on its back. A shot of yellow adrenaline spikes her blood. It's already off. Mama. Kate almost drops the thing. She toggles the switch on and off again, turns the doll around. It blinks at her. Faulty wiring. Her heart is hammering. She takes a step, and cobalt stars rip into her foot. She looks down to see that she stood on a toy volanta. Curses crowd her head, and she shakes them away. She calls louder now, in a voice that's not quite hers. Silver! At least we're in a high-rise. A nice, safe apartment instead of a house on a road that can coax the kids away with the promise of adventure. Then again, scores of other people live in the block, and in her experience, people are far more dangerous than roads. Kate hurries to the front door, checks the locks. Seth promised her that his new safeguard, state-of-the-art security system is bulletproof, but she made him install some old-fashioned locks just in case. She doesn't trust a retina scanner. Tech is wonderful until it stops working. She won't settle for anything less than an old-school door chain, a deadbolt, and panic hardware. Her synesthesia interprets the sounds of the mechanisms locking as reassuring blocks of grey stacked on top of each other. Click, click, click. Not that it helps her sleep at night. Kids, where are you? She scans the lounge, the kitchen, the study, the kids' bathroom. Don't panic, she says, but the shooting neon yellow is back. She checks Seth's room, her bedroom, her bathroom. The shower door is closed. Did she close it? Is there something behind the frosted glass? A shadow? Her breath catches, heart in throat. Kate reaches for the retraction button, but hesitates. Her outstretched fingers tremble. They never found the bodies. Shut up. Just shut up. She could fetch her gun from the safe in her bedroom cupboard, but decides against it. Kate presses the retraction button, and the super glass partition slides into the wall to reveal an empty cubicle of porcelain tiles. A spray of relief that the shower is intruder-free. Terror that the twins aren't in it. Interwoven with the ribbons of fear is the scent of almond soap. Bad thoughts swarm Kate's brain. She tries to keep them out, but there are too many of them. In her head and in her throat, threatening to cut off her oxygen. It's happened again, the voices in her head say. Just like you knew it would. Shut up. The cold mist of fear rustles on her skin. They're gone. They've been taken. Chapter 2. A Quick Contagion. Kate, fright-frozen, hears knocking at the door. It's enough to propel her out of her paralysis. Another knock, and her brother's muffled voice calls her name. Her fingers, confused by her racing thoughts, fumble with the locks. Kate, what's wrong? Are you okay? Finally, she manages to open the door. Seth takes a step back when he sees her pale face. Whoa, what's happened? The twins, Kate shouts. I'm calling Safeguard and the police. Seth's face is marble, his jaw set, and his mouth is a hard white line. Fear is a quick contagion. What do you mean? Where are they? They're gone. They can't just be gone. He gestures at the motley collection of locks on the door. They can't get out. They're here, somewhere. I've looked for them everywhere. Seth starts to search. Kate follows him, almost tripping on his heels. Echoing her, he calls out the kids' names over and over. He turns the corner in his room and a squeal makes them both jump. Betty Barbara the beagle gives him a hurt look. Sorry, old girl, says Seth. I didn't see you there. Kate starts to feel faint. There's snowy static behind her eyes. I've looked there, she said. I've looked everywhere. Silver? Calls Seth. Quiet. I'm calling 911. Kate touches the patch behind her ear. Hang on. Seth puts a finger to his lips, then he puckers up and whistles. A clean, clear strain that severs the tense silence. An electronic beeping comes from the next room. They dash towards the kids' bathroom, crowded with robo-fish and rubber ducks, and Seth whistles again. The laundry basket emits a cheerful beep. Slowly, slowly, he lifts the lid of the hamper to reveal two bobbing heads of white blonde hair. Mally shrieks in excitement. Silver giggles. You found us, shouts Mally. He holds up the arm with his watch on it, light flashing. He doesn't seem to mind that the Find Me app betrayed his hiding place. Warm blood returns to Kate's face. Her heartbeat still thuds in her ears. Seth hauls Mally out of the basket, zooms him around, then pretends to gobble his stomach. You rascals, you little skellums. I'm not a skellum, says Silver. Kate picks her up, hugs her. The girl's innocent limbs wrap around her waist. Kate sniffs her skin, her hair, grips her tighter. Ow, Mum, not so hard. Seth puts on a serious face. You guys gave your mum such a fright. You mustn't do that again. The colour is returning to his cheeks too. We were only playing, hide and seek. I don't like that game, says Kate. But I'm good at it, says the little boy. I don't care. There's an edge to Kate's voice. She doesn't want to cry in front of the kids again. But, says Mally, I don't care, she says. I don't want you playing it anymore. The children's faces contract with dismay. Kate puts Silver down and leaves the bathroom. Chapter 3. A black whisper in her brain. What's wrong with Mum? She hears Mally asking. Was it my fault? No, says Seth. Not your fault. It's 'cause we were playing, says Silver. It's because she got a fright. She couldn't find you, and she got worried. It's 'cause I'm so good at the game, says Mally. It's because she loves you so much. Too much? Asks Silver. Seth clicks the bath icon, and warm grey water rushes into the tub. 4 fingers of murk. The kids jump around and peel off their clothes. They don't mind the cloudy water. They don't know any better. Kate hears the splashing as the twins climb into the bath, and she starts to cry. Relief, anger, and the not yet dissipated fear are a hot whirlwind in her chest. She should be happy, she thinks. The kids are safe, but she cries in hard gasps. Seth comes through and sees that she is weeping. His arms fall to his side. Hey, he says gently. They're okay. Everything's okay. It's not, though, says Kate, rubbing her swollen eyes. You know it's not. It's just a difficult time. He tries to hug her, but she pushes him away. She hasn't showered today. Where were you? She demands. What do you mean, where was I? I was at work. You were supposed to be home an hour ago. Seth looks at Kate with narrowed eyes. I didn't realize I had a curfew. You don't have to be an asshole. I'm not the one being an asshole. Kate cries some more and blows her nose. Come on, he says. You've had a fright. Let me make you some tea. I don't want tea. Seth switches the Insta-kettle on, and the water bubbles and steams. He'll make some anyway. A big mug for her, a double-walled glass for him. You're still in your pajamas, he says. They're comfortable. Recently, she's been reluctant to wear her regular clothes. She can't find anything in her cupboard that doesn't appear full of irritating seams and prickly textures. Too colourful, too constricting. It's hard enough as it is to breathe. It's not a criticism, Seth smiles at her. I like you in your pajamas. Shut up, she says, but she feels better. He passes her the mug. It's the bespoke blend he has made up especially, red nettle and rooibos or something like that. She pours half of it down the sink, gets a bottle of whiskey out of the cupboard and tops it up, then offers it to Seth. He hesitates, but then does the same thing. They clink their drinks together while they listen to the kids chattering like monkeys in the bath. Later, once the twins are safely in bed, Kate collapses on the couch in front of the home screen. She's about to turn it on, but Seth catches her wrist and takes the remote from her. We need to talk. Seth sits on the couch next to her. Uh-oh, says Kate. You can't break up with me, you know. I'm your sister. I don't want to break up with you. Betty Barbara the beagle snores from the other side of the lounge. I know what you're going to say. No, you don't. You've had enough of the kids. Of me. You want us to move out. No, Kate. No. A warm wave of relief brings more tears. I couldn't love those kids any more if they were my own. You know that. You're so good. You're so good with them. The children love Seth as surely as they love each other. I'd say that they love you like a father, but we both know that means nothing. Kate and Seth's adoptive fathers had both been cold. When they finally met their biological father, they were in their mid-30s, and too grown up to experience that all-encompassing love a small child receives from a tender-hearted parent. It was part of their twin tragedy. I need to go on a trip, says Seth. You're leaving us? Just for a little while. Kate's inside is dyed with dread. I won't cope without you. You'll be fine. I won't. Kirsten. Her desperation mounts. Don't call me that. Sorry. I hate it when you call me that. I didn't do it on purpose. I left that all behind. They both know it's not true. Kate, you're the strongest woman I know. You're the strongest person I know. I'm not. I'm a mess. I'm a fucking disaster. She plucks at her pajamas. Can't you see it? You know I wouldn't go if it wasn't important. I won't be gone for long. Please don't leave. I have a bad feeling. You'll have Sibongile. I've already asked her if she can work more hours. She'll dress the twins in the morning, take them to school. She can work evenings too, cook the kids dinner. She said it's fine. It might even free you up a bit. You can have some time to yourself. The last thing Kate wants is time to herself. Being left alone with her thoughts is a dangerous thing. Maybe you could, I don't know, take your old camera out for a day? Or you can take up your shooting practice again. You were saying the other day that you wanted to. What if you're not here when I need your help? I told you, the nanny will be here. No, I mean, what? What if someone comes to take the children? Seth moves closer to her, takes her hand. Kate, he says, looking into her eyes. No one is going to take the children. She starts crying again. She can't help it. The tears embarrass her, make her feel weak. It's over, he says. What happened to us was terrible, but now it's over. It was 4 years ago. You need to move on. I know, she cries. I mean, I know, but I have this feeling. They're dead, Kate. Vandeheerwe, Mouton. They never found the bodies, she says, without meaning to. The thought goes around and around in her head when she has a panic attack. A black whisper in her brain. Of course they never found the bodies. They were blown to pieces. We can't be certain, says Kate. Of course we can. We were there. They were dead before the building blew up. Chapter 4. Bitter Caramel Skin. Kekeletso shifts in her seat, taps her feet. She's not used to sitting for long periods. Most days, her job as a freelance journalist keeps her running. She thinks of all the stories she's missing and her mouth goes dry. Keke motions for a glass of water from the banker sitting next to her. At least, she thinks he's a banker. He could be a trader, a businessman, a pimp of any kind. He's successful. She can pretty much smell the money on him. What is his story? That sharp suit could be hiding anything. He pours her a glass out of the sweating S-Lake bottle on the counter in front of them, and their fingers touch when he hands it over. After a curt nod in thanks, she lifts her mask and takes a gulp without inspecting the drink, which is a good sign. It means she's becoming less paranoid about the water thing, the Fontes thing. Genesis, the story that almost killed her, the story that's made her so famous she hasn't been able to go anywhere for years without a face mask. The face masks were at first a burden, a grudge accessory, but she's become so used to wearing them, they've joined her trademark antique leather jacket as part of her look. Like tinted windows and sunglasses, face masks allow her a degree of separation from the frenetic pace her world has become. Since American scientists finally discovered how to defeat the superbug, using a compound found in an Antarctic sea sponge, people bin their masks with glee, but Keke kept hers on. The designer face mask business moved to China, and she's been able to buy scores of remaindered stock for next to nothing. Add to that her intricate cornrows, white lace shoulder tattoo, and ice blue eye contacts, arresting in their contrast to her bitter caramel skin. It's no wonder strange bankers stare. She takes off the mask, crumples it into her pocket. What? She silently mouths to the man. He shakes his head in apology. He hadn't even realized he was looking. Pay attention, she whispers, pretending to scold him, pointing to the front of the courthouse. The suit gives her a wry smile. Keke spends a moment looking at his hands. He has nice hands. Is he good with them? Then tunes back into the court proceedings. This isn't the first time she's been in court. As a journalist, she's followed a slew of cases. But it's the first time she's ever been on the juror's bench. She's considered trying to dodge jury duty, but something told her to go through with it. Maybe it's a sense of civil responsibility, or maybe it'll make a good story. Either way, she doesn't regret the decision. The accused, the father of the victim, is told to take the stand. He stumbles as he reaches the bench and almost trips, and the woman beside Keke gasps and jumps involuntarily, as if to catch him before he falls. Keke doesn't blame her for wanting to help him. He's a husk of a man. Whatever will he had to live has been stripped from him like skin. A terrible thing to lose your child, especially one so young. There's nothing worse, she's sure, apart from this, being charged with his murder. The defendant eventually sits. He rubs the bridge of his nose, an old habit from when he used to wear glasses, Keke guesses. Not many people wear specs anymore, now that BioLens technology has become so affordable. Her own BLs cost a fortune, but that's because they're medicated. They monitor her blood sugar levels via her tears and dispense insulin as needed. The blue tint is just for fun. The man on the stand is shaking. He doesn't look nervous. His face is waxen and loose. Keke glances at his wife, who is trying to catch his eye, maybe to reassure him, but his gaze is downcast. The wife looks just as desperate in her ivory suit, matching face and freshly shampooed hair. She was told to wash it, Keke's sure. She's watched the woman's hair get greasier and greasier as the trial wore on. Who can blame her? In her position, hair washing must seem utterly insignificant. But they're reaching the end of the proceedings now, and it's important to keep up appearances. The expensive clothes, the powdered face. Maybe if she acts the part of good wife and mother, instead of the mess she has become, the jury will be influenced in her husband's favor. Think of them as a respectable family. Or maybe not. Maybe dirty hair might have won her more sympathy. Impossible to say which way it'll go, clean hair or not. Impossible to know what Keke's fellow jurors are thinking. The suit thinks he's guilty. The woman on her right is sure he's innocent. Keke can't be sure. She has to know more. The prosecutor begins his last examination. Chapter 5. D for Dickweasel. Seth swings his backpack into the cab and climbs in after it, careful not to spill his street-bought coffee-berry friezo. "Hello, cabby," he says. The car takes a few seconds to read Seth's patch. "Good morning, Mr. Denneker." The engine ignites with a purr, and the system adjusts the air conditioning and window tint to Seth's preferred settings. "Please choose a destination." This particular cab's voice reminds him of the one he used to have in his apartment, before Kate moved in. Urbane, sexy, almost devoid of accent. Her name was Sandy, and she'd known him so well. She'd remind him to drink electrolytes before going to bed after a late night out at Tommyknockers, then stall his artificial sunrise the morning after. "The airport," he says. "Lanseria." He checks his hair in the mirror. It's blue-black, freshly dyed, and it matches the smudge on his eyes. Calculating route to Lenasia. Not Lenasia, Lanseria, the airport. Calculating route to Lenasia. "Oh, for fuck's sake," says Seth, leaning forwards and flicking the rearview mirror into smart screen mode. He types Lanseria Airport and smacks the enter button. Calculating route to Lanseria. "Thank you," mutters Seth under his breath. "You are most welcome," says the car, and takes off a little more quickly than usual, pushing Seth back into his seat. "You're a feisty one," he says. "I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Could you please repeat it?" "Never mind," says Seth. mopping coffee frost off his jeans. Luckily, they're dirt repellent, or he'd be walking into his new job with stained pants. The solar plane's hull is made of seamless superglass, allowing the passengers an almost 360-degree view while they're up in the air. There's a special cabin at the back for people who are afraid of flying, replete with white noise, liquid-weighted jumpsuits, and virtual reality sets that allow them to believe they're safely on the ground. They can choose between options of virtual tropical, urban, or alpine settings, and even get breakfast to match, if they've booked ahead. Tranquility tea comes standard. Seth's eating a buttermilk waffle snackwich with morellos and chia cream. He was going to choose the healthy option, scrambled tofu with allium microgreens, but he's feeling a need for some comfort. Either that, or Kate's junk-eating habits have been rubbing off on him. Life used to be a lot easier before they were reunited. He had his high-tech apartment to himself, an interesting nightlife, and as many women as he wanted. Sure, it was a kind of shallow, superficial existence, but it was one that he had carefully created for himself. It was neat, and it had suited him. Fast forward 4 years, and his routine is unrecognizable. His days of recreational drugs, shadow shots, and unprotected sex are far behind him, replaced by loud 4D cartoons and edible wax crayons. Scrawls of beginner alphabets on his climate change walls. A is for apple, apple. Peanut butter stains on white pine leather designer couches. Animated stickers on his punani sneakers. Stray cereal crunching underfoot. His place, previously a handsome and sophisticated bachelor pad, now resembles a toddler zoo. Of course, he wouldn't choose to go back to how it was. His current life, in all its chaos, is more rewarding now than it's ever been. He's found some kind of meaning, a deep connection he never had before. The kids teach him a lot. In some ways, ankle biters know a lot more than adults do. Still, a break from them is great, he thinks, as he stretches out his legs. He had made sure to choose a kid-free flight. The steward bot cycles noiselessly down the aisle, collecting empty trays and handing out steaming hot wipes. He's sure the robot is more efficient than a human counterpart, but he misses the eye candy. The days of red-lipped beauties breathing over you as they served pink gin and tonics. Lean arms and pert tits, as if, as a precursor to being hired as a stewardess, you had to be at least a runner-up in those strange competitions they used to have. What were they called? Beauty pageants. Before the world realized what a fucked-up thing it was to parade women around in bikinis and high heels for satin sashes. Pipe dreams of world peace. What a crock of shit. Still, he considers as he downs his Vita drink. It's nice to be in the presence of beauty, no matter how shallow. There's not enough of it in the world. Not enough to counteract the dark stuff. He rubs his face, leans back into the reclining chair. They'll be touching down soon. This trip will be good for him. Sure, it's for grind, but it's exciting work. And any time he's away from Mally and Silver, it feels like a holiday. He closes his eyes. Maybe he'll have a nano nap. He tries to empty his mind, but there's a nagging thought that won't go away, no matter how much he ignores it. He takes a deep breath, then imagines he's sitting in the back section, VR set on, lying on the beach, and listening to the waves lapping, wind rustling the leaves of palm trees. Still, the thought is there. It's not the twins he needs a break from. The kids are not the problem. A young man in row D takes a hot wipe and smacks the steward bot with it. It's the same creep who tried to trip the robot while it was handing out bread rolls earlier. D for Dick. Dick Weasel. Douchebag. I don't want it, the creep says. The wipe hangs onto the side of the bot's head for a moment, then drops to the floor. The man laughs, and his cohorts around him laugh too. Students. Seth takes in their athleisure wear and lazy body language. Too much testosterone and too many beers. The robot, confused, picks up the cloth and drops it into the cachet on his back. He produces a new wipe and tries again to hand it to the jock. "I said I don't want it," says the creep, this time with anger. The robot's code obviously doesn't allow for dick passengers. Seth shakes his head. This is a glaring mistake. When the steward bot doesn't move away, the jock kicks it. The robot's head spins around in alarm. The gang laughs again. Seth unfastens his safety harness. Some of the passengers frown at the student and make clicking sounds with their tongues to show their disapproval, as if he had kicked a puppy. He's about to kick it again when Seth stands up and walks over. Bot or not, he won't stand for bullying. "Leave it alone," he says. The jock is still smiling. He looks around at his friends for support, but they look away, so his cockiness fades. Seth can read his thought process through his facial expressions. He's wondering if it's worth the fight. He thinks he might be able to beat Seth, but will it be worth being arrested at the airport, missing his bro-moon with his mates, being drafted into a crim colony? The robot whirs away down the aisle. "Okay, man," the jock says, throwing his hands up in jokey surrender. "Chill." The overhead icons light up, showing a Quinbot buckling up. Seth returns to his seat just in time for the plane to descend. Chapter 6. Four Fingers. Kate's walking down an alley that smells of urine and ash. The sun is just setting, and it coats the grimy city walls with shades of candied blood orange. A drone buzzes overhead, and she wants to swat it away. She wants to be like that giant woman in the 1950s movie posters, Attack of the 50-Foot Woman. She wants to swat that drone away like a fly, and crunch cars and smash buildings, and she wants to roar while she's doing it. But she's not a giant. She's the small one, the ant underfoot. The skyscrapers loom over her as if to assert their phallic concrete metal glass. The buildings, palisade spikes and buzzing neon lights, crowd around her like schoolyard bullies. She's hurrying now. She can smell the danger in the dusk. She doesn't know what she's running from. No matter how many times she tries to change direction, the littered street seems to snake its way further and further into the black heart of the city. She has no option but to follow it. There's someone chasing her. He thinks he's well hidden, but she can hear his footsteps behind her, feel his eyes on her body. She imagines his breath on her neck. When she looks back, all she sees is a dirty, deserted lane. Is the threat in her mind? She knows how paranoid she's become, but it doesn't stop the red flag shooting up in her brain. Imaginary or not, she has to keep moving. The sky is completely dark now. Algae streetlights flicker on and off. She has to get somewhere before it's too late. Is it Keke? Is she sick? Kate's not sure. She hears hyenas growling and yipping. Then she remembers why she's hurrying. The twins. She left them somewhere. How could she leave them alone in this terrible place? They'd be so scared. They'd be beside themselves, crying for her. What has she done? The guilt hacks at her like a panga, splitting her back open, letting her blood run and mix with the ink of the midnight air. She runs. Her soles hit the tarmac. She passes graffitied walls, but she doesn't get anywhere. It's like she's stuck in some kind of monochrome Mobius strip, an animated Escher painting. Her breath is barbed, and the energy drains out of her. She stops for a moment, gasping, hands on knees. It's a mistake. The stranger grabs her from behind, two hot hands, one on her stomach, one on her throat. She screams and tries to dislodge his grip on her. One of his hands goes to her mouth to stop the sound from coming out. "Shh," he says. "Keep quiet, or they'll hear you." Kate cries and thrashes, trying to get him off her. "Kitty, shush," he says again. There is a sprinkle of turmeric in the air. Her hand goes up to the one covering her mouth. She wants to dislodge it, wants to shout for help. The skin on the attacker's hand is smooth to the touch. Too smooth, shiny and marbled. It's been burnt. She recoils and gags. It only has 4 fingers. Kate wakes up screaming, her hands at her throat. There are stars in her vision, and her white cotton sheets are wet with perspiration. In her pitch-black room, she fumbles for the sunrise switch and smacks it hard. The curtains sway open, and pretty pink and yellow light hits the walls. Birds flutter and tweet on the sound system. "It's okay," she tells herself. "It's okay. You're okay. It was just a dream." The blockout blinds are still in place. The artificial dawn is cool and gentle, not like a real South African sunrise that has you sweating by 8 a.m. With these floor-to-ceiling windows, if she opened the blockout, the room would be bleached and baking in seconds. She tries to slow her speeding pulse, tries to even her breath. It takes her a full minute to adjust properly to her reality. She's home. She's safe. The kids are safe. Are the kids safe? "Mally?" she calls. Without waiting for an answer, she jumps out of bed. She needs to see the twins, touch their sleep-scented skin, hug their little bodies. Kate needs to feel the realness of their warm bodies to ground her spinning mind. "Silver!" A note on the kitchen table stops her from going to their room. It's in Sibongile's handwriting, saying that she's taken the kids to school. Kate didn't even know that it was a school day. It means that the nanny woke, fed, and dressed the twins, and walked them to school, all before Kate had even woken up. She had also cleaned the place. The apartment was spotless, apart from some half-eaten apples and cereal bowls on the table. It's eerily quiet. Kate taps the countertop, unsure of what to do. She pushes the memory of the nightmare away and thinks of the children. They'd be home in a few hours, and everything would be fine. Goosebumps needle up her spine, making her whole body shudder. She blames it on her damp pajamas, making her cold, pulls them off, and gets into the shower. Chapter 7. Pop Grains and Sex. Marco is in his man cave. That's what Keke calls it anyway. It's his office, his happy place, the room in which he keeps all his electronics. It's dim, apart from various LEDs and alpha lights blinking. The Cinewall, while state-of-the-art, remains largely mute, apart from the weekly Hedy Lamarr film they watch together. The room always smells of pop grains and sex the day after. He never thought he'd move out of his mother's house, where he had the whole basement to himself and authentic Indian food on demand. But then his mum decided to travel through India. And, well, Keke is a uniquely persuasive woman. Just last night, she was persuading him of the benefits of a walking desk. He knows he's sitting too much, eating too many stevia-laced cronuts. None of his favourite shirts fit him anymore. His fan shirts look like crop tops on him. He'd turfed his talking tees years ago, when the fad had ended, and now he wishes he hadn't. He's sure at least some of them would fit him now. He hates the idea of a walking desk. He helps himself to a nut-nut cookie. He can always order more shirts online, bigger shirts. It will be nice to have something new. Marco spins around on his chair, dusts buttery crumbs off his fingers. Keke's heart is beating, slow and steady through his soulmate ring, and it reassures him. Whenever he feels a stab of anxiety, he closes his eyes and concentrates on her real-time pulse. Eventually, he drags his attention away from the image of Keke's heart beating under her beautiful chest and gets back to work. More than 20 leaves are open in front of him. He checks his international bank account and is pleased with what he sees. Last month, he'd designed a hack to beat an online casino in Thailand. It was just a trickle of baht, but a trickle is all he needs. A trickle stays under the radar and pays his modest bills. It's the greedy bank gamers and click-jackers who get caught. His low-grade ambition serves him well. Still, he can't become too complacent. He'll shut it down soon, before they are any the wiser. Marco wheels himself away from the desk, and all the leaves wink out, leaving the room considerably darker. He'll need a new strategy for the next stream of income, but not the same old, Not just anything. This time, he wants to try something more exciting. Chapter 8. The Cheerful Psychopath. It's the second day of the accused, Mac Lundy, being up on the stand. Every part of him looks worn out and weary, as if he's aged a decade during the past few weeks, as if his will to live has been siphoned out of him. Everything about him is grey. KK can't look away. Lundy has been asked over and over again about the events of the night his young son died. The prosecutor is trying to catch him out. It's not going to change. Lundy rubs his face. Maybe he thinks that if he rubs hard enough, he can erase himself altogether. What's not going to change? The prosecutor has beady eyes and a sharp nose. She's like a crow, pecking at his testimony. What happened that night? Says Lundy. It's not going to change what happened that night. You mean your version of what happened that night? Says the crow. It's the truth. The prosecutor looks up at the three judges. Your Honours, will you please instruct the accused to answer the question? The junior judge is about to talk when the head judge interjects. It would please the court, says the old man in a gentle Greek accent, if you would answer the question. Chief Justice, complains Rabinovitz, Lundy's lawyer. My client has given his version of the events over and over again. Can we please move on for the sake of everyone in the house? Rabinovitz gives the jury a look that says, Am I right? Some subtle nodding happens around KK. It's a good tactic to win favor with the audience and get Lundy off the stand. 2 birds with 1 stone. The crow narrows her little black eyes at the defense attorney, and he keeps his face neutral. Are they sleeping together? Your Honor? Mr. Lundy, please answer the question. The man sighs, takes a moment to gather himself. Justin. His lips pull momentarily to the side. A sad tick. Just saying his dead son's name is almost too much to bear. You can't fake that, can you? Lundy swallows hard. Justin was watching something on the home screen when... What was he watching? Does it matter? Asks Rabinovitz. Details matter, counters the prosecutor. Rabinovitz gives her a subtle nod and motions for Lundy to answer the question. It was that dog program? That robotic dog. RoboPup? Yes, that's it. I was cooking. I told him to get into the bath. What were you cooking? Excuse me? Says Lundy. Relevance, Your Honor? Says Rabinovitz. If you could stop interjecting, says the prosecutor looking at the jury, this won't go on longer than it needs to. It's almost time to break for lunch. Everyone is hangry. No one wants this testimony to go on for a minute longer than it has to. It was stir-fry. Lundy seems puzzled by his own answer. It's probably because he can't imagine his previous life being so mundane, so simple. His main concern that night was probably getting dinner on the table and his son bathed and in his pajamas suit before his wife came home. Now he's facing losing everything and spending a lifetime in the Crim colony. He wilts in his chair. His lawyer gets his attention and signs something to Lundy, something to wake him up. All of a sudden, he shifts gear, sits up straight, blinks to clear his eyes. This is his last chance to convince the court that he's innocent. He swallows hard. Asian-style stir-fry, with water chestnuts, he says. Butternut noodles? I even had those edible chopsticks, you know. I thought Justin would think it was fun. This is a glimpse of what Lundy was like before he lost his son. Happy, hopeful. His wife holds a trembling, crumpled tissue to her eyes. I had to nag him to get into the bath. He loves that show. The court is absolutely silent. Loved, says Lundy, clearing his throat. He loved that show. Did you get angry with him? Asks the prosecutor. Angry? No. Are you sure? Yes. You don't sound certain. I wasn't angry with him. But he wasn't listening to you. Yeah, but? Small kids are like that, you know. Like what? You have to ask them a few times to do something. They're not robots. How many times did you have to ask him? How many times? I don't know. Sometimes it's 3 times, sometimes it's 10. But that night, how many times? I honestly don't know. If you had to give an answer? I don't know. 5 times? 6? So, he was being disobedient. Not disobedient. Not really. He wasn't listening to you, and you got angry. That's not what happened. Do you have a temper, Mr. Lundy? Lundy falters. He looks down. The answer is clear. Do you have a temper? The prosecutor asks again. All 3 judges are looking at Lundy. Your Honor, will you please instruct the accused to... Lundy whispers something into his chest. Could you please repeat that? Says the crow. I have a temper. Louder, please. I have a temper, he says. The audience murmurs. The prosecutor is filled with a new resolve. She strides across the room to address Lundy. On the night of the 15th of August, you lost your temper, didn't you? Objection, says Rabinovitz. No, says Lundy, shaking his head. No, I didn't. You got angry, and you slammed your child's head against the lip of the bath. Objection, shouts Lundy's lawyer. People gasp at the idea, as if it's the first time they've heard it. The blow was enough to knock him out, and you left him to drown face down in the water. There is an uproar. Emotion propels onlookers from their benches. Shock bleaches others' cheeks. Both lawyers shout over each other, and all 3 judges bang their gavels for silence. I didn't, Lundy says, wilting again and weeping. I didn't. I would never. So, says Keke. Did he do it? She looks out onto the cityscape and takes a huge bite of her shamwich. Lab fab ham and cashew milk cheddar. How's your fake ham? The suit asks. His skin looks really good in the early afternoon light. Good lips, too. You're avoiding the question, she says. And it's not fake, it's lab fab. That's what I said. Laboratory fabricated meat has the identical chemical makeup of biological meat. It's not like it's counterfeit, says Keke. Molecule for molecule, it's exactly the same thing. But it's not, is it? Not for the pig. He laughs, then covers his mouth, as if the joke has caught him off guard. Anyway, I'd rather be vegan than eat that modified shit. This is vegan, says Keke. Kind of. You know what I mean. Cute. What's cute? You, in your 50,000 rand suit with principles and everything. You think I can't have principles just because I dress well? I never said you dress well. I said you're wearing a 50,000 rand suit. Keke sits back, puts her lace-up knee-high boots on the seat of an empty chair, chugs half a bottle of coconut water, then holds it to her chest. Do you think he's guilty? Lundy. Who else? I don't think the boy's death was an accident. Really? I've been thinking this whole time that he's innocent. That's exactly what he wants you to think. What his lawyer wants you to think. Lundy's a psychopath, and not in a good way. You get psychopaths in a good way? You know, world leaders, CEOs, Olympians. What makes them good? Focus, drive, commitment, and that they don't kill anyone. He doesn't seem like a psycho. They never do. Well, some of them do. Which ones? I don't know, she says. The cheerful ones? The man laughs. The cheerful psychopath. That does sound ominous. Who are you? Asks Keke. What's your name? Why the snappy suit? What are you doing here? You'd make a good lawyer. He folds his rice paper plate in on itself, then rubs his fingerprints off the tabletop with his serviette. So would you. You're really good at avoiding questions. Chapter 9. Gram by Gram. Kate should be doing the laundry, or at the very least, switching on the Hooverbot. Even clearing the breakfast plates would be a good start, but she doesn't have the energy. Since she's become a mum and stopped taking photo assignments, she's been at home, but she's resisted the slow suck of domestic duties. Kate is sure that if you hung enough washing or mopped enough floors, the job of housekeeping would vacuum out your brain entirely. Of course, what she's doing now is on the same scale of zombie activity. Every muscle is at rest, apart from the hand she's using to shovel pretzel sticks into her mouth and toggle the remote to switch streams. She's hardly blinking either, as she scans the home screen in front of her. It's the last episode of a series she's been binge-watching, and when the credits roll, she's besieged by a roving purple haze. What will she watch now? It sends her into a kind of shallow mourning for the characters. She'll miss them. A thought occurs to her, but she rejects it. God, what has happened to you? She scrolls along the streams to find something decent to watch. AI Olympics, underwater laser tag, reality porn. Your life is fucking pathetic. Kate pushes it away, but the seed of dissatisfaction has been planted. She thinks back to when she was a photographer made reckless by ambition, traveling the world, chasing stories, winning awards. How she was creating content instead of this endless consumption of brain-atrophying bullshit. Consumption used to be the name of an illness. Was it TB? Something to do with breathing. Gram by gram, a disease that slowly consumed you. Consumption is a different kind of sickness now. The disgust she feels for herself isn't, however, enough to lever her off the couch or to switch off the projection. Instead, she just surfs with more fervor. She can, at the very least, find something edifying to watch. There's a program about a new kind of self-driving taxi. Still in beta testing, it's called a listening cab, nicknamed Turing, and there are only a few of them on the streets as part of a pilot program. The cars eavesdrop on their passengers' conversations, not just their driving instructions, and learn the art of human interaction. They are taught the difference between just following orders and AE, or applied empathy. Kate watches with a mixture of fascination and dread. KK and Seth make fun of her for being a technosaur, but she's not, really. She's just slower to adopt certain technologies than they are. They were the first to run out and buy a snap tile as soon as they became available in South Africa, while Kate was still happy with her Helix, despite its slow tech and diminishing battery life. Artificial intelligence is a whole different enchilada. She's not one of those Chicken Littles who goes around tweeting that the robots are going to kill us all. But at the same time, some of the stories she hears makes her blood chink with ice cubes. Just last week, there was that game where the intelligence went rogue and built its own weapons, more sophisticated weapons than the programmers designed, and started hunting down the players and killing them. Sure, it's only a game, but it's enough to make you wonder if real-life intelligence would ever do the same thing. She's not the only one with reservations. The Gordon Hospital started using AI surgeons and nurse bots last year, and when an old pocket granny with advanced liver disease died on the table, people went crackers. Seth had said that red-necked backwads, fuck, she misses him already, throw their hands up when a robotic surgeon kills someone, but they don't take into account the number of human-led surgery deaths, which usually outnumber the former, and it's true. Those deaths don't make the headlines. Everyone's obsessed with AI nowadays. Even the Nature broadcast stream is showing a documentary about the robotic rhino they're trialing at the Kruger National Park. He's a handsome beast, like some kind of anime version of a rhinoceros. The voiceover says that the technology was donated by China as reparation, and now the Nancys are cloning the real thing back from extinction, and the robot is tracking and protecting them from poachers. Kate yawns without covering her mouth and keeps scrolling. She stops at Chanay Woke. Usually the programming is so crunchy it's practically granola. How to grow your own hydroponic organic sprouts from empty eggshells. How to make sun tea. 10 different ways to compost. That kind of thing. But Maestre Lumen is on, and the show is called In the Hot Seat, so she puts down the remote and starts eating pretzel sticks again. Maestre Lumen, says the interviewer, with all due respect. Kate immediately sides with Lumen. She hates it when people use the phrase, with all due respect. A person who says, with all due respect, inevitably says something offensive, so why the fraudulent warning? You can't honestly tell me that you think we shouldn't make use of the technology we have to stamp out diseases like cancer. Lumen, as ever, is serene and cheerful. He's known as the white Xhosa-speaking spiritual sweetheart of South Africa, and lives up to his reputation as being perennially unruffled. Kate's not interested in his spiritual shit, but she loves watching his gardening program. She misses the urban jungle she used to have in her old flat in Ilovo, and watching Lumen double dig and compost and prune is balm for her weary soul. The drought seems to have killed most of the country's roses, but Lumen designed his own water harvesters and has the lushest garden on the continent. He's always banging on about permaculture and how everyone should be growing something edible, even if it's just a pot of catnip on your windowsill. He's especially good with roses, and he has more than 600 varietals in his elaborate rose maze at the Luminary. He has hounds and geese and rabbits, and these golden secateurs that are his trademark in the celebrity gardening circuit. He says in every show how important it is to keep them super sharp. But this isn't his gardening show. It's some kind of debate with a man in a suit and bespoke tie. God, how Kate hates the bespoke tie fashion, especially when those damn yuckies dye their beards to match. The man continues. We've managed to get rid of malaria, Zika, Lyme disease, and HIV. We've decimated Rift Valley fever. Why do you think we should stop at cancer? We've been trying to find this cure for hundreds of years, and now that we have it, you don't want us to use it? Lumen smiles at the debater. I have no problem with cures. I am happy about the cures. Forgive me, Maester, but that doesn't seem to be the case. A vaccine that prevents the disease in the first place is excellent, Lumen says. A cure is almost as good. But this gene drive tech is not that. Cancer crisping is a different thing entirely. The chairman of the Bioethics Committee has expressed his support for the technology. Of course he has. His eyes twinkle. Kate straightens her back and turns up the volume. Would you like to elaborate on that? There's a moment of hesitation. No, Lumen laughs. The host isn't sure what to say. He fingers his awful tie. Please, help me to understand. Lumen claps his hands in front of his chest. It's as complicated and as simple as this. Gene drive technology is interfering with God's work. Okay, you've just lost me there. Kate likes the man, but to bring a topic as old and dead as religion into this debate seems nonsensical. Besides, crisping has been around for a decade already. You could go to an underground black clinic and get your DNA segments hijacked for various outcomes. When you take human genes, says Lumen, sketching an invisible double helix in the air with his strong hands, and you edit out a small part of it, he plucks out the imaginary piece. That part is gone forever. Every subsequent generation will be missing that part. You can never put it back. You can never put it back. Do you understand the ramifications of that? The man hesitates, then gives a half shrug. No, exactly, says Lumen, his eyes alight. Nor do I, and that is my point. No one does. Then I assume that you are not a fan of AI. He smiles at the camera. It's kind of a joke. He's trying to lighten up the interview. There is a moment of silence. I beg your pardon? Says Lumen. The host chuckles awkwardly. I just meant you're obviously not a fan of skinbots, humanoids, anthrobots? Despite the man's obvious attempt at humor, Lumen's eye sparkle falters for a moment. Then he zips on a matching fake smile, slaps the tops of his thighs, and chuckles. Well, that's a conversation for another day. Chapter 10. The Lost Art of Swimming. The Cape Republic, 2024. The self-driving taxi drops Seth off at the entrance to Nautilus. Thanks, cabby, he says, climbing out and closing the door after him. A ping in his patch ear lets him know that he's been billed for the ride. He'd love a coffee before the meeting, but he doesn't have time. He taps out some snaffine on his knuckle and snorts it instead. He can almost feel his pupils contracting. Seth walks to the jetty at the water's edge where he spends a minute admiring the vast ocean. Was it the Atlantic or the Indian? He could never remember. He's a city dweller, and the Cape Republic had never been more than a holiday destination to him, or at least the idea of someone else's holiday destination. Seth doesn't take holidays, and he hates beaches. He doesn't see the appeal of a day out to garner skin cancer. He finds the sand irritating and the water unpredictable. The Snake Watch and Locket footage of the Indo-tsunami of 2022 was surely enough to put off even the most intrepid beachgoer. With all the weather tech that's available, you'd think the experts would have been able to predict a wave gigantic enough to wash away entire islands and kill 22,000 people. By the time the warning bumps were sent out, it was too late. There was nowhere to go. What were the Indonesian weather technicians doing? Playing Pakidon, perhaps? Or watching the pirates that always hovered on the horizon? The memory of the disaster unsettles him. He doesn't mind the idea of dying too much, but the kids are another story. They're small. They can't swim. Who can nowadays? There's something sad about that. The lost art of swimming. What bothers Seth is the idea of the helplessness he would feel with that wave coming, blasting everything in its path, when he has the twins with him. It's impossible to swim holding a child, and even if he could, he'd have to choose one over the other. This water is cold. You can tell by the surfers who are wearing their full climber suits. Cold water means hypothermia and great whites. The suits and smart surfboards repel the sharks now, but that is no reason to venture in. Seagulls flap and cry above him. The air tastes like salt. The whale coast, they call this strip. He thinks of Kate and the sad whale. 52 hertz. No other whale can hear his frequency. For all he knows, he's all alone in the deep, dark sea. Does everything always have to lead back to Kate? Is that what being a twin is about? Being trust to another person for life just because you're almost identical, genetically speaking? Usually their connection makes him feel secure, less alone in a lonely life, fills up the space, as Kate likes to say, where his heart should be. Mr. Denneker, says a clipped British voice behind him, female and as smart as the Union Jack. Seth turns around, and an astonishingly attractive woman smiles at him. Clear skin and eyes. Her hair is 100 shades of blue. He wonders if she is the kind of mermaid that lures sailors to their deaths. She's wearing a tailored lab coat with barnacles for studs, and a silver charm, a seahorse with an extravagant tail around her neck. Sea punk. I'm so glad you could make it. Thank you for coming. I'm Aranax. Her accent is as sexy as hell. I'm still not exactly sure, he starts, but she puts her hand on his arm and leads him towards the access path. Nautilus has, in the past, proven impossible to investigate. The hacktivist truther organization he used to belong to tried for years to infiltrate the place, but without an invitation from the head of the Corps, it was clear that no one was getting in. The entrance is this way, she says. I'm sure you'll find the work very exciting. Chapter 11. Escape. The jurors are led out of the main courthouse and into the adjoining admin building. It's time to examine the proof. The suit sticks close to KK, a self-appointed companion, an undercover bodyguard. KK doesn't dislike it. They are briefed on what to expect from the virtual reality evidence experience. Then, one by one, they're called by their numbers to go through to the immersion room. Some jurors opt out of the experience. It will no doubt be traumatic and barbed with triggers. She is called last, and the administrator hands KK a pair of visigogs, which she puts on. They ping as they sync with her patch. The administrator vanishes, and she finds herself transported back in time, standing in a family bathroom, while a toddler pours grey soapy water from one jug to another. He has hazelnut hair, matching eyes. He's talking to himself and playing so sweetly that KK can't imagine him being disobedient. There's a large mirror on the wall, but when KK looks at it, her reflection is not there. She can smell cooking, hear the hiss of frying next door. When she pops her head around the door, she sees Lundy standing at the stove, humming to the neoclassical music and shaking a wok of sizzling vegetables. The Insta-kettle tweets. As KK steps back into the bathroom, the boy is trying to climb out. He has one foot on the lip of the bath and a jug in each hand, so when he slips, he can't grasp onto anything to break his fall, and he bangs his head on the way down, toppling face forward and unconscious into the shallow water. The sounds from the kitchen mask the sound of his tumble. His last breath bubbles up in the murky water, and his small body is still. KK knows it's a simulation, but she steps forward to save him anyway. When she reaches to pull him out of the water, her hand just disappears. She tries again, and the same thing happens. There is a buzzing, and the bathroom vanishes, as if she's messed up her part and someone has yelled, "Cut!" She pulls off the goggles. The administrator comes back into sight. "Are you okay?" he asks. "I'm sorry," says KK. "I know it's not real, but..." She feels off balance. "Just because it's virtual doesn't mean it's not real," says the man, tucking a lock of hair behind his ear. She can tell he's a complete VXR head, perfect person for the job. "I know I'm not supposed to participate," she says. "It's not a problem. Homicide first-timers always try to save the Vic. It would be weird if you didn't." She looks around at the blank room. Only one juror today didn't try to save the boy. Suffice to say, I wouldn't want to be stuck with him in a dark alley, if you know what I mean. KK's mouth is dry. "You can still opt out," he says, "if it's too much for you." "No, I'm fine. I'm ready to go back in." She puts her gogs back on. "The next scenario is a lot more disturbing," he says. "You don't have to do it." KK takes a breath. "I'll do it." Once again, KK is in the bathroom. The toddler is in his own world, splashing and chirruping to himself. Again, she looks in the mirror, which is empty of her reflection. She smells and hears the cooking. But this time, when she looks around the corner, Lundy throws down his utensil and storms right towards her, his face red with rage. He walks right through her and stops on the wet bath mat. "Damn it, Justin," he says through gritted teeth. "I've told you 5 times already to get out of the bath." The boy, startled, looks up at him, drops his jugs in fright. "Look at all this water on the floor. You know you're not supposed to wet the floor." "Sorry, Daddy," says the pale-lipped boy. He starts to get up, but Lundy smacks him hard across the face. The boy spins, falls, and the father stalks out, not seeing the boy hit his head on the top of the bath and end up in the water. Lundy switches off the stove and slumps at the kitchen table, puts his face in his hands, tries to gather himself, talks himself down from his fury. He spends a minute cooling down while his son drowns in the next room. "Escape," says KK, and the simul scene disappears. Admin is there, in his empty room. "You okay?" KK nods. "So, those were the 2 scenarios. You get to decide which one you think is true. or more true anyway, than the other. She nods again. Now you'll go back one more time, but to the empty house, post-event, the crime scene. You get to poke around. Okay, says Keke. You'll see some transparent icons on the side of your vision. If you want to listen to any of the testimony again, just tap in. With a ping, Keke is back at the house. This is how it looked when the police arrived. Dinner still on the stove, congealed and long cold. 4 fingers of water still in the bath. A puddle on the floor. Keke walks around, not sure what to look for. The victim's pajamas, robo-dog, sit neatly on a chair, never again to be filled with the small boy's just-bathed body. Shit, she says under her breath. Shit. She'll never, ever get that image out of her head. Keke goes back to the bathroom. How is she supposed to know which scenario holds more truth? She taps on the icons, and they zoom into a window on her main visual. Clips of the testimony, still pictures, objects of interest. She taps on video clips and listens to Lundy's wife sobbing at the stand. He would never, she's saying, overwrought with emotion. She clicks on the nanny, Miriam Myla, who has maintained throughout the trial that Lundy was nothing but a dedicated and loving father to his son. When asked about his temper, she seems surprised, raises her eyebrows at the camera, shows us her generous brown eyes. I've never seen him angry, not even once. There are hours and hours of Lundy's testimony. Keke scrolls through to the most recent clips. Let us talk for a moment about negligence, says the prosecutor. Negligence? Says Lundy. The fact that you left your child in the bath on his own. He's almost 4 years old, says Lundy. I was cooking dinner. The WHCP recommends you supervise bathing children at all times, children under 7. I know, but Justin was a toddler. It was so shallow. It was safe. And yet, he drowned, says the prosecutor. She's off camera. Keke still imagines her as a crow. It was a freak accident, says Lundy. Never in a million years would I. Ah, she says. So you admit that the chances of a child slipping and drowning in 10 centimeters of water is extremely unlikely. Well, so, basically, the scenario proposed by your defense attorney is virtually impossible. Lundy stutters an unintelligible reply. Keke scrubs through the next 15 minutes. If it pleases the court, the prosecutor would like to admit the following document into evidence. The judges nod, call the crow up to the bench. An icon pulsates, a document. So Keke taps it, and it opens in a new leaf adjacent to the video clip. It's a hospital record. She swipes through it. Pictures of bruises, stitched up skin, and an arm in plaster. 2022, a dislocated collarbone. 2023, a fractured wrist, lacerated forehead. 2024, 24th of January, just a few months ago, a broken arm, 2 fractured ribs and a contusion to the head. I know how it looks, but he was an energetic boy. He was always in the wars. He only seemed to be in the wars when he was under your care. I didn't wrap him up in cotton wool. I didn't coddle him. Although now, his voice breaks. Cotton wool is one thing, but a broken arm? Ribs? Lundy clears his throat, tries to pull himself together. He fell off the roof. He fell off the roof? His bedroom is upstairs. The attic. I don't know how he got out of that window. Ah, another freak accident. It was burglar-proof, for net's sake. Lundy's lawyer rises. Objection! Relevance, Your Honours. Mr. Lundy is quite clearly a negligent parent. Mr. Lundy is not on trial for negligence. The hospital record goes to prove that the man is not the careful, loving father that he or his wife makes him out to be. The pitch of the crow's caw rises. In addition, he has admitted that he has a temper and that the scenario set out by his defense team is implausible. Keke scrolls to the end and closes the clip, opens the nanny's testimony again. I've never seen him angry, Miriam says. Keke thinks she's telling the truth. I would have heard him if he were shouting, she says. It was my night off, but I was right next door. This clip isn't from the courtroom. It's inside the Lundy home, the lounge, the night of the incident. You're a live-in nanny, correct? Asks the off-camera investigator. Yes, my room is right there, she says, gesturing. She keeps rubbing her wrist, a nervous tick. There was no shouting. Not until he found... Tears cut off her sentence. She holds the back of her hand to her nose. Excuse me, she cries. I just need a minute. She gets up off the couch and the camera cuts. According to the timestamp, she's back a few moments later, eyes swollen. She has a box of tissues. Keke stops the video, pushes its icon back to the sidebar. She looks around the bathroom again, checks the depth of the water. The towels on the rail are askew. She averts her eyes from the pajamas. There is a metallic glimmer on the floor, next to the bath mat. She tries to focus on it to see what it is, but can't make it out. Goes closer, bends down, gets on her knees, but it disappears. She gets up again, takes a step back, and there it is again. But she can't see what it is. Probably nothing. Probably a glitch in the VR. But she'll ask about it anyway. Chapter 12. The Sound of the Sea. Kate's waiting for the kids to come home from school. It makes her nervous not having them within touching distance. The clockologram ticks slowly. She'll have to do something while she waits, something constructive, to stop herself from going mad. It's always a push-pull instinct with the kids. When they're here and being cretinous, she looks for ways to outsource them, get them away from her and out of the house. Yet, as soon as they're gone, the house is too quiet, and she has this unsettling feeling of them not existing at all, and has this desperate need to get them back. Maybe she'll cook dinner. She opens the door to the fridge, but it's close to empty. She has a flashback of James, 5 years ago, walking into their old flat in Ilovo, groceries toppling from his synthetic burlap bags, fresh fruit and vegetables, seed bread, beetroot jam, almond butter. She'd kiss him and call him marmalade, kiss his beautiful SPF 100 skin. He was so goddamn wholesome. Too good to be true. And, of course, in the end, it was too good to be true. He had been haunted by his demons just like everybody else. He had just been better at hiding them. Kate shakes him out of her head and closes the fridge door. She'll order something for dinner. It's so old-fashioned now anyway to cook anything from scratch. Who is she to buck the trend? She's perfectly happy with mass-produced meals drone-delivered from Bilkin. They taste great and contain the perfect amount of nutrients and kilojoules, which she can't always claim as true for the food she cooks. If she lived alone, she'd have toaster waffles for dinner 6 nights a week. She taps the screen on her fridge to order. The Bilkin face smiles and bats eyelashes at her. Kate chooses between Italian, Indian, Greek, South African, or Japanese cuisine. Then she chooses her protein and her carb. The app knows her body type and weight, her ideal weight, and the amount of exercise she's done today by syncing with her Helix. It portions accordingly. The same goes for the kids and Sibongile. What Kate really feels like eating is a tub of proper cane sugar dark cocoa ice cream, but she wouldn't know where to begin tracking it down. Sugar has been semi-banned for almost 2 years now, much to her chagrin. Fizzy drinks were the first to go. Blunt in, sugar out. How the tables have turned. At least the toking fringe dwellers are happy. She does have a small stash of chocolate bars left over from before the sucrose ban, but she only dips into it in emergencies. Does her current state of mind warrant a Carrot Crunch chocolate bar? They're getting old now, and the chocolate is developing a white patina, so she shouldn't really leave them for too much longer. She turns to walk to her bedroom, but hears something, and stops. A sound coming from the kids' room, even though they're not yet home from school. Remembering that she needs to take the batteries out of Silver's haunted baby bot, Kate gets the screwdriver case from the top of the cupboard in the scullery. She lingers over the toolbox and has a flash of a memory. James, with a nail between his lips, hammering another one into the wall. Using his old tools always makes her feel purple. She closes the lid and makes her way to the twins' room. She's sure that she must look deranged, standing at the doorway, head cocked, with a sharp tool in her hand. A scary silhouette, waiting for the baby to cry. It doesn't make her wait long. "Mama!" comes a wail from Silver's side of the room, then a sad whimpering. It sounds so real. It sends her tumbling back in time to when she was trapped in the Genesis clinic at the mercy of the doctor, when the psychopath had handed a baby to her. Their baby. Not of her womb, but of her and Marmalade's blood. Their DNA-printed boy. Their Mally. Damn it. Damn it, Kate. You've got to pull yourself out of that toxic memory fog. You need to get over it. And if you can't do it for yourself, then do it for the kids. "Mama!" comes a voice from behind her, and she almost jumps through the roof in fright. It's Mally, with his big green-blue eyes. Her eyes. The sound of the sea. "Jesus," she says, screwdriver flattened to her heart. "You scared me." "Who's Jesus?" pipes Silver, trailing in after her brother. Her not-quite brother. They're still wearing their character-themed backpacks. Blue Robopup for Mally and pink Kitty Butt for Silver. The nanny is right behind them, laden with their artwork and baking projects, and she smiles when she sees Kate. She seems happy to see her awake and showered, but then she registers the screwdriver at her chest and looks puzzled. Kate quickly whips it behind her back and grins, realizing as she does so that it must make her look more suspicious, not less. "How was school?" "Mally's teacher wants to know why he insists on learning his numbers in colors. Says it's confusing the other kids." And they said to not send Silver to school when she has a runny nose." On cue, Silver sniffs and wipes her nose with the back of her hand. "Last week they complained that she was absent too often and risked falling behind. Can you believe it? She's 3. Have you ever heard of a 3-year-old falling behind?" The nanny shrugs. "Don't shoot the postman." "Who is Jesus?" asks Mally. "That's a conversation for another day," says Sibongile, pulling a funny face at Kate. She puts her hands on their shoulders and steers them gently towards the bathroom. Bongi is fastidious about hand-washing. Silver, who was conceived and born biologically, catches colds regardless. Mally has never been sick in his life. Kate resisted hiring a nanny for the first 2 years of the twins' lives. She had suffered for so long with infertility that she couldn't imagine getting someone else to look after them. She wanted to experience every first moment. Words, steps, bites. She wanted to be there for all of it. She stopped working and immersed herself completely in motherhood. Part of it was her way of withdrawing from the world, a product of her PTSD. Back then, there was no way she'd trust her kids with a stranger, not after what happened to her. But it hadn't been good for her. Slowly, Seth had introduced the idea. Sibongile used to be a Saro sister, a young single woman who volunteered to assist infertile couples to have children when South Africa's fertility crisis was at its worst. Without them, the country's birth rate would have cliffed to 0. When the crisis ended, the demand for surrogates dropped off, the baby boom exploded, and the need for nannies ramped up. It was a natural conclusion that the discarded Saro sisters would become nannies. Not just any nannies, but the very best nannies you could get. Pre-approved in every category. Criminal, medical, Psychological. The surrogate badges gave way to small legacy, SS brooches, copper pins they would wear over their hearts. At first, they just hired Sibongile to look after the toddlers for an hour, while they went for a coffee berry friezo in the resident restaurant 3 stories below, and watched her via the multiple gimlet nanny cams. Soon, it became clear that the perennially sunny Sibongile was good for everyone, and so she became a regular babysitter, then a live-out nanny. Then last year, she moved into the nanny pad next door. Now, she is the twins' best friend, and Kate can't imagine life without her. Every now and then, Kate is tempted to ask her about her surrogate experiences, but Bongi is a private person, so she respects that. The Bilkin drone hums outside the delivery window in the lounge. It lands expertly on its platform and sounds its greeting. Kate opens the latch and takes the food, and her ear pings with the receipt. She feels foolish for always instinctively wanting to say thank you to the machine or give it a tip. Old habits die hard. One day soon, the kids will be rolling their eyes at how very old tech their mother is. Until then, she'll try to at least act cool. "Can we get a dog?" Mally asks this every day, without fail. They're all at the table, eating black mushroom burgers with sides of sweet potato chips and deep-fried broccoli stalks. "We've got a dog," says Kate. "Betty Barbara." Mally screws up his nose. "She's old and snory. And stinky," says Silver, making them both giggle. It's true. Betty Barbara does have a particularly fierce flatulence problem. "So what?" says Kate. "Are you going to want to replace me too, when I'm old and stinky?" Mally laughs with his mouth open, showing Kate his half-chewed food. Silver's smile has vanished. Perhaps it's never occurred to her that Kate will be gone one day. Mally, on the other hand, is not put off. "A robotic dog doesn't stink, and you don't have to feed him, and he doesn't need to be walked, and no vet bills." "But then what's the point?" "And he doesn't poo," says Mally. "Well," Kate takes a sip of her wine, "there is that." "When's Seth coming home?" asks Silver. She separates all the elements of her food on her plate before she starts to eat. She doesn't like the flavors to touch. "I don't know," says Kate. "Soon?" "I miss him," says Mally. "So do I," says Kate. "But he won't be gone long." The nanny pats Silver on the hand, winks at her. Kate's sure Silver is her favorite, although she's careful not to let it show. "My favorite color is orange juice," announces Mally. Silver puts her white serviette over her head. "I'm a ghost," she says. "I'm a ghost." She does it every night, but it still makes them laugh. "Mom," says Mally, "tell me something I used to do as a baby." "What? Why?" "Just because." "Have the other kids been saying something to you?" "What?" "Have they been saying something about you when you were a baby?" Sibongile looks away, as if she's not listening to the conversation, as if it's too personal. Mally frowns. "Okay," says Kate. "As a baby you used to, I don't know, you walked at 9 months, which is really early for a baby." "That's nice." "You talked early too. You did everything early." Silver looks put out. Already she knows she is the weaker of the two. "It's 'cause I'm older than Silver," he says. He's eaten everything but the broccoli. "Not by much," says Kate. "A few months." "Am I always going to be bigger than Silver?" "No," says Kate. Silver cheers up. Mally stares at her. "Not unless you eat your vegetables." Suddenly, her patch starts pinging wildly, and the helix on her wrist buzzes. 3 bumps in a row from 3 different news agencies. Something big has happened. Chapter 13. 451 Fahrenheit. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. 451. Marco's leaves fade to draw his attention to his beeping main screen. He guesses it's his health monitor telling him it's time to take a break, to stand up and walk around for a few minutes. But instead, when he reads the ticker tape, it's a big news story. Where is KK? She'll be so bleak to miss out on this. The screen cleaves to show him different videos of what's being reported. He taps on one and sees a man in a black hooded robe and a Jesus Christ mask shooting at people outside a building. He has some kind of automatic shotgun. Russian? It looks like it could be a sawn-off Saiga. Marco's knowledge of weaponry is mostly gleaned from his gaming, so he's never quite sure if the guns exist IRL. Not unlike his games, the screen is a mess of screaming and blood splatter, a violent animation replete with motion capture and breathing arcs. Only, it's not a game. The terrorists not acting alone. Marco watches the other witnesses' clips and recognizes the robed attackers as they enter the clinic and mow down patients and medical staff. A pregnant woman is dragged away by her hair. Terror attack, shout the headlines. Family planning clinic razed by resurrectors. Over 30 people killed, scores injured, doctors, nurses, patients. The distinctive JC face masks and flowing hooded robes of super black arachna silk make the terrorists easy to identify and almost impossible to kill. The synthetic silk is produced by splicing the spider silk gene into silkworms, resulting in a thread tougher than steel and more flexible than Kevlar. The masks have built-in night vision. The terrorists also have animarks, moving tattoos, of a revolving crucifix on their necks, a bold symbol of their commitment to their cause. The resurrectors started making news around 7 years ago, but they've never been this brazen or bloodthirsty before. They began as a Christian extremist group, firebombing any individual or organization that disrespected Jesus in any way. Keke had almost been killed when they blew up the Echo.News building. She had been freelancing for them at the time, working late one night and had missed the blast by minutes. The chief editor at the time knew it would be a risk to run the satirical cartoon about a zombie Jesus, raised from the dead, eating communion flesh, but he did it anyway. He had been a Hebdo fan. Je suis Charlie. The resurrectors' love of violence soon overtook their love of their God, and they were no longer guided by the Old Testament, but by their paranoid delusions of rapture and doomsday. They began to use any excuse to terrorize South Africans. No one called them extremist Christians anymore, despite their spinning cross logo. They just became the resurrectors, terrorists, feared by all. And they were gaining momentum. Last week, they burned down the Santon Library because it refused to remove the books that the group had asked them to. Harry Potter, The Perks of Being a Wallflower, and the Satanic Verses were just some of the titles they believed were corrupting people's minds. When they were refused, they planted a practically invisible incendiary device in 7 different books for the 7 different stories and set them off that evening while the restaurant patrons at the square below watched in horror. The bombs lit up the sky, and not a book was saved. As a complete Bradbury fanboy, Marco had decided then that he wanted to do something to stop them. He'd never stand up to them in real life, of course. They are mostly tall, vicious, highly trained people, and he is, well, he's cuddly around the middle and generally soft-spoken. But his anonymity as a hacker is ironclad. He's so anonymous, he brags to KK, that it would take the CCU nothing less than a year to find him, by which time he'd be 18 months ahead of them, having revolved his online identity hundreds of thousands of times. So while he'll never dream of approaching a resurrector in person, he's certain he can do a significant amount of damage from the safety of his dim room. He sends a bump to Flower Girl, Seth's contact at Fox, the hacktivist Alba splinter group. Fahrenheit 451. Seen the news? They're getting out of control. I'm ready to do something. I'm officially checking in for duty. Chapter 14. A Skeleton of Gold. The Cape Republic, 2024. They make their way to the entrance of Nautilus. The spiral, seashell-shaped sandy building blends in with the surrounding dunes and black rocks, and is surrounded by Invisiwall. The security guards are wearing the same color, and Seth jolts when one of them breaks his camouflage to open the gate for them. Once they're in the lobby, a female guard guides Seth to the X-ray machine to check that he's not carrying a weapon or any kind of recording device. She shines a little torch into each eye, then with an expert move, clicks his snap tile off his wrist and places it in a safe. "I need that," he says. "You'll get it back." She doesn't smile. His host, along with a barrel-chested, ginger-bearded guard called Carson, leads him to the glass elevator. The touchscreen offers them the choice of 10 floors, except they're not called floors, but leagues, and are numbered 0 to 10,000. A moving graphic of a kraken, the mythical giant octopus-like sea monster, reaches out to touch the 10 buttons with its tentacles. It's a beautiful, nuanced piece of Japanimation. The elevator shuttles towards the ocean, then falls quickly to their selected league, 4,000, and they are indeed beneath the sea. The view of the water on the other side of the superglass turns from cerulean to midnight blue. So it's true. He's heard rumors of Nautilus being an underwater sea lab, but none of his research could confirm it. For all anyone knows, it was just a high-tech house built on the rocky dunes. His stomach falls along with the elevator, then the doors slide, soundlessly open. The lab is cavernous, all white and glass and water. For a second, it reminds him of the underground Genesis lab, and the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. A school of silverfish swims by the ocean wall. They dart in synchronized bursts. Carson stands at the door while Aronnax uses a spray to sanitize her hands, then motions for Seth to take a seat at the infinity table. A robotic salamander, the size of a domesticated cat, crawls past. "That's Medon," says Aronnax, smoothing her purple-blue aqua hair down and away from her face. "One of our first successful builds. He's our mascot." "He's old," says Seth, inspecting the creature's 3D-printed bones, electrical circuits, and motorized joints. "We've become quite attached. Couldn't bear the thought of killing him just because the tech advanced." "Hello, Medon," says Seth. The creature slinks over to a nearby tank and slides in, swimming away effortlessly. "We created him when we were studying vertebral columns and spinal cords. He informed a lot of our work on prosthetics." "He likes swimming," says Seth, amused. "Yes, so it's not a lost art for everyone." Seth stares at her. "You were," he starts. "I was reading your thoughts when you were out there. I apologize. It's my psychic switch. It's part of our security procedure." "But how?" "It's not something I can discuss. Not yet, anyway. I'm sorry about the intrusion. I'm sure you're aware of how careful we have to be. I've deactivated it now." "How do I know that's true?" Her lips twitch. "You don't." Seth crosses his arms. "We're under a constant threat here, as you can imagine," she says. "The programs you run, they're ahead of even the most cutting-edge research out there. Some of them can be seen as controversial." Seth knows. That's why he agreed to come. "I'll get straight to the point. We need your expertise on a specific project." She places her hands on the white table that separates them. "There's an extremely small pool of specialists on our trust list, and you came the most highly recommended." This doesn't surprise Seth. He's the best chemgineer in the country. Medon hops out of the water on the other side of the lab and hunkers down on a terry-cloth bed. "He's like a dog," says Seth. "Better than a dog," says Aronnax. "Less mess. But if you're a dog person," her nose wrinkles at this, "I must show you our latest K9000. It's an extraordinary animal. We developed it for the veterinary science institutions so that the students could practice their surgeries, but everyone involved in the pilot program fell in love with the things and wanted to adopt them. Mally would go nuts for a K9000. He'd pretty much been nagging for a pet bot since he was born. Well, not born, since he was..." Aranax blinks at him, and he stops himself from thinking of the kids. So, that's what you guys do. Robotic animals? Bionic creatures are just an offshoot of our main work. Which is? She smiles. Perhaps, Mr. Denneker, call me Seth. Perhaps we can have a comprehensive briefing in the future, but for now, let's stick to the project we asked you here to assist with. We're on a hard deadline. They've certainly paid him enough. Business class flights and 100,000 blocks for a 24-hour contract. Seth puts his elbows on the table and leans in. I'm all ears. A keyboard of sorts appears in front of Aranax. A few buttons of blue light. She taps on one to bring up a 3D hologram, and a jellyfish appears, swimming with stilted movements. Something about it is odd. 2010, our first robotic jellyfish. She taps another button, and the jellyfish morphs into a small transparent sea animal, following a flashing light through the water. It's the size of a 10 Rand coin and flashes something metallic at them. 2016, a biohybrid stingray. Biohybrid? Like cyborg? Essentially, yes, but technically it's the other way around. While a cyborg is smartificial, an animal with a bionic adaptation, a biohybrid is a synthesized animal with a biological addition. Biotech, brought to life. Artificial life. Layers of soft silicone printed with cardiomyocytes, mouse heart cells, in a serpentine pattern. The cells are genetically engineered to contract when light hits them, which propels the ray forward. Yes. Is that a... Seth pinches the screen open, zooming in. Metallic spine. A skeleton of gold. Elastic gold. It stores energy. Seth looks at her. A gold skeleton? Why does that sound familiar? Where has he heard that before? It nags at the very edge of his thoughts. He sits back in his chair. It's very pretty, but what's the endgame? She seems pleased he's asked. That's why you're here. Another button. Another image fades over. It's an invisible heart, and then it all makes sense. You're engineering tissue, says Seth. Human hearts. We're almost at the finish line. It's taken 16 years, and we're on track to push this to market by December. Just in time for the Christmas rush. Aranax ignores his flippancy. That is, on track, apart from one thing, which I'm hoping you can help us with. Push it to market. So you're going to sell them? Of course we're going to sell them. There's a huge demand. The infertility epidemic wiped out a whole potential generation of young, healthy organ donors. Why a synthetic heart? You can get those bacon hearts nowadays, can't you? Those human hearts grown in pig chimeras. Or incubators, the press like to call them. Epi-hearts are not acceptable to everyone. A biohybrid heart arrives at the patient brand new, with no history, no baggage. It's seen as an upgrade instead of a leftover. This is more pleasing to our clientele. Your wealthy clientele. Nautilus is a business, Mr. Denneker. Sure. Seth stretches his arms above his head. Of course it is. He didn't think it wasn't, not when they're paying him so much bank. Money that he hasn't refused or donated to charity. He just misses Alba, misses biopunking, doing grind that matters. This work matters, she says. You'll be saving lives. You said you turned the psychic switch off. Sorry, she says. Seth can tell that she's not in the least bit sorry. He needs to be careful of what he thinks in front of her. Already he's given too much away. Okay, he says. Tell me what I need to do. Chapter 15. The Dandelion. Johannesburg, 2024. Kate sits down at the 6-leafed clover. The table is made of some kind of scrubbed timber, and the couch feels like it's made of mushroom leather. It always makes her think of that dumb old joke. Why did the mushroom get invited to all the parties? Because he's a fun guy. Her patch tells her that Keke is right behind her, or rather, just below her. parking her e-bike in the revolving parking lot. The Clover is a new concept bistro that serves edible weeds. Organic, aeroponic, self-sustaining, zero import, carbon negative, vertical farming weeds. The idea doesn't appeal to Kate at all, but Keke wants to try it, perhaps write a story on it, so she's agreed. Kate won't say this out loud, but it seems Kekeletso had lost her appetite for more substantial stories since Genesis. In a way, it makes her feel better, less weak, that she isn't the only one to have lost her nerve. The waitbot scurries over to her, but doesn't slow down in time, and knocks the table, causing the bottle of miso to fall over and stain the hemp tablecloth. Kate waits for it to apologize, but then realizes it's a mute. Some serve bots are programmed to talk, but it opens up a slew of complications when people assume the machine can understand any command just because it can act on simple verbal instructions. The robot reverses a safe distance from the table and projects its holoscreen menu at her. At least there are pictures of what the dishes look like, or she'd have no idea what she's ordering. The pack shots are vivid, 4D and revolving, as if you can just pluck one of the plates off the hologram and put it on the table. She swipes over to the drinks menu, 20 different kinds of weed cool teas and shakes. God, she hopes there is alcohol available. She swipes to the next page and finds it. Elderflower wine, chickweed chaser, a shooter called the wild amaranth. She decides on the house cocktail and taps the picture of the dandelion twice. The bot spins around and heads to the bar to collect them. "Kitty!" shouts Keke from the other side of the restaurant, causing patrons to turn around and look at her. She has never been good at volume control. Some of the people look away again. Some don't. They're both used to the stares. Kate stands, hugs her friend, kisses her on the cheek. Warm leather and spice and all things nice. They didn't see each other as often as they would like, but when they do, it's as if they've never parted ways. "I can't believe you made me come here," says Kate. "They do literally only serve weeds." "Ha! What did you expect?" "I don't know. A few wild daisies as garnishes? A clover salad?" "No such luck," she says, and sits down. "But please, tell me they're licensed." As if in response, the waitbot zooms over with their cocktails. A few drinks later, they're giggling like schoolgirls. "This weed booze is crack," says Keke. "I'll be back here tomorrow." "I won't," says Kate. She had the wakame noodles with deep-fried crickets, and it almost made her hurl. The texture of both foods sent her synesthesia into overdrive. It was like trying to swallow an animated cactus. Keke, on the other hand, was more adventurous and ordered steamed larvae dumplings with purslane pesto. The pesto was delicious. "But yes," Kate says, "the elderberry gin is especially good." They chink glasses. "You feeling better?" asks Keke. "Not really." "Still having the panic attacks?" "Panic attacks, insomnia, nightmares. And you know what my nightmares are like. Hyper-realistic. They have drugs for that, you know." "I know. Seth keeps trying to push them on me. Drugs to stop you dreaming. What next?" Keke seems amused. "Well, if there's anyone who knows his spike, it's Seth." She gets a kind of warm, sexy look in her eyes when she talks about him. Kate's not sure she likes it. "It's not so much that I can't sleep. It's more that I don't want to sleep." "You still having those bad dreams about James?" "About James, about Vanderhever, that man who tried to bury us at the flower farm, the one we—" She gulps down the rest of the sentence as she's assailed by the memory of his face, skinned by the broken glass. "And Mouton." Keke shudders, touches Kate's arm. "I don't know what's wrong with me." Kate feels sweaty under Keke's scrutiny. She takes away her arm, swats perspiration from her lip, her eyebrows. "There's nothing wrong with you." "There is. How come you don't have PTSD? What they did to you was just as bad as what they did to me. You almost died." "We all almost died." "Why then? Why don't you get the panic attacks?" Keke takes a sip of her drink, shrugs. "I don't know. I was semi-conscious when the bad shit went down. I couldn't take it all in. Not like you. You experience everything in scented super def hypercolor. I mean, a walk down the road must be traumatic for you. Kate blinks at her. It's not untrue. Her helix buzzes and Keke's eyebrows shoot up. It's not what you're thinking, says Kate. Damn, thought you may be getting a booty call. Hell no, those days are over. Those days are over? My God, woman, no wonder you're depressed. Who on earth is bumping you at this time of night then? The nanny? It's not a bump. It's my phone telling me that I'm over the limit. Then your phone kind of is your nanny. Yeah, good point. Keke tops up her glass. What are you going to do? Switch it off. So, talking of sexy time, says Kate, ordering another bottle. How's Marco? Keke licks her teeth. Good as ever. How is his cyber what working out? Kate points vaguely to her eyes to show what she means. He loves it. I hate it. Why? His lens isn't like mine, you know? It's not a simple biolens. It's cybernetic. It's permanent. It's connected. So, what does that mean? It means a lot of things, right? Cool things. Like, he can search the net for anything at any time. He can type out shit and order groceries while he's in the shower. That is handy. What's not to like? He's perennially distracted. It's like he's never just there with me. Like we're never alone. I'll be talking to him about Nina and he'll be nodding, but I can see he's not really listening. But the thing that bothers me the most... Yes? Let me put it this way. I make him cover it up when we do the diggity. Because it takes pictures? Because it records everything. But it's not like anyone can download it. I don't care. But I don't care. You know how these things work? One day, you're the only one with access to it, and the next day, it's on reverberate.tv for the world to see. You have a point. I'm not going to be that person that gets famous from a kinky sex clip. You're famous already. Wait, you could always wear one of your face masks while you... I think I'm done with the masks. Really? What happened? A guy I met at the trial. You're still polyamorous? I thought you and Marco... Marco knows that the day I have to be monogamous is the day I kick my own bucket. Fair enough, says Kate. That said, I'm not shagging the new guy. Not yet, says Kate. I actually thought of introducing him to you. Oh no, Kate shakes her head. No thanks, not interested. He's as handsome as fuck, says Keke. Intelligent, funny, rich. Still not interested. I can't even deal with myself at the moment, never mind someone else. Maybe he can help you with that. Sex is extremely therapeutic, you know. There have been studies. Kate sighs, wonders if the bags under her eyes look as heavy as they feel. You don't even have to date him, or talk to him. You could just have sex. Charming. What? It's not going to happen. Kate leans on the table, hand on forehead. So, you make Marco cover his eyes when you have sex? Just the one. Just the one? Like an eye patch? That is kinky. It's like making love to a pirate. Arr! Growls Kate. The servbot presents the bill on its holodash. Kate taps pay and her patch beeps with the receipt. You wanted to tell me something? She says. Keiko pulls on her jacket. Musk. A soft breeze of brown hide. Tan billow. Did I? I got the idea it was about the trial. You said you had just adjourned for the day when you called? Right, she says. Look, I'll tell you straight up, you're not going to like this idea. But you're going to tell me anyway. But I'm going to tell you anyway. They leave the restaurant and head towards the street. Share a cab? Says Kate. No way I'm taking Nina out after drinking that weed booze. Keke had taken to calling her bike Nina for no apparent reason. They pour themselves into the back seat of a nearby cab that reads their codes. Good evening, Miss Lovell, Miss Masibi, says the cab. Please choose a destination. Let's drop you off first, says Keke. You need to get back to the Rugrats. Thanks, says Kate. Take me home, please, cabby. She has already bumped the location to the cabby app. Keke giggles. That's so analog. What? You know you don't have to say please, right? It's good manners. It's an automaton. So? So, you like that story of that grandmother who used to type please whenever she Googled something? Rubbish. Not rubbish. I was at Echo when that story ran, 2016. I mean, rubbish that I'm like that grandmother. Really? When's the last time you immersed? You know that I don't like VR. See, old lady. It's not about being a technophobe. Although clearly you are, Kittysaurus. For instance, you still carry cash. You never know when you're going to need cash. Really? When's the last time you needed cash? 2019? I still use it for some things. Like what? Okay, that's a lie. I tried to tip someone the other day and they pretty much threw it back at me. The real reason she keeps cash is because she's paranoid. Who knows when something catastrophic might happen and all the virtual money just blips out of existence. You can't eat blocks. And look at that dress you're wearing. Kate looks down. What? I happen to like this dress. I thought you'd appreciate me showing up in something that wasn't jeans or pajamas. You've been wearing that old thing since I've known you. 10 years? Hang on. We're not that old, are we? Besides, I don't have time to shop. I've got toddlers. You don't need to shop. You've got that mode printer at home. You know how many people would kill for that machine? I think the shape scanner is broken. Keiko rolls her eyes. Neither of them say the shape scanner is not the thing that's broken. Fine. But about the VR. Virtual reality really fucks with my synesthesia. Oh, says Keke, sitting back into the car seat. Well, that's different. I didn't know that. Seth always has the latest kit. He's forever buying new headsets and body sensors. He's given up asking me to join him. Silva is his gaming partner now. She's as addicted as he is. The other day she beat him at that medieval war one. Dark Ages? That's it. Seth says she's a regular Robin Hood. Okay, well, then what I wanted to talk to you about is a no-go. Just tell me. The car swerves to avoid hitting a pothole, and the women hold on to avoid being thrown around inside the cabin. So, you know I'm on jury duty, right? Yes. How's that going? What's the case about? Keke hesitates. Kate can tell she doesn't want to discuss it. It's sub judice. I'll tell you all about it once we've wrapped. Kate knows that Keke doesn't give a hot damn about sub judice. Something else is up. So, we were being taken through the evidence, right? And instead of just showing us photos of the crime scene, they took us through the actual crime scene. Hey? Well, I mean the virtual crime scene. An exact replica. We could look around properly, get a feel for the room, see everything, not just what the forensic photographer thought was relevant. Wow. Didn't it freak you out? Of course it freaked me out. The victim was a... She catches herself just in time. But it made me think. So, VXR is everywhere, and it has a million different applications. I'm not interested in VXXR if that's where you're going with this. It's not about virtual sex, I promise. Although, it's not a bad idea. They're a street away from Seth's apartment. I thought you should maybe try immersion therapy? Ugh. I knew you were going to say that, but that's like taking two concepts I loathe and like monster hybridizing them, then supersizing them. I know, my friend. But think about it. I heard it can be really, really effective, especially for PTSD. There's this clinic called Second Life. Yuck. The car slows to a stop. We have reached your destination. Just think about it. Kate's passenger door clicks open. Okay, there. I've thought about it. The answer is thanks, but no thanks. Can't blame a friend for trying, says Keke, shrugging. See you on the flip side. As soon as Kate opens the front door, she goes straight to the children's room, where she finds two sweet, warm bodies ensconced in their hammocks. She touches them to make sure they are there, and real. She kisses Mally's cheek, and strokes snoring Silver's hair out of her face. God, she loves them. Sometimes she's completely overwhelmed by the feeling. She stays for a minute, drunkenly gazing at the cherubic faces. At times like this, it can be so intense, like a punch to the stomach. Sometimes she feels bent double by affection. How were they tonight? Kate whispers, trying not to breathe her weed-boozed breath in the nanny's direction. They were good. They were good. Sibongile never has a bad thing to say about them. She lets herself out, and as Kate hears her enter the nanny pad next door, she triple locks the door behind her. Kate swallows 2 sober-ups, chases them with a large beaker of water, and falls into bed. Chapter 16. Haunted Mansion of Empty Tanks. Kate's at Aquascape, the massive, nonsensical, wildly successful landlocked aquarium that was closed down by an animal rights group a few years ago. A corporate snatched up the prime real estate, but they haven't yet raised the mammoth-sized building. It's a haunted mansion of empty tanks. Squatters have moved in, dismantling what they can sell or build makeshift kennels in which to sleep. Petty criminals have stripped the building of anything valuable. Superglass, candy-colored fiber cables, glitter-white mosaic tiles. As Kate walks through, she remembers what it used to be like. The blue reflection of the water dancing on the walls. A miracle of water in a city plagued by drought. The inverse of an island. Now it's more like a sun-bleached whale skeleton. Sad, pale, dry. Kate's nervous. Is it the squatters she's afraid of? There are none in sight, but the floor is spotted with burn marks and human stains. Vomit and blood. Why is she barefoot? There's broken glass everywhere. Her limbs are shaking. Fear or cold. She can't tell. Both, perhaps. She can't think why she's here. A photography assignment, perhaps. She has a memory of shooting a great white shark here, skewed teeth and sandpaper skin. She remembers especially the jellyfish, a swarm, a smack, electric green venom, a model in a shimmering mermaid costume. The memory is bright and joyful and full of color. Not like this eviscerated cave of a place. Is she looking for someone? There is a shadow in the distance. Someone running? Nerves claw at her bowels. She needs to get out of here. This place is not for her. The empty tanks take on a menacing appearance, gaping mouths of black. Broken tiles crunch under her tender feet, and smoky smells make it difficult to breathe. She needs to get out. She starts to run, to look for the exit, but it's not where she remembers it being. If she doesn't get outside and get some air, her head will explode. An object glints from the floor. Her instinct is to pick it up. It's her gun. How did her gun get on the floor? Kate is about to holster it when she sees that shadow again. It's someone who wants to hurt her. She pushes herself up against the wall and flicks off the safety catch. It's Mouton. Who else would it be? She's sure she killed him at the Genesis lab, remembers the fleshy shock of his large body slamming into hers when they were wrestling for their lives. His gorilla hands on her. She emptied her magazine into his torso. She killed him. Didn't she? They never found his body. She has her gun now, and she refuses to be his victim. She'll kill him again. She'll wreck the son of a bitch. The shadow flickers. Hide and seek. The smell of him inflames her terror. Kate points the firearm out towards the darkness, ready to fire. She can't hear anything over her own breathing. Her finger trembles over the trigger. The darkness penetrates her brain, her body. It's going to take her over. Kate gets a firmer grip on the trigger. She's ready to shoot. But the smell again. The smell is wrong. It's not Mouton. It's citrus peel in a fire. It's... A hand is on her shoulder, and she spins around to shoot, a bolt of orange. James? What are you doing? Asks James, worried. He looks so young, so innocent, as if he's just woken. Kate starts crying. Her voice cracks. James! There's a flash of light. The gutted aquarium is illuminated. But it's not the aquarium anymore. It's her bedroom. And it's not James she's pointing a gun at. It's Mally. Chapter 17. Empty Pajamas. There's something about this case that's bothering me, says Keke. They're on the roof again, her in the suit. It's where they go to escape the rest of the jurors. She'd had enough of the whole thing. Keke's tired of being a spectator. She needs to work, to feel useful. She wants the trial to end, but she can't let go of the niggling feeling she has that everyone, is missing something. Above all, Keke can't forget the VXR image of the boy in the bath. The empty pajamas haunt her. What? The suit's in the shade, leaning up against a huge water harvesting tank, one of hundreds on this reef alone, one of the millions when you look out at the city. The roof's swivel cam follows her as she moves closer to him. She still hasn't asked his name. I'm Kekeletso, she says. I know, he says. My fusiform G recognized you as soon as you took your mask off. Face radar apps are ridiculously expensive. Keke would have one if she could afford it. Have we met before? You don't remember? Sorry, I don't get exposed to many bankers. I didn't think we knew each other. But what she really means is, she's sure she'd remember someone with a face like his. Best not to be too forthcoming, though. She doesn't know if this man can be trusted. I'm not a banker. Trader, then? Nope. Financial consultant. Blockchain advisor? General mafioso? No, and no. What then? I'm a suicide expert. Ha! Says Keke. They trade amused expressions. You think it's funny? It's a strange job title, that's all. Like, if you were an expert on suicide, then you probably wouldn't be alive. Very funny, he says, smoothing down his silk tie. So, suicide seems to be a lucrative business then? It is. The prevention part is anyway, but that's not why I do it. Amazing. I would not have guessed that the suicide contagion would be a money spinner. Anything that involves corporates and the Grim Reaper is a money spinner. That's probably true. Believe me, it's true. So, it's the big corporates that use your services? Mostly. Their attrition rate is sky high. I'm brought in to appraise risk and recommend therapy. You're telling me that big corporates care whether their employees snuff themselves? They do. It's very expensive to hire new people and train them. They look out at the city. A blue haze tints the air. So we've met before? Asks Keke. He purses his lips. He's got great lips. I'm Zach, he says. Zachary. Zach. A name that sounds like onomatopoeia. Whack. Crack. A lightning bolt. Her patch pings. She looks at her wrist. It's a bump from Marco. Darko. Lo, beautiful? Kex. I'll wear my bling bling. Darko. You left without saying goodbye. Kex. Sorry, early start. Trial's wrapping up. Darko. So soon I'll have you back. Keke hesitates. Doesn't want to be rude. Zach motions for her to carry on. Disappears deeper into the shadows with a wave. Kex. You never lost me. Darko. You wanted me to find something for you, milady. Kex. If you don't mind. Darko. Anything for you. Kex. I hope you don't think I'm just using you for your superlative hacking skills. Darko. I wouldn't mind if you were. Kex. ... Darko. As long as you're using me, I'm happy. Kex. ... Darko. ... Kex. I don't know exactly what I'm looking for. Darko. Is it about the trial? Kex. Yebo. Something just feels off. Darko. ... Kex. ... Darko. You've got good instincts. You're probably onto something. Kex. I don't know where to start. It's all under wraps. Darko. Lols. Kex. What? Darko. Nothing is under wraps, EIH. Kex. ... Darko. Everything is hackable. Kex. But I don't even know what to ask you. Darko. Ask me what I'm wearing. Kex. Wena, I'm being serious. Darko. Sorry. Kex. ... Darko. Just give me one thing, off the top of your head. One thing to work with, and I'll go from there. Kex. Okay. Maybe just look for similar cases. In Josie in the past year. Darko. Similar cases to a father drowning his toddler. Kex. Yes. No. Suspicious toddler deaths. Darko. That's bleak. Kex. I know. Sorry. Won't be easy. Darko. Consider it done. Kex. Thank you. Darko. ... Kex. Hey. Darko. ... Kex. What are you wearing? Chapter 18. Second Life. Kate's sitting across the room from the psychiatrist. The space is nondescript and monochrome, giving her a break from her synesthesia, apart from a small revolving sphere hovering near her head. It's a secret clinic. Some may even call it a black clinic, which is ironic, given the fact that Seth's Alba grind used to close down places like this. But you get illegal clinics, and then you get morally bankrupt illegal clinics. And Kate believes, or hopes, that Second Life belongs to the former category. Alba shut down, among others, Tabula Rasa, a slow-age beauty spa that was buying discarded embryos from dodgy fertility clinics, spinning them to harvest their stem cells, then injecting them into their patients' faces. Kate's cheeks tingled just thinking about it. Then, of course, there was Genesis, the black clinic to rival all black clinics. The clinic that killed Marmalade and almost killed her. Kekoletso booked this appointment. Underground treatment facilities like these only accept patients from referrals and are usually booked up months in advance. So she's not sure how Keke pulled it off. Dr. Voges is empty-handed. There is no notepad or tile in sight. Some kind of recording device must be out of view. Voges is dressed in squid ink grey from head to toe, as if she's an extension of the slate room. Her face is powdered to perfection. Kate has always hated doctors. She was poked and prodded her whole childhood. Blood, urine, DNA tests, X-rays, MRIs, CAT scans. It made her resent her condition instead of embracing it for what it was, a gift. She had her own augmented reality before VR even existed. What do you know about immersion therapy? Asks Dr. Voges, or VXR. Not much, says Kate, biting her lip. I've tried to stay away from it, to be honest. Why? I don't know. It doesn't appeal to me the way it does to other people. I guess I've got enough going on in my head without it. The doctor gazes at her. That's understandable. So why, then, are you here today? Kate gulps. Where to start? That she can't trust her own body anymore? That alarm sirens are the soundtrack to her everyday reality? That she craves physical nurturing but can't stand to be touched? Of course, all of that is secondary. The reason she's here is because of what happened last night. The doctor sees her hesitate and offers a way in. You consider yourself a threat? She says. Not consider, says Kate. I am a threat. To yourself? To myself. More importantly, to my kids. Tell me about your traumatic episode. Kate barks a laugh. Which one? Chapter 19. Death in Mid-Air. The Cape Republic, 2024. Seth slams his fist against the counter of the standing desk, making Carson jump. With the help of Snaffine, he's pulled an all-nighter, trying every mathematical sequence and pattern he knows, but it's still not working. The cardiomyocytes on the biohybrid stingray have been printed in a serpentine pattern, easy enough to do on a shape as simple as a ray, but a human heart is a different creature entirely. He's watched footage of a live heart beating over and over, frame by frame, at every angle, and tried to copy it exactly, but there are obviously nuances that he is just not getting. His silicone heart prototype is clumsy. The transparent 4D animation floats in front of him, his 263rd version, taunting him with its graceless beating. Seth deletes his latest algorithm, and the heart freezes. Death in mid-air. A hand touches his shoulder, and he jumps. "Sorry," says Aranax. "I didn't mean to scare you." She's wearing hermit crab shell earrings, and pieces of polished mother-of-pearl sewn into the shoulder panels of her lab coat catch the cold light. "You didn't," he says. "I was just thinking." How does she get her hair like that? "I see you haven't made much progress," she says. "We had hoped it would be solved by now." "It's proving to be more challenging than I predicted." What he really wants to say is, "I've tried every equation I know. Nothing has worked. I'm out of options." He sniffs, rubs his nose. He definitely overdid the snaffine. "Let me help you," she says, a mermaid glimmer of hope. "That would be great," says Seth, knuckle scrubbing his faux hawk. "What area of maths do you specialize in?" "I don't," she says. "I don't specialize in maths. There are other ways I can help you." She motions at Carson to close the door, and he does so. If the guard wonders why, his face doesn't show it. Seth looks at Aranax, really looks at her, as she takes his hand and places it on her breasts, waits for his reaction. Her lab coat is open, just enough for him to feel the warm silk of her skin on his fingertips. The seahorse pendant shimmers. "You're tense," she says, stroking his shoulders. "Your brain can't function optimally when your stress levels are high." At first, Seth resists. His nervous system is galloping on the caffeine he's snuffed, and it always makes him paranoid. What is she doing? Why is she doing it? The deep blue of the ocean outside paints her chest cerulean. It's like some kind of ocean-themed hallucination. Her hand travels down to his jeans, unzips him. "You need to decrease your level of cortisol." She's so fucking beautiful, and her hair smells like seawater. He decides just to go with it. "I love a woman who talks dirty." She's got his pants open and starts to lower herself, but he stops her, pulls her up again, slams his counter down to hip level and picks Aranax up, putting her onto the ledge. Standing desks are so versatile. He eases up then, and they kiss as strangers do, feeling each other out, trying to gauge what the other person likes. It's an exercise in erotic discovery more than blinding passion. He feels himself swell, senses the hard restriction of denim. Seth disengages, slowly from her lips, and moves down to her lily throat. The faintest hint of perfume and salt. Down to her chest. She runs a hand through his hair, then presses a button on her snap tile, and the lab door locks. The LED goes from green to red. The lights dim. The corner camera clicks off. "We've got 6 minutes," she says. Seth unbuttons the rest of her blouse, discovers her beautiful breasts cupped in aqua padding and lace. He pops open the back strap of her bra and pushes up the front to reveal the palest, softest tits he's ever seen. He buries his face in them, luxuriates in them. God, it's been a long time. Too long. Takes a small brown nipple in his mouth and sucks hard. Massages the other breast in his hand. Aranax straightens her back and sighs in pleasure. Seth's mind flashes with images of cornrows and caramel. Hot leather. She pulls his head even deeper inside the crispness of her lab coat. Reminded of where he is, he sweeps up her skirt and she opens her legs. He accepts her invitation and pulls down her panties, kisses her again, uses licked fingers to tease her clit before penetrating her with them. Slowly at first, just the fingertips, until she pushes her hips forward to get more of him inside. Seth goes deeper, deeper, and Aronnax revolves her hips and breathes in mounting waves. Aronnax groans. She's close to coming, so he slows down, eases off, but never lets her go. Seth pulls down his pants, gets himself ready. He wants to come when he's inside her, not before. Aronnax drags his head up from her breasts. Her breathing is ragged. Her body is stronger than it looks. He wants her to bite him. "Hurry up," she says, her lips touching his ear. "I want you right now." He enters her and groans when he feels how wet and swollen she is. She groans too. A gasp, a growl. He goes all the way in, then doesn't move for a moment. They hold each other, breathe each other's air. It feels too good. His mind is clear of everything except of what is happening right then, and he wants to stay there, stop the clocks. But their bodies have a different idea, and a will of their own. Slowly, they start moving together, easing into a steady rhythm, a rocking. His hands on her hips, hers in his hair. Her muscles clench around him. Seth tries to slow down again, but they've created a momentum now that can't be stopped. He starts to thrust into her, and she groans louder and louder. He thrusts harder and faster, and their energies build together until he is soaring, and it feels like she is too. She bites his neck, and they both come with a big, loud bang. Aronnax shouts. Seth lets out a rolling moan. A different kind of death in mid-air. When their breathing finally returns to normal, they're still clutching each other. Aronnax's face is resting on Seth's chest. "Holy shit," they both say at the same time, and the lights power up again. Chapter 20. The Man Who Perforates Her Dreams. Johannesburg, 2024. VXR can be extremely disconcerting to begin with, says the slate-grey psychiatrist adjusting Kate's white-view visigogs. Some of my patients refer to virtual explicit reality as VR on steroids. Kate's standing in the middle of the room with her haptic liquisuit on, and she's already feeling claustrophobic. Her instinct is to run, but she has to do this thing. If this therapy doesn't work... Her ear patch beeps as it syncs with the immersion equipment. The blank room disappears, and she finds herself at home. Not Seth's super contemporary apartment with its breathing walls and artificial sunrises, but her old flat, the pressed-ceilinged, wooden-floored, plant-filled place in Ilovo she shared with James before. "How?" she says. "How could the machine know what my home looked like?" "It's not the machine," says the doctor, who is now in her home with her. Sitting at the kitchen table, a bowl of green Granny Smith apples appears and the woman picks one up, takes a bite. "It's your brain that does all the work. It's not a simulation, it's a manipulation of your mind. That's why everything seems so real. You are the operating system." Kate looks around. It's exactly the same. It's perfect. Nostalgia peels her heart. "It's like," she says, "it's like Marmalade is going to just walk through the door." "Do you want him to walk through the door?" "Yes." "No." She doesn't know. Which James will it be? The one she loved for 13 years before she learned the truth? The one who betrayed her, who killed a small part of her, the one who loved her so hard regardless? He's dead. I need to accept that. What do you need to experience in order to accept that? I don't know. I don't want to look back. I don't want to have to experience that moment again. When I had to... We don't have to jump in. Let's just take it slowly. Let's go back to your first childhood memory. I don't have a lot of those. Let's see what your brain comes up with. A clear blue sky replaces Kate's Ilovo flat. She's in shallow water. Warm. There's a baby boy wearing an identical floating device to hers, an orange lycra tube vest. Sam. His name was Sam. Now it's Seth. The bad men named him Seth. A woman with a mass of red hair spins her around slowly in the water. Gentle laughter. I know this place, Kate says. The river. My mother, my biological mother, used to take us to picnic and swim here. It's a happy memory? Dr. Voges is standing on the riverbank, arms by her side. Her tailored suit seems out of place. Yes, I love the water. I've always loved water. You were loved? I can't remember that part. But you can feel it? Kate looks at her mother. The reflection of the river sparkles in her eyes. She gives Kate a smile so tender and unguarded, it makes her want to cry. I can feel it, she says, tears stinging her eyes. You were loved, the doctor says. Now the river disappears, and she's sitting on a front lawn. The leaves spike her soft toddler's skin. Oh, she says. Where are you now? Kate looks up, sees Voges standing on the road, watching her. This is when it happened. When what happened? When they took us. Who took you? The bad men. A phone rings. Kate pictures an old set with a rotary dial and an elastic spiral cord. Seth looks up. How old is he? How old are they? 2? Then looks back down at his Thundercats figurine. It's riding a My Little Pony. He's wearing a jacket. Peppermint. Hers is mandarin. Her mother, who is leaning on the doorframe, lemongrass lazuli, flicks off her gardening gloves and goes inside to answer the phone. No, she wants to say. No, Mom, don't go. The bad men are coming. But the doorframe is already empty. Despite the warmth of the jacket, the skin on her hands is red when she looks down at them. Her brother passes her the pony. Perfumed plastic. The Thundercat astride. Chitara. She zooms the pony over the grass. Sam doesn't smile. Something has caught his attention in the street, and he looks past her, frowning. He stands up on his chubby legs, toy still in hand, held against his round stomach. Move out of the way, she says to the psychiatrist who is still standing in the street. They're coming. Just in time, the woman in grey steps out of the road. A black combi pulls up, and all of a sudden there is a blonde-haired little boy right there, on their pavement. He's only slightly older than they are. He beckons to them with his hands, his sweet face full of promise. Sam looks at the boy, then back at the house, for his mother, but the doorframe is still empty. Kate finds herself beside the rosy-cheeked stranger. Sam calls out, Kitty! And runs to catch up with her. As they reach the walkway beside the van, the door slides open and a giant man swoops over them and meaty forearms squeeze the air out of her lungs. Kate chokes. Before they know what's happened, they're struggling in the car. The other boy, the blonde boy, is stricken. He's shouted at and jumps in, and the rolling door is slammed shut. From light to darkness, just like that. Like that, the light in her heart goes out. Nothing but darkness and a shocked wail in her ears. The wailing is coming from her. Kate knows now that she won't see her mother again. Her father. Not like this, anyway. Not for 32 years. In the dim interior, the blonde-haired beckoner's face contorts with silent tears. The face she knows so well. Mom. It hurts so much. Her marmalade. Her James. Kate is doubled over. The grief is still fresh after all these years. Would you like to take a break? Asks the grey doctor. No, says Kate. No. This is torture. She wants to get it over with. Tears are streaming out of her nose, and she grasps blindly for a tissue. Dr. Voges hands her one. Is it real? She asks, meaning the tissue. It's all real, says the doctor. He was just a child, as innocent as we were. What did they do to him? Used him as bait. I'm sorry that happened. She chokes again, tries not to vomit, wrenches the goggles off just in case. I'm sorry it happened to both of you. It happened to hundreds of us. It's in the past now. Kate swallows over and over, trying to keep the bile down. How do you get over something like that? It's possible. I lost both my parents and my twin brother in a split second. It was a terrible thing that they did, kidnapping you. I walked towards them. You were 2 years old. I walked towards them, and Sam followed me. The doctor passes her a glass of water. You got them back, she says. Your parents. Eventually. It was too late. They'll always be your parents. It doesn't feel like it. It was too late to fill the black hole. It's natural to be paranoid about your own kids when you experienced what you did. I keep thinking, Kate gulps. I keep thinking that someone is going to take them. Of course you do. It's stupid. I can't get it out of my head. Who would want to take them? It's not stupid. The doctor gives Kate a few minutes to gather herself. Is this the trauma that haunts you? This and others. Which is the worst? Which is the one that caused you to aim a loaded gun at your son? Kate hasn't told her that. KK must have, in order to get the emergency appointment. The words hung in the air, hurting her. Tell me what happened. It was 4 years ago, at the Genesis Clinic. There is a multi-flashback, like vintage camera globes going off. Bang, bang, bang. Kate sees her abductor parents lying dead on the family room floor, shot execution style. A comet-shaped bloodstain on the beige carpet. She feels the hard tumble of the accident on Keke's motorbike when she thought she and Seth, after just having found each other, were going to die. Then the Alba driver, being shot in the head, right in front of her, close enough so that she was misted with his blood. A rabid monkey on a chain. The Nigerian gang hurting an old loping hyena, jumping around, crazed by nyaupe or white lobster, licking dirty teeth, placing a revolver in her hands. She sees the man posing as Ed Miller, sees his dead face skinned by the car's front windshield. The real Ed Miller's broken body revealed when the vehicle's boot sprang open. Then, Mouton, the assassin with the burnt arm, the man who perforates her dreams. Chapter 21. Baby Blanket. Marco checks his Thai casino winnings and his Ontario clickjacking farm, then follows up on the leads he's acquired during the past hour. The first thing he did was put out feelers on the suspect, Lundy, accused of killing his son. If the man's got any secrets, he'll be able to find them. There's nothing so far. No documented history of violence or abuse. No criminal record apart from a campus police report from 20 years ago. A minor incident concerning the vandalism of a university statue, some kind of political protest. The institution didn't press charges, and even if they had, his record would have been expunged by now. Apart from that, Mac Lundy seemed like an extremely boring individual, an average student. He went into an unremarkable career in data sales, married his childhood sweetheart, and had a child. His Flitter profile paints the same picture. A Springbok supporter with a beer boop who plays action cricket every Wednesday and surfs vanilla porn on weekends. A walking cliché. KK thinks he's innocent, and Marco tends to agree. Although it's possible the man has an undiagnosed mental illness, something that could cause him to just snap. Marco gets the feeling it isn't the case. No priors involving violence, no social media trolling. It could have been an accident. The net knows accidents happen all the time. There have been more than 100,000 Volanta deaths alone this year. That's what happens when people don't trust the self-flying tech and think they can do a better job. Satisfied that he has cleared Lundy, Marco rotates on his swivel chair and lets the hollow leaves wink out behind him. As he practices typing with his eyeborg, new leaves pop up. He disables the visuals in his search results. No way he wants to see crime scene pictures for this. During 2019, The Nancys implemented a very basic web censorship, dubbed the baby blanket by those who knew about it, that suppresses the results of anything they deem difficult for the citizens to handle. It includes news of service delivery protests, criticism of the government, and anything with obvious triggers. Murder, rape, suicide. There is still bad news, but it's still seen as better news. Their private emails congratulate each other for the initiative's success, citing stats that proves it's good for the general morale of the country. They refuse to acknowledge it as censorship. After all, they didn't block the bad news. They just manipulate the search result algorithms to make it more difficult to find. Hacktivists and news agencies in the know are always trying to lift the blanket with varying degrees of success. There's never been a more exciting time to be a truther. It's not a difficult hack. Toddlers dying under suspicious circumstances, or any circumstances, would be instantly classified as a trigger. Marco just needs to get under the blanket. He can't help being reminded of 4 years ago, when Keke asked him to investigate the mystery surrounding Kate's childhood. He uncovered not only her abduction as a small child, but the kidnapping of 6 other kids too, the 7 who were taken. It feels like déjà vu, a bad omen that burns in his stomach. He scrolls past headlines he'd rather not be reading. 3-year-old girl falls down elevator shaft. Toddler, 2, killed in cab accident. Mother arrested for drowning child, 3, in lake. Pages and pages of results of accidental and not so accidental child deaths. Accidents happen, but surely this is too much. The articles create a buzzing in his head. He can't help picturing Silva or Mally in dangerous situations. No wonder they've hidden this. 4-year-old swallows battery. He knows he's naturally paranoid, but how do parents sleep at night? Boy, 2, drinks pesticide. How does anyone sleep at night? Have kids also caught the suicide contagion? Is that even possible? His patch tells him that it may be time to take a break. His heart rate is up. It asks if he'd like to do a breathing exercise to calm down. He closes the message. Something is going on here, and he's going to find out what. Chapter 22. Eyes the color of an old bruise. You up for a trip? Asks Keke. Zack looks up from his snap tile. Sure. After court today? I was thinking of going now. It's 10 a.m. We can take a couple of hours of personal leave. We're entitled to it. Besides, we'll be back after lunch. I don't know. The trial. This is about the trial. It's more important than sitting here, listening to the same thing over and over again. And we can catch whatever we missed later on the refresh immersion. Are we going on a joyride? Have you ever been on a Tesla E-Max motorbike? No. Then yes, we're going on a joyride. Keke auto-inflates her helmet, plus a spare for Zack. She puts on her tinted eye mask as a special precaution to protect her biolenses, then folds down her visor, straddles the bike. Zack hesitates, then climbs on the seat behind her. Ready? She asks. They roar off and zoom through the city, dodging cabs, pedestrians, and shabby tuk-tuks. Keke has been driving Nina for so long now, the machine is an extension of her body. She doesn't have to think. She clasps the humming seat between her thighs, and the rest is instinct. Smoke and pollution mixes with the heat coming off the road and makes the air choke-worthy, but once they're out of the chaos of the CBD and the air clears, Zack's body relaxes against hers. The problem with riding a bike is that once you've experienced the open road this way, it's difficult to go back to the claustrophobic confines of a car cabin. 20 minutes later, Keke pulls up to a stop outside the carbon factory. It's the Krim colony in the south of Johannesburg. She shows the guard at the entrance her press ID and mumbles someone's name. Usually, visiting here as a journalist, she has to supply her DNA profile code and verify it with her fingerprint, retina scan, and a cheek swab. But for some reason, they're going easy on her today. Maybe her contact, the one whose name she mentioned to the guard, holds more sway than she realizes. They're allowed access and shown where to park. Keke grabs a spot under the solar trees. It seems so quiet after having the engine rumble in her ears. I wasn't expecting this. Zach motions at the charcoal-tinted building. The structure was designed by a tenderpreneurial trust fund kid with more cheek than sense. After it was built, it came to light that his architectural degree wasn't worth the paper it was printed on. He paid a cheap Jack college for his qualifications and paid an equally dodgy designer to draw up the plans. All in all, it cost him a few hours of expensive lunches and easy bribes, and he made more than 12 million rand. Not bad going, making R1 million an hour. Viva corruption and bribery. It's quite a thing, isn't it? Says Zach, looking up at it while shading his eyes from the sun. I've never seen it in real life. The draftsman had taken inspiration from the suprematist influence of old Soviet architecture. He basically plagiarized a drawing he found online and mixed it up a little. And the result was a peri-modern brutalist building with an expressionist leaning and a lunar edge. It left most conservative South Africans puzzled at best and besieged by inarticulate fury at worst. Despite its corrupt beginnings, Keke liked it. I was here in 19, when they cut the ribbon. I was covering the story. There was still a lot of criticism back then. They skip up the concrete steps. I remember that. The architect. Some kind of greasy deal? Not just that. Just the idea of having penal labor camps made a lot of people uncomfortable. The Nancy's had tested it in various provinces, moving convicts out of overcrowded prisons to live and grind in underground platinum mines and vertical cannabis farms, and found that it worked well. The Crims learned skills and earned wages, with which they paid for their food and board, and had mandatory saving schemes. Within a few years, the convicts, instead of being a drain on taxpayers' money, were turning a profit for the SACS. Human rights organizations and the international press had a field day, saying that South Africa was up to its usual terrible tricks, and accused the president of furthering a neo-apartheid agenda. Colonization, even of dangerous criminals, was very much frowned upon. The outrage hadn't lasted long. Europe had its refugee problems to deal with. China was invested in space mining above all else, and America was at bio-war with Russia. So, after some mean headlines, the outrage and the journos moved on. They approached the building's front entrance, where men in full riot gear stand guard. Whole-face visors, batons, tasers, Kevlar skin overlaid with exoscales, and not a smile in sight. Glass doors slide open, and they let the pair through without even glancing at them. Next, they're in the X-ray box, which beeps its approval of their unarmed status, and a woman, wearing a bulletproof skinny onesie, pats them down. She clicks a torch on, next to her head like a stopwatch, and looks in their mouths too. So much for going easy on us, says Keke, as they catch the conveyor belt to the convicts' res. They're accompanied by 2 guards, one in front, one at the back. I guess they need to be careful. Don't want their cash cows breaking out. They scoot past what looks like a warehouse, and then, behind an impossibly high glass wall, a barn of workers with face masks and protective glasses on, busy with assembling something directly in front of them. They don't look up. Their hands are like synchronized swimmers, dipping in and out of whatever it is they're putting together. By appearances, it seems to be an extremely well-oiled machine. The belt takes them further into the factory, and they pass more barns of workers and more armed guards. Misters spray the air with sanitizers in scheduled bursts, and security cameras follow their progress with red LEDs. Imagine, Keke says under her breath as they go deeper into the bowels of the building. If they decide to keep us in here, we'd never be able to get out. Zach pulls a startled face at her. The factory's business is carbon capture. Gigantic pumps suck CO2 out of the surrounding atmosphere and converts it into useful products. Prefab rock bricks, graphite pencils, compressed carbonites, and they spill the leftover O2 into the air. By 2026, they'll be able to package and sell the oxygen too. Asia can't get enough of the stuff. Fresh mountain air is the most popular and most expensive. Switzerland exports bags of it to Taiwan. Factory oxygen doesn't quite have the same appeal, so they're working on ways of making it novel. They're putting their money on flavored oxygen and are currently experimenting with ice cream flavors. Carrot choc mint, hazelnut brown butter swirl, and of course, nostalgic Neapolitan, which sounds like one of Kate's paint colors. "Are you going to tell me what we're doing here?" says Zach. They get a private room for the interview. As they sit down on plastic chairs, the corner cameras swivel in their direction. Zach is about to say something when they lead the convict into the room. She has circles under her eyes, the color of an old bruise. Melange overalls held together by stitched-on patches and a strange haircut. Keke thinks that the woman must cut her own hair, must sew her own clothes. Maybe they all do. She stands up. The noise the chair makes scraping the cold concrete makes them all cringe. The crim has stooped shoulders and stares down at her bound wrists. "Mrs. Nash," says Keke, "thank you for agreeing to speak to us." The woman looks up at her. There's no life in her eyes. "Does she have to wear those?" Kekeletso says to the guard. "Those cuffs, they look uncomfortable." The man doesn't answer her. "I mean, she's an accountant for Net's sake, not a gang leader." They're new tech handcuffs and look like something out of a steampunk movie, designed to administer behavior-correcting pulses of either shock treatment or medication. They haven't had a riot in this wing since they switched to these smart copper bracelets. The less dangerous crims wear them around a single ankle. The powers that be can drop the entire prisoner population with one button if it comes to it. Paralytics are handy like that. But by the look of Helena Nash, Keke guesses they use her cuffs to administer psychotropics. Mood stabilizers, maybe. Or antipsychotics. Seth would be able to tell her. "I told them I didn't want to see any more reporters," she says, eyeing Keke's press ID. "I know. I'm sorry for what you've been through." "No more journalists," I said. She keeps tucking her hair behind her ear, despite it not being out of place. "I know, they told me, but that's not why I'm here. This isn't for a story." "Huh," she says. Bitter smile, dry lips. "You think I'm stupid." She slumps into her seat. "I believe you're innocent," says Keke. Zach sits up a little straighter, leans in. "No one believes I'm innocent," she says. "Didn't you see how quickly they sped through my trial? I didn't even have a chance to explain myself. Not properly. They were in such a hurry just to lock me up and throw away the key." "It did seem like an especially short trial," says Keke. "What do you know about it? Were you there? Weren't you one of the bloodhounds in the courtroom who were baying for blood?" "No," says Keke. "I wasn't there. All I know about your case is in the file I have on my tile." "Liar," Nash says. "What?" "You're a liar. No way you have that file. It's buried as deep as a dungeon floor. All our files are." She gestures as if there are hundreds of other convicts in the room, and she is the nominated spokesperson. Don't you know that the government hides all this shit?" "We do know that," says Zach. "We can't go around upsetting the general fucking public, can we?" she says in a shrill, put-on voice. "We can't let them know that there is this dark underbelly of putrid shit underneath everything good. One day, the whole city, the whole country will just sink into it. Sink into the muddy, shitty lava that is our shadow side." Starts Keke, but the woman interrupts her with her sour breath. "You just go along with your life and think everything is okay. You, in your designer leggings and your fancy jacket. Drinking overpriced coffee and thinking everything is just fucking dandy. You think the crime stats are down. You think all the bad people are locked up in mine shafts and factories. It is not the case, let me tell you. It is not the case. Even though the government wants you to believe it. The stories in here," she says, The stories I can tell you. I am very interested in the stories, says Keke. I want to hear them, if you're willing to talk. What's the point? Nash says, tucking her hair in. What's the point? They'll just lose your articles just like they lose everything else that's not sunshine and fucking roses. I'd like to hear them anyway, says Keke. But today, I need to ask you about something else. Something specific. The woman cocks her head to one side, blinks. The temperature in the room seems to drop. You want to talk about Erin, she says. I can't talk about Erin. Chapter 23. A Heart, a Clock. The Cape Republic, 2024. Seth is eating lunch. Prawn-flavoured coleslaw in a salmon-swiped wasabi wrap. He holds the food in one hand and jots down his free-flow ideas with the other. Blue and red markers on recycled sheets of paper. Food at the Nautilus, while excellent quality, leaves a little to be desired in the inspiration department. He can't help but see the parallel in his own work. Mathematically sound, but ultimately insipid. That said, the motivational session with Aranax this morning shifted something in his thinking. He realized, as he was holding her, that he had to go back to basics. Skin on skin. That is the thing, especially when you're dealing with something like the human heart. He closed down all his predictive algorithms, let his hollows wink out, turned off the transparent heart that had been floating before him, taunting him with its clumsy, lumbering rhythm. He grabbed an A0 notepad and markers and set to work, starting from scratch, writing down every formula, equation, and pattern he could think of that could spark the solution. He's 33 pages in now, and something is happening. He's still miles from the final pattern, but at least now he is on the right track. Every page edges him closer to the answer. He looks up at the clockologram. It's 12:38. The powers that be wanted this work by noon yesterday. They extended his contract for another 24 hours, so he's late for his already extended deadline. Is that why he's nervous? He's not used to the feeling. He likes to think that anxiety is for other people, a problem he has solved on multiple occasions with his pharma design. Has a corporate deadline ever scratched at his nerves? He doesn't think so. Something else is going on. 12:40. What is he missing? And then the picture of Kate pops into his head. Kate. The kids. Has something happened? Surely he would know. He'll call to check on her as soon as he's finished with this page. 12:43. He can feel the tentacles of the solution reaching for him. Without taking his eyes off the page, he discards what is left of the wrap. Numbers at the periphery of his brain, like words on the tip of a tongue. It's no use trying to grab them. That makes them disappear. He knows he needs to coax them out. He keeps scribbling, swaps colors when a new concept emerges. 12:45. His eyes keep going back to the clock, as if he's late for something. He thinks of Aranax's lips, her inner thighs. Stop the clocks, he had thought when he was with her. He looks at the clockologram again. Is it the numbers? 12:45. Almost Fibonacci. Almost the golden sequence, but not quite. 11235 is the beginning of the golden ratio. No, it's not the time on the clock that's got his attention. It's the clock itself. A heart. A clock. What is a heart but a clock? And like every clock, a heart has a finite number of ticks in it. The maths behind the 24-hour, 60-minute, 60-second day won't help him. So what other patterns are there? Seth senses the beginning of relief. He can feel the answer is finally in his head. He just needs to find it. Seth is in the middle of the lab on the ground, surrounded by paper sheets and scrawls when Aranax arrives. He holds a marker to his lips. His hands and arms are tattooed with marker dye. He writes a few more fraction sequences down, numbers that are illegible to anyone but him. He changes the color of his pen and, starting from the top sequence on the page and working down, he draws a complicated spiral that joins the lines of every fraction. It grows to take up the whole bottom of the page, an inverted hurricane. He snaps the lid back onto the marker and then looks up at her. "I need my tile back," he says. "Of course." She nods at Carson, who leaves to get it. "I still need to test it, but you've got it," she says. "I can see it." He stands, puts his inked-up hands on his hips. It's 12:59. "I've got it." "So," says Seth, explaining the equation to Aranax as he types furiously on the holopad, mapping out pinpricks on the model heart of where the cardiomyocytes should be printed. "Clockmakers, old-school clockmakers, used to rely on the Sternberg tree." She blinks at him. "It's like Fibonacci, but supersized," he says, still typing. "Or rather, super deep." "How long will it take you to upload the sequence?" "Not long. It's self-perpetuating, so the machine can take care of it after the first few lines." Aranax brings up another holopad on the counter and begins typing too. She brings up the 4D model between them and watches his progress as tiny dots start appearing on the organ. "Who is she?" she asks. "What?" says Seth. "Who?" "That woman you keep thinking about." Seth stops working, scratches his scalp with the back of a pen. "You've got to stop doing that," he says, then continues to work. "I can't help it. You have an extremely interesting mind." "Isn't it against your Nautilus ethics or something?" "Desire pays little attention to ethics." Seth remembers a specific moment from the day before, and there is a rush of warmth to his equipment. He clears his throat. Does this woman want him to finish the job or not? "Keep working," she says. "Easy for you to say," he says, adjusting himself. "Do you use your psychic switch on all your conquests?" Her laugh sounds good. "You were not a conquest. I was just doing what I had to move the project along." "I feel completely used," he says. Aranax laughs again. "No, you don't." "No," he says, trying not to smile. "I don't." "Believe me, you want the switch on. Why do you think it was so good?" "Yes, I thought that might have something to do with it." The artificial heart beats once, twice, then shudders to a stop. "It would even be better if we were both wearing one," he says. Aranax bites her lip and says, "Absolutely not, Mr. Denneker." But then she writes out on a piece of paper in front of him, "Perhaps that can be arranged." The heart starts again, this time beating 3 times before stalling. "What do you think?" she asks. "I think that sounds bloody marvelous." Chapter 24. A red stamp on the tiles. Johannesburg, 2024. "Please," says Keke again. "I think you're innocent." Helena Nash looks down at her lap. "Are you innocent?" asks Zack. The convict swallows hard, tidies her hair. The cuffs glint in the harsh fluorescent light. "No one is innocent," she says. "Not really. That's what I've learnt in here." "But you're innocent of what you're charged with." "I've learnt that luck is everything," says Nash. "Have you ever heard of moral luck?" Keke shakes her head. Maybe she's wrong about this one. She seems unhinged. Maybe she did do it. "Moral luck," she says. "Some people are in here because they were unlucky. Simple as that. Here's an example. My father was a terrible drunk. Terrible. I mean," she puts her bound wrists on the table in front of her. "We won't get into it, but he was a bad man, and he never spent a day in jail." "And you?" says Keke. "You were a good drunk?" "So you did read my file." "A friend of mine got a hold of it for me. He's good at that kind of thing." "I never hurt anyone." "If that's true, it's true. I never hurt anyone. And I've got 5 years in here." Then I'll do what I can to get you an appeal. I don't have any money left. It all went to legal fees. I don't make much bank in here, and they only give us 20% to spend. Don't worry about the money, says Zach. She looks at him as if for the first time. Her gaze rests on his bespoke tie. You just need to tell us what you know. That's the problem, says Helena. That's why I had no defense. Not really. I can't really remember much about that night. You drank too much? No more than usual. I had a bottle of wine, and only after I tucked Erin in for the night. What happened? I fell asleep. I passed out on the couch. Usually I can drink a bottle no problem, but it was as if I had been drugged. You think there was something in the wine? No one believes me. I understand that. Why believe an alcoholic, especially one that you think killed her baby daughter? Keke checks her snap tile to make sure she's still recording. When did you find her? Erin. I woke up in the middle of the night, disorientated. The house was completely dark. I felt woozy. I thought, I mustn't go upstairs. It would be dangerous in my condition. My coordination was off. Mouth was dry. She licks her lips as if the memory has made her thirsty. I turned on the lounge light, and there she was, on the floor. There was hardly any blood, just a red stamp on the tiles. Her body was already cold. I'm so sorry. Zach takes her hand, but the Crim Call guard notices and gestures that he should let go. She had a big... Helena gestures at the back of her head. A big... Her skull was smashed in, at the back, here. When I lifted her up and touched it, it was... soft. That's terrible, says Keke. I thought it was a dream, you know, a nightmare, because my head was still all mixed up. It can't be true, I kept telling myself. It can't be true. But then, I still think that. I thought that during the trial, and I think it now. How could I have lost my little girl? There should be a name for people like us, who have lost their children. Kids who lose their parents are called orphans. There should be a name like that for us. Because that's how I felt. That's how I feel. Her eyes turn red, but they are dry, as if no more tears are left. She was probably looking for me, you know. If she woke up at night, she'd come across to my bedroom, but I wasn't there. So she tried to come down the stairs to look for me. She was probably calling for me. And the stair gate wasn't latched? I latched that gate. I know I did. I did it every night for 3 years. She must have, I don't know, unlatched it or climbed over it. Keke's wrong about the tears. They stream down Nash's face. She ignores them. You didn't hear her fall down the stairs? Keke and Zach, late for the second part of the day's proceedings in court, jump on the bike and race off. They chat via the helmet connection. That was so creepy, says Zach. Nash? Nash was creepy, but I meant the factory. It was like, I don't know. The convicts seem like automatons. Keke dodges a slow cab and gives him the finger. I don't understand the connection, says Zach, apart from the obvious, that Lundy and Nash both lost a young child. But how does Nash's story have any bearing on Lundy's trial? I asked Marco to look into any similar cases. I have a feeling that there's something. Who's Marco? It's always difficult to describe her relationship to Marco. He's her boyfriend, her partner, her non-exclusive lover. He's the one she wants to climb into bed with at night and wake up with the next morning. He's the best hacker I know. Keke smoothly dodges a pedestrian walking a pack of small, yapping dogs. So you think they're connected somehow? We'll never know if we don't look. Keke and Zach's patches buzz at the same time. It's court. They're 20 minutes late. Marco also checked Lundy out, top to bottom. No secrets. Everyone has secrets. Zach holds Keke a little tighter as they take the off-ramp, exiting the highway and heading into town. Part 2. Chapter 25. Copper Squared. Johannesburg, 2024. "Damn it, Mally," shouts Kate. "I asked you to put your shoes on." Mally throws his head back and wails. Silver sees her brother crying and joins in. Snot flows down her face. Kate wipes it away, causing the girl to cry harder and launching into a coughing fit. Why is she always sick? Damn it. How is it that they found a way to cure cancer, but not the common cold? "We have to leave now, or we'll miss the show." The twins' crying sends bright green spirals drilling into her skull. Forest fright. And she can't see past the noise. Her head is going to explode. She steps on something cold and slimy that makes her whole body shimmer cringe. It's a half-peeled banana. She scrapes the sticky slug off her bare foot, and as she looks up, she catches her reflection in their funhouse mirror. She hasn't had time to shower or get dressed yet, and she looks 100 years old. "Stop crying," she says, wanting to cry herself. "Please stop crying, both of you." But they carry on as if they've both lost an arm. She jams Mally's foot into a boot. The zip jams and it tears off the front part of Kate's nail. She swears under her breath. "It's too tight," he cries. "Too tight!" She wrenches it off again, throws it across the room, goes to the kids' cupboard to hunt for another option. Her face is hot. What is she thinking, trying to get the kids ready on her own? She searches for another pair, but she can only find single shoes. Bloody hell, it's infuriating. Why do toddlers' shoes always separate from their mates? They are the opposite of swans. Thankfully, the kids have stopped bawling. She hears their clumsy footfalls on the other side of the wall. She finds a pair. They're slightly too big, but they'll do. Why hasn't someone invented children's shoes that grow with the kids' feet, and that stay together when they're not in use? How difficult can it be? Grasping the sandals to her dressing gown, she returns to the lounge and sees why the twins are quiet. They've stripped off all the clothes Kate has just dressed them in and are dancing naked on top of them, grinning at her like mad gremlins. She smiles at them, but she's crying inside. She can't do this. She gives up. Is it too early to drink? She looks at her helix. 2 p.m. Pity. "Mum," says Silver. "Mum." Her face is a glazed donut. Kate sighs with her whole body. "Yes?" "Are we going to the show now?" Mally stops dancing, hops over. Are we? Are we going now?" Tiny, perfect white teeth like pearls in his mouth. "No," says Kate. "But you promised," says Silver. "You promised we'd go to the show." "I know, but look at you two." They look each other up and down, then back at her. They don't see the problem. "I like being in the naked," says Mally. "I know, my boy, but I can't take you out in your birthday suits, and I'm too tired to dress you again. It's already 2:00, and the show starts at past. We won't make it." "I'll dress myself," says Silver. Mally repeats after her. Silver pulls her socks onto her hands like gloves and wears her pants on her head. Mally laughs and helps her put her t-shirt on around her legs like a skirt. They both look up at Kate and giggle. Dr. Voges had recommended she take the twins on an outing. She hoped that a successful excursion would work towards quelling her paranoia of the kids getting snatched. Mally had been nagging for weeks to see the Robopop Hollow show, so when the street pole ad offered her tickets on the way home, she bought them. They're sitting in her helix now, ticking away to the show's start time. Tick, tick, tick. "You are such skellums," says Kate. Who is she kidding? They're never going to get out of the house, never mind get to the show on time. How can she break it to them without unleashing that god-awful racket? She's barely recovered from the last outpouring of grief. She dreads an afternoon cooped up at home with them. Silver? Mally, I need to tell you something. They look up at her with expectant faces. She can just see them thinking, are we going now? Are we going now? Net help her. Just then, there's a sound at the front door. Her heart lifts. Seth? He hadn't told her he'd left the Cape Republic. Maybe he wanted to surprise her. She goes to the door and looks at the monitor. Sibongile stands there in a starched uniform and a shining face. I thought it was your day off, says Kate after opening up. It is, but I heard you, she says, gesturing at the wall they share. And I thought you'd need help today. She must give Sibongile a raise, a large one, immediately. Thank you, says Kate and hugs her. A sharp jab in her chest, a bright orange star, a fizz of firework. Ouch, she says, pulling away, rubbing the pricked skin. Oh, sorry, says Sibongile looking down. She adjusts her Sarasis pin. Don't worry, says Kate. It's nothing. A bead of blood forms on her chest. She wipes it off with the pad of her middle finger and puts it in her mouth. Copper squared. The kids come running and throw their naked bodies at the nanny's legs. Bongi, bongi, they shout while they scrum. Jump in the shower, Ma, says Sibongile. I'll get the twins ready. She tickles their bare skin and they shriek. Bless you, Bongi. Sibongile points at Kate's helix, gesturing for her to hand it over. Kate looks down at it and sees the low battery light flashing and swears inwardly at the self-charge function that hadn't been working lately. I'll plug it in for you, says the nanny, shooing her into the shower. Chapter 26. Flicker of Whisker. The Cape Republic, 2024. Now that Seth is so very close to the end of the job, his resistance rears up like a mean cobra. This is by far the easiest part, but his brain blanks. He's tired of the vacant walls, white noise, and bland food. He needs something with a bit of colour or grit or stink to get going again. A sanity break. Seth steps away from his desk, rubs his face, and is reminded by doing so that he needs to shave. Maybe he'll just go outside for a few minutes, breathe some salty air. He takes his tile with him. The lab door senses his objective and slides open, and the camera's eye swivels after him. Where is Carson? He makes his way towards the glass elevator, but a movement at the end of the passage catches his eye. Hello? He says, hoping it's Aranax. The Nautilus building is spooky in a way that although he knows there are over 100 people working here, he never sees anyone. There's another flicker in the corner of his eye. Is he imagining it? Hello? He says. Now there's a sound, a scampering. Seth follows, turning the corner, and jumps when he sees the synth salamander at his feet. Jesus, Medon. He laughs, but his humour is cut short when he looks up from the lizard to see that the lab door is open. This is not the kind of facility that leaves lab doors open. He steps inside, knowing he shouldn't, but not being able to resist. It would go against his nature to walk away. In his experience, and he's had a lot of experience hacking laboratories, an open door like this is a highly unlikely bit of luck. As he enters, he expects some kind of alarm to sound, and he gets his excuse clear in his head. I took the wrong turn. I was looking for the bathroom. I was following Medon. He led me in here. It's a huge barn of a room, and mostly dark and seemingly empty, apart from a large machine at the back. There are no cameras in here, or at least none that he can see. Something about the behemoth appliance spikes his blood with adrenaline as he approaches it with measured steps. His pulse accelerates as an idea forms. An idea, or a memory. A thought that inks his outlook with dread. What is this thing? Its exterior is twin doors of polished metal, like a giant-sized fridge freezer, like a futuristic time journey chamber or a travel pod. When he touches the panel on the right, the machine beeps and makes a whirring sound. Then a mechanism unlocks, and there's a hissing sound as the doors glide open and fold around the sides to reveal a complicated dashboard of buttons, LEDs, dials, and toggles. Beyond the dashboard is an empty glass shell. Seth looks over his shoulder, expecting a security guard to run in and tackle him. But when that doesn't happen, he pushes a button, and the whole thing lights up like a December tree, including an overhead fluorescent that makes the shell radiate white light. The machine casts a glow on the whole room. Seth looks more closely at the dash, and that thought is knocking at his brain again. Has he seen this thing before? Then he spies a button with one word on it that causes the memory to come smashing in on him. Print, it says. And all of a sudden, Seth knows. He'd seen a more sophisticated version of this thing 4 years ago in the Genesis building. It was the machine that had printed Mally as a newborn, and 100 other babies. Flesh and bone and blood babies. He taps the screen, an origami-style picture of a rodent. 4 crane-like arms descend on the platform of the shell and begin printing. It starts with the skeleton, a shiny white paste that dries on contact. Once the spinal column is formed, the tiny organs appear. Then the printing arms sweep out in elegant arcs to form the ribs, as if it's stitching the air with liquid ivory. Seth is mesmerized. The muscles are next, and the ribbons of tendons, and on top of that, creamy membranes and spongy pink meat. The skin prints the fastest, the fur the longest. The final touches are the eyes, tiny liquid-filled beads and long, impossibly thin whiskers. Within a minute, there is a white rat center stage. It's perfectly formed down to its tender-looking feet, but its eyes are closed, and there's no movement. When Seth presses another button, a zap of electricity, like a lightning bolt, knocks the rat onto its back. If it wasn't alive before, it certainly looks dead now. The violence of the electrocution disturbs Seth. Of course, he's seen his fair share of lab animal cruelty. The prevention of it was one of the reasons he'd joined Alba in the first place, but he's never been the one with his finger on the trigger. He steps up onto the platform, and the glass doors lift and open, like a transparent flower blooming. His sneakers appear dirty against the backdrop of glowing white. Gently, Seth picks up the rat with one hand and lays it in the palm of the other. He shouldn't feel anything for it, but there's a gleam of something in his conscience, some small spark of regret. What will he do with this tiny corpse? Is it even a corpse if it never lived? But then a whisker moves, and then a pink toe, then nothing. Has he imagined it? Seth looks harder, and the rodent is still. Then there's another flicker of whisker, and the rat is bicycling in the air, trying to get on his feet. It startles Seth, and he drops the thing, which squeaks like a bouncy ball as it hits the floor, then scuttles away into the shadows. He should try to catch it. Better yet, he should leave this room. But the screen on the machine has so many options he finds he can't just walk away. Along with the icons of insects and rodents and marsupials, there is an emblem of a human which he absolutely must not press. His job here is important. He can't fuck it up. So many lives at stake. Seth stands in front of the machine and tells himself to go back to his workstation. But then his hand is out and he's tapping the human button. And the machine starts calibrating. It beeps, asking him for a DYNAP code. No way, he says under his breath. His fingers are tingling. Does he give his own DNA profile? He takes out his snap tile. Alongside his profile, he has Kate's and the kids. Surely it wouldn't work, would it? Without stopping to think, he sends the machine Mally's code. Chapter 27. Hack Maggot Pen Tester. Johannesburg, 2024. Marco's sweating. He's spent the past 18 hours designing the hack to end all hacks, a biblical hack in magnitude and theme. He took inspiration from the 10 plagues of Egypt. He's about to hit the Resurrector's vital system files with wave after wave of afflictions. First, blood. An injection attack that will flow into their SQL database. Next, frogs, lice, flies. He's especially proud of the hack maggot pentester he's ready to sprinkle all over their firewall. His network-sniffing locusts will eat everything in their path. His boils are symlink attacks that will climb and corrupt. The grand finale? Death of the Firstborn. A shell scripting masterpiece that will divert all their traffic to his deep server while poisoning their cache, spreading and replicating from one DNS server to the next, blighting everything in its path. It's fitting, elegant, and masterful, if he doesn't say so himself. He feels like a demigod, finger-poised, ready to unleash his fury and damnation. You wanted doomsday, you motherfuckers. Here it comes. Do demigods sweat? Do their stomachs rumble with trepidation? Why is he so damn nervous? Sure, the Resurrectors are reckless, cold-blooded killers, which would give anyone pause to reflect before pissing them off in such a cosmic way. But his methods are untraceable. He's tested and retested his entry points, tweaked the shit out of them. If the technophiliac Time Mafia can't locate him, how would the Resurrectors do it? They wouldn't. They couldn't. He gets ready to click again, this time with more confidence. His finger hardly has time to hover before his patch rings and shoots him out of his chair. Kaiser Soze, he says. His eyeborg shows him a picture of Keke. What's wrong with you? She demands. What do you mean? Nothing. He dusts biscuit crumbs off his chin. You're whiter than an ill Englishman. Am I? You've got a sheen. A what? A sheen. All over your face. Perspiration. Are you doing something bad? Nope. Marco wipes away the sweat. No, not bad. Well, a little bit bad. Keke narrows her eyes at him. I can't wait to hear all about it. You're calling about the toddler thing? Marco asks. I've got something, I think. Keke's face is alight. Why didn't you call me, you bastard? He loves it when she calls him that. I've been hectic on a job. A big job. I knew you were up to something. What is it? She asks. I'll fill you in later. Suspense always makes Keke horny. God, he loves the woman. He's never actually told her. The concept of love is such a cliché, right? They've been together for almost 4 years now. Surely she knows. He's exhilarated. Should he say something now? Tell me, she says. His mind goes blank. How the... what? He stutters. Tell me what you found out. Quickly, I need to go. I'm late. Okay, right. So, the Lundy case. You found something on him? No. There's nothing, but... We went to see Helena Nash, as you suggested. She seems clean, too. I mean, she's an alcoholic and she's an asshole, but apart from that, I'm not sure why she's doing time. Both deaths look like accidents to me. What am I missing? This is going to sound extremely paranoid, right? Says Marco. I expect nothing less. Marco swivels around and taps some tabs in his holosphere. Hang on, there's more stuff coming in. The leaves start multiplying. Holy Hedy Lamar. What? Those kids weren't ordinary toddlers. This is, he says. This is bad. Fuck's sake, Marco, tell me what's going on. You need to call Kate right now. Chapter 28. Rough Robopup. They arrive at the Robopup show 20 minutes late. Luckily, it seems that the organizers, knowing that the majority of the audience will be small children and their perennially stressed parents, built in some warm-up acts to buffer the disappointment of latecomers. They're at Soccer City, the stadium built to host the Johannesburg Games in the 2010 World Cup. It's only 16 years old, but the building is a scarred husk of what it used to be. It reminds Kate of the pictures of the crumbling arenas in Italy, but dirtier and with more graffiti. Still, there's enough space for the 5,000 ticket holders and everyone looks cheerful enough. She needs to shake the dark clouds out of her head and try to enjoy the experience. Kate's never been good with crowds. All the smells and sounds assail her synesthesia, until she feels that the horde is climbing on top of her and she can't breathe anymore. She knew it would be like this, so she's come prepared. She glugs down a Tranex with her complimentary bottle of Bilkin water. It'll take the edge off. She says a little nonsense prayer to the sky in Seth's direction. He has his faults, but he sure knows how to design good farmer. Before they're let into the main area, the kids are given a temporary wrist tattoo, a Z code containing all their information in case they're in an accident or they get lost. A blue man on stilts walks past them, throwing pink popcorn about like confetti. Kite drones the colors of candy floss hover around them like jellyfish. Kate hears the familiar theme music and the electronic barking in the distance. They get stuck behind a family testing out their new umbrella. They smile and make funny faces as the SPF umbrella takes selfies of them. Mally pulls on Kate's hand. "It's starting," he says, eyes as wide as 50 Rand coins. They pick up their pace towards the stage. Silva is skipping, and her white blonde hair glints in the sunlight. Kate feels bad, seeing how excited they are. She should really take them out more. It's not fair on them to keep them away from events like this just because she has issues. A deep breath of the afternoon warmed air and her shoulders relax. There's a spilling of wellness inside her chest, and Sibongile catches her eye and smiles at her. Kate smiles back. Yes, she thinks. The shrink was right. She'll definitely start taking the twins out more. Kate buys the twins glitter cola and a packet of crisp spheres each. Sibongile purses her lips at the junk, averts her eyes as she drinks her water. Surrogacy nannies, always beyond reproach. She shakes her head at the persistent hat hawker, but then changes her mind and buys blue dog-eared and pink cat-eared hats for Mally and Silva respectively. There's more robotic barking and some meowing now, too. The ticks on Kate's helix directs her to their standing space. Hundreds of small children are jumping up and down. Some are dressed as Robopup, some as Kittybot. She could have brought the kids dressed in their pajamas after all. The young audience starts shouting at the empty stage. "Where are you, Robopup? Come out, Robopup! Woof, woof, we're waiting for you!" Some of the parents join in, and Kate looks around and starts to feel uncomfortable again. There is too much sameness going on. Too many kids dressed the same. Too many adults with the same blank faces. Despite the tranquilizer dissolving in her stomach, her anxiety starts to climb. "Stay close, kids," she says. "Keep an eye on Silva," says Bongi to Mally. She's always telling Mally he needs to protect his sister. He nods, and they both smile at the nanny. Excitement shines their eyes. She does a quick head count. 1, 2, then breathes in and out, slowly, to keep her nerves under control. Next time, she'll bring more pills. Next time, she'll choose a less popular event, and it won't be Rough Robopup. It's not that she doesn't like the character or the show. She just disagrees with its politics. Robopup is the first kids' home screen show that's completely written and produced by artificial intelligence. The machines were taught the principles of a good story and given thousands of examples, then instructed to replicate it. After a few bad shows that needed course correcting, they came up with Robopup. Most kids love it. Mally is obsessed with it. 18 months in, and it's the most profitable show in the history of animated television. No writers, actors, or artists needed. The AI just churns episodes out into the stream, and it's gobbled up by mesmerized kids the world over. Each episode has a moral, of course. Be kind. Sharing is caring. Respect your parents. Take care of the earth. Save water. It's a show without boundaries. The same intelligence that creates the program also translates it into 100 different languages. At first, she boycotted the series, but when she saw how much the twins loved the characters, her need to please them outweighed her moral position. The crowd starts to get antsy. Kate and Sibongile are pushed from behind. Kate holds Mally's hand more firmly and makes sure Silva is holding the nannies. Breathe. Breathe. Perfume and holiday-scented sunblock and some sweet sticky smell. Kids yelling. Mally jumping up and down and pulling on her arm. A nearby drone hot air balloon floating over the crowd explodes with a loud bang and showers the cheering audience with glitter strips and stevia pops. It sends Kate's pulse racing. "Mum, can I have some of that?" Silver is looking at her neighbor's freshly bought ice shavings. "No," says Kate. "You've already had something and the show's about to start." "Please, Mum, please." She has the same sweet tooth as her mother. "I want some. I've never had some before." Kate looks around her. It will take forever to get out of this crowd now and get back here. "I'll take her," says Sibongile. "I don't mind." "I don't know if it's a good idea." "Please, Mom." She remembers her earlier commitment to have more fun and let the kids try new things. It's good for their development. She needs to relax, to stop being so overprotective, to let the kids be kids. "Let me take her," says the nanny, hoisting Silver up on her generous hip. "No problem." "Okay, why not?" Kate nods for them to go. She bumps Sibongile's bank for 2 servings so that Mally can have some too. The crowd swallows the 2 of them up. Mally lets go of her hand. "Don't let go," she says. "I don't want to lose you." "Your hand's sweaty," he says, rubbing his palm on his shirt. "I don't want to hold it." Kate's eyes find the sky. Where are those toddler leashes when you need them? She grasps his shoulder instead. Finally, the show starts. Kate looks over her shoulder for Sibongile, but can't spot her. White and blue vapor surges from the smoke machines and overflows onto the audience. Kate's patch rings with an incoming call. She checks her helix. It's Keke. She silences the call. No way she'll be able to hear anything above this throng of chattering kids. A show-branded Volanta approaches, slicing up the blue horizon. It hovers over the stage, then lowers a giant, pimped-out dog kennel. There's more smoke and more glitter, and RoboPup jumps out. A 20-foot-tall robot puppy hologram that can smile and stand on his hind legs. The small children scream serrated shapes. Shrill stab. "Ruff, ruff, everybody!" he barks. The kids all shout back, "Ruff, ruff, RoboPup!" "Thanks so much for coming today," he says. "It's really nice to see you." Fuck. The inanity. How is she going to get through an hour of this? Pop, 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 go the lights. The theme music starts in earnest, and everyone sings along. The same lyrics that are a constant earworm to thousands of people all over the world. Kate finds the words slipping into her head even though she resists them. Her patch rings. It's Keke again. Kate looks backwards to try and spot Bongi. All she sees are a sea of hypnotized faces singing the stupid song. Her earlier feeling of well-being curdles into dread. 2:53. They should have been back by now. Chapter 29. Sticky Cheek. It's 2:58 when the sirens sound so loudly that Kate can't see what's in front of her. She lets go of Mally's shoulder and shields her ears. Sharp objects embed themselves in her vision like ninja stars. The crowd around them are shocked into silence. Is this part of the show? But the RoboPup hologram evaporates into pixels and the smoke machines are turned off. "The fuck?" says the man standing next to her with his toddler on his shoulders. His partner smacks his arm for swearing in front of their spawn. Another man shrugs. The woman in front of her stands on her tiptoes, trying to understand what's going on. The siren continues to soar through Kate's brain. "What's happening, Mum? Mum! Mum!" says Mally, but she can't see him through the noise. She grabs his hand. "It's a bomb!" shouts someone, stunning the crowd. "Bomb! Bomb!" People start yelling and running, but everyone's packed so tightly it's difficult to move anywhere in a hurry. "Get out!" screams a woman in Kate's face. "They're going to blow this place up!" A new hologram flickers on above the stage. It's the Soccer City Stadium mascot, a giant yellow vuvuzela with eyes like rolling footballs and a Zulu accent. "Please, remain calm," he says. "Exit in an orderly manner. Exit as quickly as you can. Do not panic." Kate looks for Silver. Where the hell are they? Will they exit from where they are, or come here to find her first. People are jostling her, holding onto their kids as if they are licenses to shove other people out the way. Please remain calm, says the vuvuzela. Kate and Mally are getting swept up in the tide of panic. They've already been displaced 20 feet. She tries to phone Bongi, but there are too many signals and the call won't start. How will she find them? Coconut sunblock, agave flat drinks, soy dogs. Does she try to fight her way back to her original position or go with the flow? It looks like she doesn't have a choice. They lose another meter, then another. Kate's heart is hammering away, but she wills herself to stay calm for the sake of the kids. A glitter cannon misfires, making the crowd scream. Some people tuck and roll, others double their efforts to push out of the park. The grass beneath them is littered with dropped snacks and forgotten cardigans. They have to get out of here. Mom! There are hundreds of children around them, all confused and crying, but Kate recognizes Silver's voice instantly. Mom! Silver! She shouts, catching sight of her. Silver is perched on Sibongile's hip, and they all wave madly at each other. The siren is still distorting Kate's vision, but she can see her daughter, and the relief paints her heart green. Sibongile and Kate fight their way through the crowd towards each other. Finally, they touch. Kate wants to hug Silver, but when she leans forward to take her from the nanny's embrace, Silver's face turns white, etched with shock. Where's Mally? Kate's confused. What does she mean? Mally's right here, holding her hand. Kate looks down as if to show her, and it's like she's just touched a live electric wire. She whips her hand away from the strange boy who's standing there. Mally's height, Mally's Robopup hat, what felt like Mally's soft, warm hand, but not Mally. Just then, the boy realizes he's lost. He opens his mouth in a silent cry. His face flushes with fear, and he just stands there, frozen to the spot. Bright blood skin and streaming snot. A monument to lost children. Oh my God, says Kate. Oh my God. When did she lose him? How far could he have gone? She tears her eyes off the little boy and scans the crowd around her. He's under this sea of people. All the little boys look the same from this angle. All metallic blue dog ears. How will she ever find him? She starts shouting his name over and over again. Sibongile joins in. Kate expects Silver to start boiling, but she remains eerily calm. Don't panic, Kate says to the nanny, but more to herself. Her heart has gone back to knocking around so hard she feels it may eject itself right out of her chest. Kate grabs Silver, needs to feel her small limbs around her. Sibongile tries to comfort the strange boy, but he won't have it, so instead she tries to shield him from the rush of people so he doesn't get trampled. Kate has the irrational urge to whistle so that she can find Mally via the Find Me app on his watch, but of course it would never work in this noise. There's a buzzing sound. Kate shakes her head to get rid of it. Every second that passes could mean he's getting further away. She shouts his name again. The buzzing gets louder. In the distance, she sees where it's coming from. A massive cloud of brown and green is swarming towards them. The bomb squad has arrived and released the Pavloks. The bomb-sniffing locusts move in the air like a flock of swallows. Sibongile screams when she sees them. Don't worry, Kate says. They're here to help us. The locusts blind the blue out of the sky, making it feel like sudden evening. The LEDs on their thoraxes are Go Robot green, which bodes well. Once their hijacked antenna sense anything incendiary, the electrode in their brains will register the electrical activity and the light will flick to red. Kate tries to ignore the buzzing and flitting. Jettisoned wings rain over them like floating ash. In the artificial dusk, it'll be even more difficult to spot Mally. She tries to shout for him again, but her voice is hoarse. Mally is in danger, says Silver, as calm as Kate has ever seen her. What? Croaks Kate. What did you say? Silver's eyes are filled with light, despite the darkness that surrounds them. We need to find him, now. What do you mean? She shouts. What are you talking about? People are still pushing past, but the crowd is thinning now. Kate and Sibongile are no longer at risk of being swept away. Kate coughs into her arm, clears her throat, trying to get her voice back, but it just makes it worse. She casts around for Mally. He's here somewhere. The Vuvuzela mascot is repeating his mantra, advising everyone to be calm and move as quickly as possible to the emergency exits. For ease of exit, he says, football eyes rolling. The Z-code barrier has been temporarily disabled. No! She wants to scream. The Z-code tattoo the kids get on their way in is linked to her patch, which means they can't leave the ground with anyone but the guardian they came in with. It's the one thing that has been stopping Kate from full-blown panic. Now anyone can snatch him. The Pavloks continue their swarming, sniffing, looking for a bomb. Their built-in sensors are more sensitive than anything a human can manufacture. They've been trained to seek explosives to receive their reward, and they are kept hungry. He's going out of the stadium, says Silver. Mally's leaving. Where? Says Kate. Can you see him? Silver nods. Number green-red, she says. Kate looks around frantic. She can't see exit 49 from here. How can Silver? Green-red, she says again. They're leaving. Kate's blood runs cold. Who is they? Silver just blinks at her. Kate leaves Bongi to sort out the imposter child and runs towards gate 49. Bodies are everywhere, blocking her way, just as desperate as her to get out. They don't understand the real danger. Green-orange, green-grey, green-purple. Finally, they get to green-red. Luckily, it's a less popular exit, and there are fewer people with whom to wrestle. Mally, she shouts, but it comes out as a whisper. She runs up to a security guard who is shepherding the crowd out. Have you seen a little boy? The man purses his lips at her. They are surrounded by hordes of little boys. She shows him a photo on her helix, a picture of Mally's face. He looks at it, but shrugs again. He's seen 1,000 faces today. Kate's phone keeps ringing. She's so scared and frustrated and full of vile yellow adrenaline that she wants to pull her hair out. Silver's eyes light up again as she looks through the fence to the people outside. She lifts her arm and points, like an arrow poised to let fly. There, she says, but she doesn't have to. Her finger has found her brother, who's being led away by the silhouette of a woman. Kate yells his name over and over, breaking her already broken voice. Free of the crowd, the strange woman and her son are walking at a steady pace, while Kate is stuck behind a herd of babbling idiots. Mally! She shouts, fighting her way through the crowd. The guard, formerly indifferent, sees what's happening and tries to create a path for her. He holds some cursing people back to give Kate room to run. Eventually, she breaks free from the maddening throng and sprints up to her son, grabbing him from behind and breaking the stranger's hold on him. The woman, head to toe in yummy mummy gear, black tights and jacket, designer scarf, and fully made-up face, does not seem startled at all by Kate's feverish appearance. The split second before Kate grabs him, she imagines she has it wrong, that this isn't her son, and the moment she touches him, he'll turn around, startled, and his face will not be Mally's. And it would be embarrassing, a terrible misunderstanding. But of course it's her son. A mother knows how her children look from every angle, how they walk, and here is Mally. Here he is. She has found him. She rips off his hat and throws it to the ground, pulls his face towards hers, feels his sticky cheek, tear-stained and hot. She's found him. She's found him. Jesus Christ, she'd almost lost him. I was looking for security, says the ruby-lipped woman. I didn't know who to report him to. Kate stands up and looks at her, brown eyes devoid of kindness, 2 raisins on a plate. You were walking towards the parking lot. Kate looks back at the security guard, but he is busy with someone else. Security is that way, she says, thumb pointing back towards the stadium gates. Silver stares at the petite woman in black. There was so much confusion, says the woman. I thought it was best to move away from the bomb threat. She's not backing down. She smiles too much. A practiced smile. A smile honed to make you want to trust her. But Kate knows better than that. It's too wide, and it doesn't reach her dead grape eyes. The lady was helping me, says Mally. She scanned my code. She tried phoning you. Kate lifts her shaking arm to look at her helix and sees 12 missed calls. Who are you? Kate tries to sound strong, but her voice is shredded by the shouting and the fright, and there is a high note to it that she doesn't recognize. I'm no one, says the woman. Goodbye, Mally. She ruffles his hair. Kate pulls him away from her. The woman puts her sunglasses back on and walks away, the tail of her scarf floating behind her. Kate falls onto her knees. She looks Mally in the eyes, searching for damage, but there is none. People continue to stream past them, not paying them any mind. They are flotsam, stuck in a river. She hugs both twins, head bowed, in a huddle, as if they are saying a prayer. Chapter 30. Switchblade. The Cape Republic, 2024. The printing arms set to soundless work, and Seth instantly regrets it. He taps the cancel button over and over, but the machine has other ideas. He looks for somewhere to switch it off, but it seems to be self-powered. Shit, he says. Shit, as he tries to cancel it again. But the printer is already well on its way, with 4:16 to go on its completion timer. He sits on the floor, and with his hands covering his mouth and nose, watches the printer work as it builds Mally up from scratch, layer by layer. Ivory, cream, pink. Horrifying. Fascinating. What has he done? When the machine is finished, an age-correct, near-perfect copy of Mally stands within the glass shell, naked and vulnerable. Seth climbs onto the glass platform again and opens the doors. He approaches the printout with caution, examines his skin, too clean, and his hair, touches his shoulder, which feels so lifelike his fingers automatically spring away. The boy even has a scar from his newborn vaccinations, the ones for which Seth had taken him to the baby clinic and had left an angry red nub for weeks afterwards. Seth didn't realize those records were embedded in his Dynap code too. The Anthrobot's eyelids are closed, so Seth uses his thumb to half open his left eye and he peers in closely. They're the same as Mally's, the same as Kate's. Exactly the same, but both eyes spring open, and Seth jumps a foot in the air. His heart sprints. He stumbles backwards, almost falls, then scrambles down from the machine and ends up face to face with a ginger beard. Carson, he says, but the man doesn't reply. Seth, comes the voice of Aranax from the dark corner of the room. The overhead lights brighten by a fraction, revealing her sitting there comfortably, long legs crossed. Has she been sitting there all along? Sometimes I like to come in here and just look at the machine. I've been working on it for over a decade. It's impressive, says Seth. And yet you don't seem impressed. Don't take it personally. It's just that I've seen a... You've seen a more sophisticated version of it. I know. We know. Why do you think we brought you here? I know nothing about printing living things. Unless you need something chem-engineered or a mathematical sequence, I'm not your man. You're more useful than you know. Seth's body is on high alert. His instinct is to flee, but he has questions. The synthetic heart was a ruse? Not at all. The heart is the key to everything. Seth shakes his head. Here, let me show you. She steps up to the printer, and her finger hovers over the button that shocked the mouse, that brought the mouse to life. No, says Seth. Don't, please. She ignores him, and there's a bolt of electricity that cuts through the chamber and knocks the Anthrobot Mally off his feet. The body jitters with the after effects. Damn it! What are you doing? He rushes back up the platform and opens the glass doors. Aranax shouts, Don't! But he touches the naked body, and a flash of energy blazes up his arm and throws him backwards. The breath is knocked out of him, and he stays where he is, watching the boy in horror. See? She says. The ignition command doesn't work on him. It doesn't work on humanoid prints. That's why we need the heart. The heart you're working on. You said it was for people who needed heart transplants. That's a fortunate side business. Good for PR and for cash injections. I won't do it. You already have, she says. I haven't finished. I won't. Think of all the lives you'll save. I don't give a fuck. Aranax pauses, pouts. You can't stop progress, you know. There's a bitter taste in his mouth. He gestures to the small, naked body sprawled on the platform. This isn't progress. You're taking this too personally. That's not him, you know. That's not Mally. Obviously. But what I mean is, that thing's not human. Not at all. We print with synth cells for now. There are more meat cells in a Bilkenberger than there are in that body. But it looks so real, so lifelike. Thank you, she says. That was not meant as a compliment. I'll take it as one anyway, she says. Seth stands up. I'm out. You can't leave. Yes, Seth says. I can. You're on contract. I don't give a fuck about a contract. She takes a step forward. We'll pay you double, triple. I'm leaving. Seth tries to walk past her, but Aranax stands in his way. She's flustered. She looks around the room, perhaps for another angle to sell him on. But it's not real, don't you understand? If you cut it, it won't bleed. Here, she says, rummaging in her lab coat pocket until she pulls out a plastic-capped scalpel, a scientist's version of a switchblade. She approaches the body on the stage. Don't, says Seth. Put that away. I just want to show you. Put that away. Aranax fixes him with her crystalline eyes, and the frantic energy in the room slows. She puts her trembling hand on his chest. You think I don't know how you feel about that boy? About Mally? About both of them? The psychic switch obviously relays more than simple thoughts. Seth pictures the Genesis Clinic's printer clearly in his mind. Then she takes her hand off his chest. Then you'll know why I can't do this. There is a movement near the passage, and the rat scuttles across the doorway. Without hesitating, Carson stomps on it. A final half squeak as the rodent is flattened, and Carson lifts up his boot. There is no blood. Chapter 31. Rubber Bones and Happy Hearts. Johannesburg, 2024. Kate arrives home, grasping the shoulders of both children as if she'll never let them go again. Ow, Mum, says Mally. Kate is hardly sorry. She's about to place her finger on the biometric pad to open up the front door when Sibongile puts up her hand and whispers, Wait. Kate is so exhausted and relieved to get home, she hasn't been processing the clues. The pad's LED flashing red, the disabled security alarm, the gate bent ever so slightly, the front door one click away from being properly closed. Fuck, she whispers, grabbing the kids and pulling them even closer. She hits the panic button on her helix, triggering the silent sting and alerting the security company. Of course, Safeguard already know about it, and they're on their way. She just hasn't seen their bump on her phone. You said a bad says Silver, but Kate slaps her palm against the girl's mouth to silence her. They pick up a child each and run back towards the elevator. It's still there, open-mouthed after delivering them 10 seconds earlier. They slide in, and Kate presses the close button over and over until they're safely shut inside. What's going on, Mum? Says Mally. Silver says the same thing at almost the exact same time. Something looked funny, says Kate, stroking Mally's hair with a flat hand. She sees 100 versions of herself in the mirror, life-size to miniature, and they all look sick. In her house? They're in her house? Funny? Says Silver. They know where we live. I want to go home, says Mally. Sibongile looks ill too. I've just asked Safeguard to check it for us before we go in. Nothing to worry about. Kate kisses his head. Just being careful, that's all. Kate installs the nanny and the kids in a private booth in the resident restaurant, orders them faux burgers and fries, and promises them malt soy shakes if they're really quiet. She finds the manager's office and asks him for the room, and he takes one look at her feral eyes and agrees, gives her the bottle of water he was just about to drink. Closing the door after him, she dials Seth. but it just rings. She phones the emergency number he left for her, and someone strange answers, telling her to speak up, but she can't. Eventually, she gets the message across. Next, Safeguard is on the line, and Kate tells them she needs a security escort. Within minutes, 2 guards arrive. One of the burly men gives her the safe word, 52 hertz, to assure her that he can be trusted. It's a paid-for extra, just like the night beams, the rapid stealth motion sensors, the steel-reinforced door of the panic room. You can never be too careful, the sign-up guy had said. Seth had called him paranoid, pushy, but Kate liked him then, and she likes him even more now. She watches the kids slurp up the last of their shakes, and for a moment it's like they're in some kind of crazy surrealist show. Toasted marshmallow flavor. How can they just sit there, swinging their skinny legs, chatting to Bongi as if it's an ordinary day? She's reminded of the resilience of kids, rubber bones and happy hearts. Up to a point, of course. Everyone has their line in the sand. The guards are wearing the latest in protective gear, Kevlar skin onesies and Russian automatics. They wait patiently for Kate and Sibongile to put the kids' shoes back on and wipe their faces. Then they travel up in the elevator. The space inside the lift, usually generous, seems packed and sends Kate's exhausted synapses into overdrive. The mere size of the men who take up so much airspace, the children smelling like spiky tomato sauce and grime. Sibongile smells like cheap soap, and Kate can smell herself too. Wilted perfume over body odor and SPF. There's not a liter of breathable air in the confined space, just a soupy brown mess of colors and textures that brings Kate's saliva rushing into her mouth. She holds one hand to her lips, the other against the wall of the elevator, and wills herself not to vomit. When the doors slide open, she's the first person out. The biometric pad has been dusted for prints. Kate doesn't stop to inspect it. She needs a shower and a whiskey, not necessarily in that order. She needs the kids to be safe in their kid cocoons. She'll sleep in their room tonight. When she pushes the door open, every single light is on. Hello? She takes a few steps inside and cries out when she sees the unconscious body in the hallway. Chapter 32. Hack Spider. Oh shit, says Marco to himself. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. He's busy executing his 4th plague on the Resurrector's system files when something appears on his screen that shouldn't be there. Something he's only ever heard about but never seen before. It's a hack spider. Code injected into his hard drive that tangles things up, with a vicious virtual bite that can be fatal to his OS. It's already confused his running system, corrupted important files. His SQL database is reeling. Son of a bitch, he says, typing frantically on his holopad. Who sent you? Marco knows his system is basically impenetrable. Or at least, he thought it was, until now. He tries to catch the spider, tries to squash it, but it's a slippery thing that is always just out of his grasp. A long minute passes as he chases the auto-hacker and sees it wreak havoc. He can't catch it, and he can't risk it biting, so he executes an emergency shutdown. He force quits the entire system, which he's never done before, and unplugs every cable. He's sweating. He doesn't know if it'll ever come alive again. He sits in the dark, silent room, thoughts buzzing around his head like flies. He needs to go to the bathroom urgently, but he can't move. Who sent the spider? Who has access to such advanced tech? Someone with a lot of clout knows who he is, and where he is. Chapter 33. More Lives Than a Cat. Betty! Kate cries, running over to the beagle. She crouches next to the dog and puts her hands on her head and flank, inspects her for injuries. Betty Barbara's mouth trembles. She squeaks and her eyes roll back. What have they done to you? She cries. What have they done? She strokes the dog's paralyzed body. A man comes over to her. He's not wearing a bulletproof onesie, and his safeguard E-badge reads, Assessor. She hears the twins come in from behind her, tries to cover up the beagle, but it's too late. They've both seen her, and their mouths drop open. They're too shocked to cry. Sibongile sees the dog last, and her mouth turns down. They got on well, the two of them. The nanny pulls the kids into the bathroom. There is the sound of water running as she draws their bath. Kate crouches even further down, kisses the dog on her head, lays an ear on her side, closes her eyes. "She's not dead," says the assessor, offering her a hand up. Kate's eyes flit open. "Do you mean she's not dead yet?" "Not dead at all." Kate looks at Betty Barbara, then up at the man again, this huge stranger in her home. He helps her up. "Now," he says, "you've had a shock." He doesn't know the least of it. "Come and sit at the table and I'll take you through what we found." "My dog," says Kate. "She'll be fine," says the man, leading her to a seat. "Not poisoned?" "Just drugged. Diazepam is my guess." She wants to run to tell the children, but her body doesn't move from the chair. She doesn't think she'll ever move from the chair. That dog has more lives than a cat. A mug of tea is placed in front of her. With shaking hands, she takes a sip, but looks longingly at the booze cabinet. The same man who made her tea fetches a blanket from the lounge and places it over the beagle, tells the nanny and the kids that the dog will be okay. She wants to hug him. He's the comforter. She'll never complain about the high cost of this security company ever again. "I think it would be prudent, if you agree, to station 2 of my men outside your apartment 24/7, until the threat has passed." "Yes," Kate nods. "Yes, please." "I would also like to stay until things are settled. Are you okay with this?" She knows what he's doing. After any kind of breach in security, the victim feels out of control. By asking her at every turn if she agrees, it gives her some sense of restored power. "Yes," she says. "That will be fine. Thank you." The kids are fighting in the bath. Bongi scolds them gently, and they seem to simmer down. The assessor takes her through the intrusion, point by point. Their first assumption is that it was most likely 2 professional thieves, the way the system was disarmed. "It's quite a thing," he says, shaking his head. 6 years since we've had this particular technology, and I've never seen it circumvented." He tells her that a few drawers had been turned out, some furniture upended. The company had tidied up what they could to lessen the trauma and sent their report to the insurance company. Indeed, looking around the place, you'd never say that it had just been burgled. The police force has been notified, although they do not expect anyone to turn up. They hardly ever do. It's why security companies like Safeguard are such a profitable business. They are there for every facet of house invasion, he says. Their job is to make it as hassle-free as possible. She finishes the tea, chamomile dream, and excuses herself to take a shower. God, she needs a shower. She's covered in dust and dry, fierce sweat. "We thought it was a burglary, but then..." Kate stares at him. He clears his throat. "Then someone showed up and briefed us on..." "What?" says Kate. "She said there is another element at play. She needs to meet with you, urgently, regarding the safety of your children." Kate looks around. She's already refused his offer of complimentary counseling. Has she missed someone sitting here? But the couches and the chairs are empty. She's confused. "Who? A colleague of yours?" He shakes his head. "We've never met." "But you let her into my house." Perhaps Safeguard isn't as professional as she had previously believed. "It's a mandate," he says. "She's on the pre-app security list. She's allowed anywhere, anytime." "Bullshit. This is a private residence, and we don't have anyone on our pre-approved list." "Not your personal list. It's the national pre-app list." "The national list?" Only Uber VIPs on there. Venerated, squeaky clean public figures. Why would someone like that be in her flat? "I'm sure she'll explain everything." He stands up, and she follows suit. She puts her head around the door of the bathroom and sees Bongi vigorously toweling off the twins, as if they've been swimming in the ocean instead of sitting in 10 centimeters of bath water. The kids notice her and look up, grinning, and she has never seen them looking so clean. The nanny reaches for Mally's pajamas, Robopup, of course, and just seeing the animated dog again fills her with dread. She can't believe how close she came to losing him today. The assessor leads her to the panic room, as if it is his house instead of hers. The door is only just ajar. She opens it wider and steps inside. A mature woman with long, straight, light grey hair is sitting in the lazy chair. She is wearing a simple white shift robe and would blend into the white interior if she didn't have a distinct glow about her. Kate guesses she doesn't blend in anywhere she goes. The picture of her sitting there, surrounded by white, gives the impression of a pale petaled lotus, her glowing face the center of the flower. The image reminds her of when she visited the seed bank, the Doomsday Vault, when she had learnt that lotus seeds can keep their promise for hundreds of years. "Salon," says Kate. The woman seems pleased. "You know who I am," she says. "That makes things easier." Kate can smell the sandalwood beads around the woman's neck, tree bark, cinnamon. "Of course I know who you are. Salon is the closest South Africa has to our holy matriarchs. She's the head of the Saro tribe. Outwardly chilled and bohemian-looking, she has a fierce moral imperative and a titanium spine. The discarded Saro sisters, who live together in a gated community, have to be beyond reproach in every way or they are stripped of their pins. She doesn't allow them idle hands either. If they're between jobs, they have a strict schedule of extramurals to stick to, including, among others, horseback riding, coding, language acquisition, and archery. Salon looks like a new age hippie, but she's marketing savvy enough to know how important brands are, and she won't stand for anyone tarnishing hers. "I'm here to help you," she says. "Help me? Why?" The woman sighs through her nose, then steeples her fingers. "Kate, you must know, your son is in much danger." Chapter 34. Asylum. "She's right," comes a voice from behind Kate, and she jumps. Kekeletso. "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you." Kate holds a fist to her heart. "Come in. Join us. Have you met Salon?" They say hello and exchange tight smiles. Keke grabs a chair. "I'd kill for a beer. Does this pad come with room service?" "Kind of," says Kate, and presses on a shiny cabinet door near her head. A tidy liquor cabinet is revealed. "Magical," says Keke. "Why have I never been in here before?" Kate tries to slow her breathing. The whiteness of the panic room is balm on her ragged nerves. No shapes to jump out at her, no clouds of color to billow over her brain. She opens a bottle of red without looking at the label, and with trembling hands pours them each a glass. She expects Salon to refuse it, ask for water, but instead she sticks her nose right into the glass, berry bouquet, and takes a sip. Kate checks the dashboard, inspects the footage of the interior of the house. The assessor is sitting at the kitchen table, filling out what she guesses is a case report on his tile. The comforter has picked up Betty Barbara off the floor and is sitting with her on his lap in the lounge, stroking her shivering head. Mbongi is tucking the twins into their cocoons, storybooks at the ready. Seth's room is dark and empty. He'll be home soon. Then things will be back to normal. Salon casts a glance at her. Well, not normal. They sit in a triangle. Keke's dusty cowboy boots, Kate's old sneakers, Salon's gladiator sandals. "Tell me everything. I want to know everything." The two women start talking at the same time. Then Salon gestures that Keke should go on. "The court case I've been grinding. I didn't want to tell you the details because I knew you'd find them upsetting. Hell, I find them upsetting. But now I have to. Marco found something that you need to know." "I'm not some tragic, fragile female figure, you know," says Kate, flushing. "I don't need to be protected." "You're nothing close to fragile," says Keke. "I know. But the last few years, since Genesis, have been tough on you. Of course they have. It was a terrible thing you had to do. Kate closes her eyes, rubs her face. No one blames you for for not keeping it together all the time. Well, that's nice to know. She smells bitterness, like tar. A lesser person would be in a straitjacket, would be in an asylum somewhere. Right now, that sounds very appealing, says Kate. The net knows she's tempted by the idea of constant white walls and trannics and a view of a meadow. But then she thinks of the field of flowers, the farm to which the Ed Miller impersonator took her and Seth, tricked them into digging their own graves, and her anxiety shoots right up again. The inside of her mouth is powdered dry. Her glass of wine remains untouched. I didn't want to tell you because I didn't want you to worry unnecessarily. The case had nothing to do with you until... Until? Well, until it did. You should have told me immediately. I am telling you immediately. When I couldn't get hold of you, I got here as soon as I could. And I didn't want you to be on your own when you heard it. You do think I'm weak, that I've become weak. No, says Keke, shaking her head. But it's about the kids, the twins, and they're like your kryptonite. Kate's stomach simmers. Tell her about Lundy, says Solon. Tell her about Nash. Keke gives Solon a strange look. She puts down her wineglass and looks Kate in the eyes. The trial will be over in the next few days. The accused is a man named Mac Lundy, who's going to be found guilty of killing his son, his toddler, in the bath. In the bath? The case reminds Kate of Blanco, the assassinated pianist, and she shudders. The bride in the bath. No wonder she's hankering after an asylum with all these memories beating her up inside her head. Did he do it? Asks Kate. No, says Keke and Solon at the same time. It was an accident. Well, no, says Solon with decided finality. It was certainly not an accident. Maybe you should be telling the story, says Keke. Solon shakes her head. It's better if Kate hears it from you. So, we did some research, she says. Well, by that I mean I asked Marco to do some research, and it turns out that there's a kind of phenomenon happening, this terrible thing. Yes, says Kate. I'm sorry, Kitty. There's this thing happening, under the blanket, and we don't know yet what's causing it. Solon cuts in. Toddlers are being targeted. Kate swallows hard. What? A wave of small children, says Keke. Kids, the twins' ages, countrywide. What? Says Kate. That doesn't make any sense. What do you mean? Lundy swears it was an accident. Thinks his son must have slipped and hit his head. Huh, says Solon, but she's not laughing. The other one? Nash? Helena Nash is serving time for the murder of her daughter, who she says fell down the stairs. Not an accident? Not an accident. Am I missing something? That's exactly how I feel, says Keke. It doesn't make sense, yet. So this feeling I have, that they're in danger, it's true. It's never been more true, says Solon. At least for one of them. Mally, says Kate, because she just knows. She can feel it, has always felt it. Yes, says Solon. Mally. Kate stands up again, checks the dash, sees that the twins are safely ensconced in their happy hammocks while Sibongile reads to them. Checks the front door, which is armed by the two strapping men who escorted them from the restaurant. She can't see their fingers, but imagines them resting gently on their respective triggers. Why? Asks Kate. Marco worked out some algorithm, found a pattern to the deaths. It's the Genesis generation they're killing. No, says Kate. Impossible. Not killing, says Solon. Killed. They're all dead. Apart from... But no one knows who the printed babies are, apart from the parents, I mean. All their identities were protected. The Genesis Project knows. The mention of the GP kicks Kate in the stomach. "It's not the Genesis Project," she says. "It can't be. They're dead. They're all dead, aren't they? Van der Heerwe is dead. Mouton. Marmalade. But they may just have been the tip of the iceberg. Who knows how many agents are still out there? All those people who evacuated the building before." "No," says Kate. "No, I can't deal with this." She tries to take a sip of wine, but is surprised by the suddenly empty glass in her hand. She puts it on the table. There would be a list of the printed babies. Of course there would be a list. "As far as I know, the Genesis Project has been dissolved. It became too dangerous for them to operate once the story of the clinic hit. They've gone underground. I don't think we'll be hearing from them anytime soon. Besides," says Keke, "why would they kill the generation they fought so hard to create? The DNA-printed babies were their vision for the future." "A stalled vision," says the matriarchs. "Then who?" says Kate. "Who would kill toddlers?" "I have a theory," says Solon, "but you're not going to like it." Chapter 35. The Last One. Solon drains her glass, sets it on the table in front of her, and clasps her hands together. "I have reason to believe that the people behind the killings are the resurrectors." Kate's brain whirs. "I know it seems odd," Solon says, "especially as they're always going on about the innocence of children." "And gunning down doctors at family planning clinics," interjects Keke. "But we have informers that have intimated that it's the resurrectors that are behind the hits." "You have informers inside the resurrectors?" "It's not something we discuss." "But you trust your source?" Solon shakes her head. "I don't even know who the source is. This information comes trickling through what is a very shaky and barbed grapevine." "It does make sense, though," says Keke. "Remember how they reacted when the Genesis generation story hit the news? They said that the printed babies were an abomination, an insult to God, and they seemed to have no problem with killing children." Kate nods. "Look at what happened today, at the stadium. Half that audience were kids." "It was just a bomb threat. The Pavlov locust stayed green. No bomb. We don't even know if the resurrectors were behind it." "Of course they were behind it. It was all engineered to distract you." Kate stares at her. "A bomb threat that cleared an entire stadium to distract me? Well, it worked, didn't it? You lost Mally." "What?" says Keke. Kate, having started to relax in the company of the women, feels her terror rise again and wrap around her throat. "Surely not," she says. "Surely they wouldn't." She pictures the woman with the scarf leading Mally away, her dazzling fake smile outlined in red. "But why go to such lengths for a little boy?" "Because it has to look random. It has to look like bad luck. It's too controversial otherwise. They can't risk their members or crowdfunders turning away from them." "Who are they?" says Keke. "Who are the resurrectors?" "That's what we need to find out." Kate stares at the empty bottle of wine. She can't help but to think of the biblical water into wine story. It would be nice if the religious fundamentalists took something like that up for their cause. Be kind to your neighbor. Make wine. Be a good Samaritan. If they took those to heart and applied the same extreme energy instead of mowing innocent people down at clinics and going after little children, the world would be a better place for sure. In the meantime, she's going to do anything, everything it takes to keep Mally safe. "They're getting desperate," says Solon. "Our canary broke protocol to contact me when she found out that they need the Genesis generation gone by midnight tomorrow. They have some kind of, I don't know, some prophecy, some deadline, or the world falls apart." Kate blinks at them, brain spinning. "Surely there are others. Other Genesis children out there?" Solon's lips turn into a small, hard line. "No, dear. she says quietly. Not anymore. Mally is the last one. Kate storms out of the panic room. The assessor jumps up, asks her what's wrong. She ignores him and marches into the kids' room, claps on the light. Wake up! She shouts at them. Wake up! Silver continues to snore. Mally frowns in his sleep. Wake up! She shouts again. Sibongile jumps up. What is it? She asks, eyes wedged wide in alarm. Ma! Kate goes to the hammocks and shakes the twins by their shoulders, slaps Mally softly on the cheek. Please, says the nanny, hovering over her shoulder. Leave them. They're sleeping. It's been a long day. Tell me what's wrong. Mally sits up, blinking blindly. Silver, cradling her cuddle bunny, starts crying in her sleep. Wake up, guys. I need to speak to you. Get up. Let it wait until the morning, Ma, says Simongile. They're exhausted. Kate ignores the nanny and hauls the children out of their cocoons, parks their warm, sleepy bodies on top of one of their toy trunks. What's wrong, Mum? Asks Mally. Silver is still whining, her long hair tousled, obscuring most of her face. Silver! She shouts, and Silver jumps, finally opens her eyes. Sibongile reaches out to comfort her, but Kate holds up a hand to stop her. Wake up! I have something important to say. They sit, bleary-eyed, mouths pouted by sleepiness. You are never, and I mean never, never ever allowed to go with a stranger. Do you understand me? They both nod. We know that rule, whines Mally. But you still went with that woman today. Kate's voice has an ugly edge to it. She was a nice lady, says Mally. She was going to help me find you. Listen very carefully, Mally. Are you listening? His whole body sways backwards and forwards with his nodding. The rule isn't that you mustn't go with strangers who look bad. The rule is you don't go with anyone you don't know. Ever. Why? Because some people look very nice on the outside, but they're not nice inside. Silver has fallen back to sleep, and her body lists against the wall. Okay, he says. Okay, Mama. Okay, says Kate. She bundles him up in her arms and slots him back into the cocoon inside his hammock, claps so the light switches off again. Sibongile tucks a sleeping Silver in. Thank you, Bongi, she says. You can go home now. No way I'm going home, she says. I'm staying right here. By the time Kate kisses Mally's forehead and squeezes his hand, he's also drifted off. She nudges the hammock anyway, and it sways him gently in the dark. Keke is waiting in the lounge for her. Don't look at me like that, Kate says. I'm not looking at you like anything. He went off with that woman today, you know, willingly, despite me telling them all the time that they aren't allowed to do that. I know. I've heard you tell them. I've drilled it into them. It's the most important rule. I know, says Keke. The real or imagined danger of the twins being kidnapped looms, mostly unspoken, in every exchange between the friends. So much so that Marco has taught the kids how to hack self-driving cabs. They can catch a lift from anywhere on their own, without a credit card or an adult Dynap code. Seth showed them some self-defense moves. Keke taught them how to scream. Kate's told them over and over again to never go with anyone they don't know. Fuck's sake, she says, holding her shaking hand against her forehead. It wasn't your fault. There he was, holding her hand, strolling along. She could have killed him. She would have killed him, or taken him to someone who would. She would have done it herself. I saw it in her eyes. We'll protect them, says Keke, pulling Kate towards her in a hug. Don't worry. Kate breathes in her scent, nutmeg and leather, is comforted by a cloak of familiarity. You can't protect him, says Salon from behind them. The assessor joins in the conversation. Of course we can. We're the top personal security company in the country. You know that, he says to Salon. We guard all the country's top VIPs. The president, the ministers, even the luminary. You're on Lumen's detail? Asks KK. Why would Maestre Lumen need protecting? He shrugs. He's important. He has opinions. And it's a dangerous world. Christ on a cracker, says KK. You're telling me. Why do you say that? Kate asks the matriarchs. Why do you say that we can't protect Mali? Because, in the Resurrectors' minds, the only thing that stands between them and the end of the world is your boy. You can't be serious, says the assessor. How many of them are there? She asks the man. How many Resurrectors? 50, he says. 100, that we know of. An army of 100 brainwashed religious fundamentalists want your child dead. As far as they're concerned, they've got 24 hours to stop the apocalypse. How are you going to protect him? We have the guards, Kate stammers, at the front door. You have 2 guards at the front door? Really? You're really going to be able to sleep tonight because you have 2 men standing guard and 200 on their way? I never said anything about sleep, says Kate. She's sure she'll never sleep again. Chapter 36. A howl in the distance. Marco sits in his dim office. All his equipment is off. It's a novel feeling. If it weren't for his eyeborg, he'd be completely cut off from the world. He unscrews the lid of his bottle of saline and dispenses a few drops into his eye. He isn't sure his eye needs it, but it's something to do. He taps on the desk, plays an imaginary piano. Maybe he should turn on a light, or open the curtains. Who knows what's behind those? They haven't been moved in years. Maybe a large window, looking out into the wild garden beyond. Maybe a brick wall covered in a lunatic's scribbles, or a genius's workings. Maybe a painting worth nothing, or a painting worth everything. He sits still, lost in thought. He doesn't open the curtains. Soft footsteps sound at the back of the house. KK at last. He's been missing her these past weeks. They've both been so busy. He takes her for granted. Decides to do something nice for her. Take her out to dinner or something. Maybe they can even go for a walk. She'd like that. It would be good for him too. Some natural light, some exercise. It feels to him, with all his machines off, that he's kind of waking up. He blinks into the darkness, resists the urge to turn on his lens. His finger hovers over the switch on his old snap tile. More footsteps. Why hasn't she come in yet? Keke? Marco angles backward on his chair. I'm in here. It is a stupid thing to say, really, because where else would he be? Maybe he should stand for a change and go to greet her. That would be nice, instead of just sitting here and mumbling at her with donut-dusted lips when she comes in. Kex! He gets up, then stays frozen in the middle of the room. He can hear himself breathing. It seems quicker than usual. Marco imagines the hack spider in his head, tangling his brains, poised to sink its teeth into his brain. He tries to calm himself, wipes the sweat from his upper lip. There's no way they've found him. His TCX trail leads to 83 different locations all over the world before coming back here. Even if they had the means to find him, it would take weeks. Surely it would take weeks. There's movement at the entrance to the room. He squints into the low light. The next sound he hears sends him into a cold sweat. Unmistakable, that sound, and immediately familiar to any gamer worth his salt. A sword being unsheathed. He dives under his desk. He has nothing with which to defend himself. He closes his eyes and says a silent prayer to Hedy Lamar, then taps his 911 button, which auto-selects police and ambudrone. His lens sends his details and location to the relevant departments. His blood pressure spikes, sending his patch into worried chirruping. It's outwardly silent, but it deafens him to the intruder's movements. He tries to mute the function, but the default setting for health alerts means it can't be silenced. The warning beeps get louder as his heart races. He rips off his patch, taking some scalp with it, and swallows his exclamation of pain. Finally free of the pinging, he locates the housebreaker, who is prowling around the room. Marco holds his breath as the black boots walk right past his face. What are the chances that he didn't hear Marco call out like an idiot when he first broke in? What are the chances he'll just have a look around and not notice Marco under the desk? His heart is banging madly. It's so loud he imagines it filling the room with its galloping. How can the man not hear it? But then, the boots reach the other side of the room and turn towards him. He can see the silhouette, a body and a handsome sword hanging casually by its side, but he can't make out a face. The body isn't especially muscle-bound. He's not a brawny thug. Small, athletic. Whoever sent someone to knock him off didn't send their biggest killer. And then it makes sense. The man is petite because he's Thai. The Thai mafia have tracked him down. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh fuck me shit. Marco fantasizes about springing up, knocking the table over and using it as a shield while he pumps the trespasser full of lead from imaginary automatic weapons in either hand. He fantasizes about sweeping the assassin off his feet with a well-timed ninja kick, then karate chopping him till he loses consciousness. A lightsaber. The boots start walking towards him. His blood pressure is so high he thinks he'll pass out. At least it will be a peaceful way to go. Instead of... what? Instead of what this person has in store for him. Where are the cops? Are they at least on their way? He has no way of knowing. The boots come closer and closer. Marco holds his breath. It's not the way he pictured himself dying. He hopes there's not too much pain. The prowler stands before his desk now. The sword is held with more purpose. Marco wishes he has time to tap out a quick bump to Keke, telling her that he loves her. That he loved her. The silhouette lifts a leg and kicks over the desk, sending Marco's machines flying and exposing him lying on the floor, a tortoise without a shell. Fear jams his eyes shut. A howl in the distance. Police sirens. They'll be minutes too late. Marco pictures Keke in his mind. This is the last thing he wants to see. But his eyes won't stay closed. His panic forces them open like matchsticks. A sword is lifted in slow motion and aimed at his chest. He looks straight into his murderer's eyes and is surprised by what he sees. It's not a Thai. And it's not a man. Chapter 37. Like dominoes they fall. Kate turns on Salon. I don't understand why you're here. I came to warn you, and to offer help, she says. We have a prophecy of our own. What's that? Says Keke. It's not for civilians to know, but suffice to say we need your son to live. Civilians? Kate has had enough crazy for one day. Look, I don't know what you're up to. I don't know what your endgame is, but I want you to leave Mally out of it. You don't understand, says Salon. We can't. Who is we? She looks surprised. The Sorrow tribe, of course. I think it's time for you to leave. Wait, she says. Please, you need to hear what I have to say. If you can't tell me what you need my son for, then I'm not interested. It's complicated. Then uncomplicate it for us, says Keke. Let us help you, says Salon. Let us look after Mally. What do you mean, look after him? Let him come and stay with us, at the compound. No, says Kate. No way. Are you insane? After what happened today? Because of what happened today. He'll be safer with us than anywhere else. It's the reason I'm here. There is no way I am letting him out of my sight, and you're mad for thinking I would. The matriarch is getting frustrated. She tries not to show it, but her eyes are jumpy. Don't you see? It's the best way to protect him. The assessor chirps in again. It's a good idea, Miss Lovell. They wouldn't look for him there. Salon takes a calming breath. It's the only way to keep him safe. To keep you all safe. Kate's mind is a tumbling mass of broken boxes, half-formed ideas and fears and stories without endings. How is she supposed to think with all of this going on inside her head? The assessor and Salon look at her expectantly. I can't, she wants to say. We can't be separated. But the alternative is unthinkable. If you can't tell me why you need him alive, she says to Salon, then he's not coming with you. Kate thinks of Betty Barbara, the Beagle's namesake and previous owner. The first and only time Kate met her, in a dark parking basement, BB warned her about people wanting them dead. Click, 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 she had said, clicking her fingers in Kate's ear. Like dominoes, they fall. Betty Barbara had also been a couple of straws short of a haystack, but she had been right. Kate and Seth would both be dead without her. Keke's face suddenly knits together. Her skin tints. What is it? Asks Kate. Keke? Keke puts her fingertips on her soulmate ring, feels it, looks more worried, takes it off, shakes it next to her ear, puts it back on again. What? Demands Kate. Keke looks as though she's seen a ghost. It's Marco, she says, dry lips. His heart just stopped. Chapter 38. Empty of a heartbeat. Keke grabs her bag and shakes on her jacket while Kate auto-inflates her helmet for her, trembling in empathy. Where are you going? Keke checks her snap tile. A bump from Marco's medical aid to her as his ICE number. A notification that he has been medevaced to the Gordon in China City, Santon. They sent a defib drone to our place, but it wasn't activated. Nerves pull at her lips. He's on his way to hospital, she says. That's a good sign, right? Yes, Kate gulps. Did they say what happened? Keke doesn't answer. Perhaps her nerves are jangling so loud she can't hear anything else. She feels the ring again, closes her eyes to concentrate, but it's empty of a heartbeat. You shouldn't take Nina, says Kate. You're in shock. Take a cab. Keke grabs the helmet from Kate's hand. I know you need me, Keke says. I'll be back. Keke rides her motorbike hard through the dark, glittering city streets. More than one self-driving cab pulls to the side of the road when it registers her speed. Nina scolds her for speeding via her helmet speaker, and then again when she skips a red light just outside the hospital. That was a red light, says the electronic voice. You should stop at red lights. Keke races into the boomed area, parks right next to the accident and emergency entrance, runs up to the counter where a bored-looking resident snaps to attention. She shows him the bump she received from Marco's health plan company, and he taps a few keys on a fossil of a keyboard. It's cream-colored, has actual keys grubby with fingerprints, and makes crunching sounds as he types. The Gordon is the best hospital in Africa. It's not one of those quiet five-star boutique medical centers that has only the latest equipment. Instead, it's a bustling medical metropolis, a wide spectrum of patients and top doctors. Surgeons from all over the world come to teach and practice here. The experience looks good on their portfolios. While it's semi-privatized and well funded by the Nancys through the NHP, there always seems to be more investment needed, as evidenced by the crunching keyboard. He has just come through from the drone pad, the man says, pointing upstairs. He has a Nigerian accent. Going straight into surgery. Keke doesn't wait for him to finish. She ignores the gaping mouth of the elevator, runs up the stairs instead. You can't go up there, he shouts after her, but stays behind the counter. When she reaches the top, her lungs burn. She's stopped by a barrage of patients coming in via air. The flapping rubber doors leading in from the drone pad on the roof is like an old dinosaur mouth vomiting out gurney after gurney into the hallways, pushed by shouting medics holding IV bags and adrenaline shots. Knife wound, overdose, gunshot trauma, skull fracture. Has there been some kind of attack again? What's happened? Keke asks one of the medics, still breathless. She can hear the traffic outside, chopping and whirring and yelping sirens. He frowns at her. What do you mean? Has there been another attack? What? A terrorist attack. He shakes his head. Just another Saturday night. He pushes past her, followed by another rattling bed and another and another. Warm air streams in from the black night outside, diluting the smell of antiseptic. How is this not making headlines? It's like a war zone. Thank the net for robot surgeons. Humans would never be able to keep up with this intake. She'll come back for the story next time. Her ring pulses. Hope punches her in the chest. She waits for the next vibration, and just before she gives up, it pulses again. She runs towards the east wing. A number of staff members half-heartedly try to stop her as she runs past them, but they're either too busy or too indifferent to take chase. Or maybe they just see the look on Keke's face and know that there would be no stopping her. She reaches the double doors of OR1, looks in, sees an old man having his leg worked on by a machine that looks like a titanium building crane. OR2 and OR3 don't have Marco either. Eventually, in OR6, Keke recognizes the limp body on the operating table. "Marco!" she shouts, her lungs still blazing, but no one hears her. Seeing him lying like that, a dead weight on a slab almost doubles her over. He has human doctors attending to him. They're covered head to toe in surgery scrubs as they lean over him, their hands inside his chest cavity. She tries to make out what they're saying. The door filters it into a dull monotone, but their body language spells out despair. "This isn't happening," Keke says, both hands on the door, eyes on the slack body she knows so well. Her own heart aches. Her stomach is a mess of liquid nerves. "This isn't happening." "Clear," says the surgeon, and the other two lift their bloodied latex hands. There's a dull thump of a current and Marco's body jumps. Keke's ring vibrates. She pulls herself away from the small screen of reinforced glass and sits on the floor. Her whole body is focused on the ring on her finger. "Come on, Marco," she says to the ring. But the ring doesn't pulse again. Chapter 39. Scentless. It could have been minutes or hours later when the steel gurney slams the double doors open and they wheel Marco's body out of the operating room. Keke looks up with swollen eyes, as if waking from a dream. She doesn't hurry to stand up. She's in no rush to see Marco's corpse. The three surgeons walk out, weary and blood-splattered, their white butcher gumboots squeaking on the hospital floor. The nurse pushing the bed looks at Keke in surprise. "Oh," she says. Even her shoes are covered in blue paper. Keke thinks the young woman will chase her away, but all she says is, "I'm not used to seeing people out here. Visitors, I mean." Her subtle Zulu accent gives Keke a small measure of comfort. She steps closer to the body lying still on the bed, takes his cold hand, doesn't understand why he still has an oxygen tube jammed down his throat. The nurse's shoulders relax. Her ID badge introduces her as Nursing Intern Temba. "Are you coming?" "To the," starts Keke. She can't say the word out loud. "To the dead place?" "Mortuary." "To ICU." "ICU?" says Keke. "Oh," says the nurse again. "You thought he had—" "His heart stopped beating," says Keke. "Yes." "It didn't start again?" "No. They tried to get it to work again, put a stent in, but it didn't work." "I know." "Look," she says, "I'm just an intern. You should be downstairs, talking to the patient resources person. They know the right things to say." "You're saying the right things," says Keke. "You're taking him to intensive care. That means—" "He's alive," says the intern. "What?" The woman looks both ways down the corridor, as if waiting for someone to come along and yell at her. "He's alive," the nurse says again. "Only just. I mean, we're not sure if he'll make it through the night." "He's alive?" A loud sob gets stuck in Keke's throat. Suddenly, there are tears everywhere. "Marco?" she says, looking at him properly for the first time since he was wheeled out. "He's comatose," says the intern. Keke touches his face, as pale as milk. She lowers the sheet that was pulled up to his chin to reveal his battered chest. bruises leaking from under the waterproof white cell dressing. She sobs again. There is a backpack on the bed, one she doesn't recognize, and a ziplock of personal items. The backpack is connected to Marco by a red tube. "Come on," says the nurse, pulling the sheet back up and pushing the gurney slowly, taking Keke with. "Let's get you to the ICU and get him plugged in. It looks like you could do with a cup of tea." Once the nurse has installed Marco in the private ICU ward, Keke is allowed to stay, as long as she humbas if any doctors come around. Temba makes sure Marco has everything he needs: oxygen, painkillers, saline, catheter. She plugs the backpack into the wall, so it looks as though Marco is inadvertently plugged in too. Keke wishes it could be that easy, to recharge someone back to life. Then the nurse comes back, scrubs discarded, with a cup of tea for both of them. Don't tell anyone. The tea is in a heavy old mug with the Gordon logo stamped on the side. It's one of the heat-sensitive ones that show the temperature of the drink by changing color. Hers is a gradient of orange. Temba's is already fading to yellow. The tea is Earl Grey, which makes her think of Kirsten, before she changed her name back to Kate. A previous life, when things still made sense, or at least when things appeared to make sense. "What is it?" asks Keke, motioning at the backpack. "It's his new heart." Her brain scrambles to understand. "What?" "It's not a permanent solution, obviously, but his heart was so badly damaged. The waiting list for donor hearts is miles long. It's a synthetic heart, a cardiocirc, basically, a machine that circulates his blood. And of course we're resping him. That's when we inject robotic red blood cells to..." "I know what resping is. It'll keep him alive till he can get a new heart?" "Hopefully." "Hopefully?" Temba sighs, scratches her leg. "You know, I always hate it when the doctors say this, because it seems contradictory. But his condition is critical, but stable." Keke swallows hard, watches Marco's corpse-still face. "Don't think of the coma as a bad thing. It's helping him. It'll be very good if he makes it through the night. It's the new heart we need to think about. You don't know anyone in high-up places, do you?" Keke blinks at the nurse. Temba is joking. Kind of. The intern's shift ends, and she leaves Keke by Marco's side. To pass the time, Keke sorts through his personal effects. He didn't have much on him when he was medevaced. His clothes had been cut off in the OR, his shoes were lost. But Keke holds his snap tile, the device he used to call for help. She checks his sent items and sees his 911 bump. Then she sees a message in his draft folder, written at around the same time as the emergency message, but not yet sent. A bump addressed to her, but it never made it. That was when he had his heart attack, thinks Keke. 8:16. That is when his heart flew out the window. Keke opens the message. He had typed the beginning of a note to her, knowing he was dying, and all he had managed was one letter before he lost consciousness. L. She doesn't know what to think of it, and is too tired to try to figure it out. Instead, she gets up onto the hospital bed and squashes in next to him. She's scared to put an arm over the train tracks on his chest, scared she'll hurt him, even though he's deeply unconscious. So instead, she nestles her face right into his neck and breathes him in. She can just get his scent from under the medical smells on his skin and body. This body that was so close to death a few hours earlier. And then that smell would have been gone forever, scentless. She inhales as much of him as she can. The sun rises slowly in the east, painting the hospital window gold. "I've got you," she says. "I've got you." Chapter 40. Orphan on a Train. Seth carries Silver's and Sibongile's suitcases, while Kate walks hand in hand with the twins, who are still in their pajamas and dressing gowns. 2 armed guards follow on a beat behind them. It's just after 5, and the sun is just beginning to rise. Neither Seth nor Kate have had any sleep. Seth's plane landed at 11 p.m., and once he got home, he and Kate stayed up all night discussing what was to be done. They're too early for the Isipapa, so they get a booth in the 24-hour tea shop with the vintage newspapers on the walls. 2 extra-large double-calf flats they order from the serve-bot, and red cappuccinos for Bongi and the kids. The guards shake off Seth's offer for coffee like a bad idea. Seth taps the tabletop as they wait in silence for the drinks to arrive. Kate's eyes are rimmed with red, blinking pink. She wants to hold Seth's hand, stop it from tapping little circles into her head, but she doesn't. Sibongile seems miles away, perhaps worried about Mali, perhaps upset that she's being sent away. The twins notice the cake display box and rush over to it, breathing all over the glass and fogging it up. Then, using their fingers, they draw pictures in the condensation. A star, a house. Usually, Kate would make a fuss, tell them to stand away from the glass, and wipe their handprints away with an apologetic glance at the manager. Today, she just sits quietly and watches them play. "Can we have cake?" asks Silver. Usually the answer would be no, but this time Kate looks at Seth, who shrugs. "Only if you say the magic word." Kate wants to smile at the kids, be warm and cheerful, but her face is tight with emotion and raw nerves. The twins cheer with their good fortune, an early morning adventure and cake. The serve-bot is back, wanting to know how many black choc cupcakes to bring. Kate can't stomach the idea. Her mouth is so dry she doesn't think she'll be able to swallow even a bite. Sibongile takes the kids to the bathroom to wash their hands. One of the guards goes with them. The other stays behind, scanning the empty platform. "I keep changing my mind," says Kate. "Is it really the best thing to do?" "Yes," says Seth. "It'll be easier to keep Mali safe." She knows. They've said the same thing over and over. But the decision still nags at her. It's not too late to change her mind. As if Seth can read her thoughts, he touches her arm and says, "She'll be fine. We need to focus on Mali. He's the one in trouble." "I'm worried she'll think we're sending her away. An orphan on a train, like those horrible stories in our history lessons at school." "It's hardly the same thing. It's sunny Durban, not World War III. Besides, Silver absolutely loves Mum and Dad. She'll have a great time. Think of all the ice cream they'll feed her." "It'll probably be good for her," says Kate, more to convince herself than anything else, to have all the attention for once. Kate's bio-parents had jumped at the chance to have Silver and Bongi come to stay. They don't understand why Mali isn't coming too, or why they were sending Silver escorted by a nanny and a bodyguard. But Kate said she'd explain it later, in a couple of days when they would come to collect her. It's the right decision. It's the right thing to do. But still, there is that magenta spiral turning in her brain, roiling in her gut. She drains her coffee and orders another one. Half an hour later, Kate is hugging Silver so hard the little girl complains. After such a big dose of caffeine, Kate's synesthesia fades. Her senses are numbed. It's like eating a rice cake, seeing the world in dry grayscale. "Be good for your gran," she says, passing Silver her cuddle bunny and tapping her pink backpack. Seth tells Sibongile to make sure Silver eats some healthy food and brushes her teeth. Bongi nods. The unlikely trio of guard, nanny, and girl child step up onto the speed train and go into the first cabin, where they find a window from which to wave. There is a sound on the tracks, an unclamping, and a pressure building. The bells chime their warning that the doors will be closing. Kate feels like jumping on and grabbing Silver, taking her home. But instead, she stands frozen by grey heartache on the empty platform. Silver seems happy, excited even, until the doors close and the train starts moving. Then her eyes grow into saucers and she starts crying, setting Mali off too. And then they're both wailing their heads off. Seth pulls Mali towards him, holds the little boy's shoulder while he reaches out for his sister and cries. Sibongile tries to comfort Silver, who is now hysterical and trying to climb through the closed window. Kate covers her face with her hands, swallows her tears. She doesn't want either of the kids to see how upset she is. The train rolls away slowly, slowly, then gathers momentum and shoots away with a hiss. Kate watches it turn into the size of a toy, then disappear into the black cave of a tunnel. Seth gathers a sobbing Mally up into his arms and makes comforting sounds, wipes away his tears and spit. How did Seth learn to be such a good father when he had no role model growing up? She feels a rush of gratitude for him, and she joins the embrace. She can no longer hear the train. Chapter 41. Flinty Stone. All morning, strange nurses drift in and out of the room to monitor Marco. Keiko waits for one of them to ask her to leave, but they pretend she's not there, even though she's lying right next to him, eyes closed but unable to sleep. Their kindness renders her invisible. She has this idea that if she's touching him, if she can keep him warm with her body heat, then he'll stand a better chance of surviving. When his breakfast arrives, in the form of a creamy white IV bag, the muscles she didn't even realize were tense finally relax. He has made it through the night. Keiko gets up, goes to the small white basin, and washes her hands with pink liquid soap. She rinses her face too, and gulps filtered water straight from the tap. She drinks and drinks until the flinty stone she has stuck in her throat softens a little. There's no time wasted looking at the reflection in the mirror. She knows she looks like a wreck, and she doesn't give a shit. Despite giving her underarms a quick scrub too, Keiko can smell yesterday's panic. There's no deodorant in sight, although she's sure they'll have downstairs at the pharmacy. She tries to keep her arms close to her body to limit the stink, but she knows she's going to have to go home to pick up clean clothes. Her snap towel has been buzzing all night with messages, probably from Kate. She should go and see her, find out if she's okay, if Mally's okay. She should be in court today. She should be with Kate. She should be home in the shower. But how can she leave Marco? She sweeps his fringe out of his eyes, a maternal gesture. Probably her first, most likely her last. Her tile buzzes again. Zig-zag. You have to come. Court today. Kex. Are you fucking mad? Did you not get my message? Zigzag. I know you want to be there with M, but it's the last day of J duty. Kex. I don't care. Zigzag. Yes, you do. Kex. I need to be here. Zigzag. Marco's in coma. He doesn't need you. Kex. And you do? Zigzag. Lundy does. Kex. I have nothing for Lundy. Zigzag. You know he's innocent. Kex. It's just a theory. Zigzag. The prosecutor also just has a theory, one that will send him away for life. Kex. I can't help Lundy or Nash. I don't know anything. Zigzag. You do. You just haven't realized it yet. Kex. I don't know what you want from me. Zigzag. Yes, you do. See you in court. Chapter 42. Mom. You can't just come in here, says the psychiatrist, still wearing slate. Grey face, grey clothes, and eyebrows as stern as any Kate has ever seen. I'm busy with another patient. You need to make an appointment. Kate, panting, looks from the doctor to the patient, whom she hasn't even realized is there. The man looks sheepish, as if Kate has caught him out in the middle of an embarrassing confession. It's an emergency, Kate gulps. It's my last chance. Your last chance? At what? Kate takes the VXR gogs from the patient's hands. You can come back, right? Says Kate. He nods at her. This is entirely inappropriate, says Verges, arms crossed. Let me have this session and I'll never bother you again. The doctor wavers, scratches her cheek. The man doesn't talk. He just takes off the rest of his gear and hands it to Kate with downcast eyes. This is a professional practice, says the woman. That patient waited for over 4 months for this appointment. I'll not stand for this. It'll never happen again. The woman looks doubtful. I promise you, it'll never happen again. Can we get started? I don't have much time and my family is in trouble. The doctor blinks at her, straightens her back, clears her throat. Her frown softens. Perhaps she's trying to get back into caring mode. Kate pulls on the kit. Okay, tell me why you're here. Something has happened, says Kate. Would you like to talk about it? No, but I need to get better. I need your help. The woman looks at her, irritated, clicks her stylus on her tile. I need to speak to Marmalade, she says. Voges shakes her head. You know that emergent therapy doesn't work like that. We don't talk to dead people. My family, says Kate. I need to protect them, and I can't protect them if I can't think straight. I have to get rid of this fog that comes with my PTSD, these slippery thoughts. I need to get over it. I can't risk pulling a gun in my sleep or letting go of my son's hand in a crowd. The therapist sucks at her bottom lip. You know that it's not really James you'll be talking to. It'll be your brain's version of him. What you know of him. What you expect of his responses. Of course, yes. She checks Kate's gear, then sits and smooths down her hair, as if to unruffle her grey feathers. All right, she says, tapping a button on her hollow pad. Let's see what we can do. Let's start with a happy memory, the psychiatrist says. I don't have time for happy memories. It'll work better if we do it this way. We need to fool your brain into believing we're back there and that things are good. Honestly, I don't have time. Can we just... Miss Lovell, would you like this to work or not? Kate takes a deep breath, counts to purple, and then lets it out. Back where? What is your most poignant memory? A happy one. Kate has to think. It's been a while since she was happy. Giving birth to Silver. Let's start with that. The room around Kate changes into what looks like a hotel room. She's in the bath, wearing a bikini top but no bottoms. Her belly is huge. Her fingertips are wrinkled from the water. The contractions are all-consuming. The pain takes over her whole body in waves, and she can't help but to groan and pant. The doula tells her she's doing a good job. Just a few more pushes, she says. Kate is lightheaded. The labor, 8 long hours of it, has already taken all the energy she has, and she has no more to give. She feels like she's going to pass out. She should have listened to Keke when she said to have a C-section. The doula sees the look on her face and squeezes her shoulder. You can do it. Kate is not really convinced that she can. Her mother crouches down next to the birthing pool and clutches Kate's forearm. Mum, says Kate. She had never called her that before. When they were finally reunited a few months before, it had been like meeting a stranger. Yes, they had the same hair, the same chin, but they were separated by 30 years, childhood memory loss, and Kate's gnawing black hole, the one she can't remember ever not having. The word makes tears spring to her mother's eyes. Emotions swirl around the room like holy powder in the breeze. Mom, she says again, and her mother cries openly, touches her head to Kate's. My beautiful Kate, she cries. My beautiful girl. Get ready to push, says the doula. I don't know if I can. I'm finished. I don't have anything left. You can, says her mother. You can. You're the only one who can get this baby out. We're almost there. Kate resumes her breathing. The next tide of contractions catch her off guard. It's sooner than she expects, and double the pain of the previous one. Push, says the doula. Everything you have. Kate screams and pushes, and it does feel like she's giving everything she has, like she'll be empty and broken after this. She'll never be the same. She pushes harder, bears down, and just as she thinks she is literally dying, the room explodes with light and color. There is an intense sting as the head crowns. Then the baby slips out, and she catches it underwater. Her screaming gives way to happy sobbing as she clutches the waxy baby girl to her chest. The warm, slippery weight of her daughter on her breasts moves her irreversibly. There are no words in her head anymore, just a ferocious glow. She doesn't feel broken anymore. Chapter 43. Film of Fear and Dread. KK can't sit in the jury room smelling like she's run a marathon on tick, which is pretty much the idea that comes to mind when she lifts her arms. So she zooms home on Nina. The shower washes away the film of fear and dread and heartache that's covering her body like a membrane. The 3-minute timer rings, but she stays inside, under the water, not giving a damn about the water restrictions. Not today. She'll eat a carbon-negative lunch to make up for it or something. Not that she has an appetite, but she hasn't eaten in 12 hours, and that's asking for trouble, given her condition. She pulls on some Kevlar skin steampunk print leggings and a tight red shirt, swaps her moo leather jacket for something less bloodstained, chooses her new pine leather wrapper. She's not sure how it'll hold up in a motorbike accident, but there's only one way to find out. Her fashion sense is almost entirely dictated by Nina, and she likes it that way. She packs some things for Marco: his sonic toothbrush, laser razor, solar multi-charger, a set of clean clothes. As she zips up the bag, she feels foolish. He doesn't need any of this stuff, but she'll take it anyway, because if nothing else, it will make her feel better. As she's rushing out of the door, another item occurs to her. She's sure he'd like his noise control headphones. He practically lives in those things, and everyone knows hospital noises are the worst. She opens the door again and runs to his man cave. The scene that greets her sucks the air out of her lungs. Not only is his desk lying on its side, like some kind of dead animal with rigor mortis, but his machines are lying all over the floor, smashed to oblivion. His data lockers have been levered open and plundered. Her brain stops working for a moment, like a GPS that is recalculating. She doesn't understand what she's seeing. So, Marco had a heart attack. The most destruction she expected to see, apart from the ravaging inside his chest cavity, is a coffee cup spilt on the table. Perhaps, at most, his chair knocked over. But this isn't that. This is a vicious onslaught. KK tries to switch on a few pieces of equipment, but they either don't turn on at all, or they make dangerous electric sounds as if ready to shock in retaliation for the prior abuse. KK's patch keeps beeping, letting her know that she is already half an hour late for court. She doesn't stop to put on gloves. The South African police are notoriously crap at their jobs, and even if they do arrive to take fingerprints, KK guesses the scans will go straight into some docket in the cloud, never to be seen again. Most crims are convicted only if the victims or friends and family of victims are willing to pay for their own private CP. Capture and prosecution teams are big business. Zach bumps her, knocking her thought processes sideways. They're just about to decide on Lundy's fate. She needs to go. She'll deal with this shit show later. KK grabs the headphones and crams them into her bag. Underneath them is Marco's tile, cracked, but perhaps not entirely broken. When she switches it on to see if it works, she notices on the desktop a single file called Lundy. She arrives at the court building with a roar from Nina, runs into the jury room, and ignores the knives of disapproval shot into her torso by the other members. Out of breath, she sits huffing next to Zach, who has saved her a seat and a smile. The juror who was talking when KK scrambles in gives her a pointed look, and continues with her speech about why she thinks Lundy is guilty. KK's body tingles with the new evidence. She can't sit still until she gets it off her chest. The others want to talk about time frame and psychological reports and prior accidents, and KK wants to shout that it doesn't matter. None of it matters, because she has found something on Marco's tile that swipes all of it away. Chapter 44. A blue breeze blows in. "Are you ready to see James?" asks Dr. Voges. Kate takes a deep breath. She's still recovering from the reimagined birth. She's warm in bed, cuddling a 5-month-old Mally, while the swaddled newborn with a wisp of silver hair is sleeping in Seth's tattooed arms. Look at us, our funny little family. She's overwhelmed by a love and an intense feeling of gratitude. It's such a warm, safe space. She doesn't want to leave, but then she remembers what's at stake. "Yes," she says to the therapist, "I'm ready." She moves from memory to imagination. She's in their old flat in Ilovo. Her forest of plants are flourishing, and every surface is coated in nostalgia. She's sitting at the kitchen table, the book collector's edition of Hansel and Gretel, James's gift, in front of her, symbolic of so many things. Bergamot scents the air. All of a sudden, he's sitting right across from her. He looks so real he takes Kate's breath away. "Marmalade," she whispers. He smiles at her, eyes twinkling, as if he's alive and well, and that they never had to go through the terrible time they did. A furtive glance down at his hands reveals all 10 fingers. Relief. She wants to touch him. "Kitty," he says. "God, I miss you." Kate's chest contracts, her sinuses sting. "I miss you. I miss you so much. You took such a big part of me with you when you—" The rest of the sentence catches in her throat. "You look beautiful." "No, I'm a mess." "You're absolutely beautiful. Motherhood suits you." Tears run down her cheeks. "I don't know about that." "It's your eyes," he says. "Something's changed." She smooths down her hair self-consciously. Then she remembers it's virtual reality. The 5D image is super realistic, but there are little clues that it's not real. The fridge keeps disappearing, and her clothes change without warning. "Everything's changed," she says. "Tell me about them," says James. "Our kids?" The question makes her ribs ache. She has never truly accepted that the twins will never know their biological father. She clears her throat, tries to swallow her sorrow. "They're like you," she says. "Like us." A blue breeze blows in. Now it's James's turn to blink away tears. Kate watches the fridge flicker. Her shirt changes from white to blue, then back again. "Why do you need to see me?" he asks. "Our boy's in trouble." "You named him after me. Marmalade?" "It was a mistake." A ripple of hurt on his face. "It used to hurt too much. I couldn't bear it. A child shouldn't see pain on his mother's face when she says his name. Now we call him Mally." "Your mother's maiden name?" "Yes." "What do you need from me?" "I need you to tell me what to do." "No one's ever told you what to do." "I need guidance. To keep him safe. Shall I send him to live with the Saro tribe?" "What do you think?" "I think he may be safe there. But how do I know? How do I know who to trust?" "Wait," he says. "Where are the kids now?" The pattern on the pressed ceilings swirl. "They're safe." "Where are they?" Kate's insides turn to cold metal. "They've both got bodyguards," says Kate, more to reassure herself than anything else. "Silver's in Durban with my parents. Mally's at home with Seth." "Kitty," he says, his face flushed now and grim. "What was the biggest thing, the most important thing I taught you, the lesson that almost tore you in half?" She looks at him blankly. Then she gets it, and can hardly hear herself for the whirring of panic in her brain. Kate feels the blood drain out of her face. Never trust anyone. Chapter 45. Hangman. Keke puts her hand up. "I have something to say." "You'll need to wait your turn," says the head juror, who is overseeing this final meeting. He's an especially large man, full of meat and size and heaviness, as if weighed down by metaphysical rocks in his pockets. "You don't understand," says Keke. "I have new information." The man scoffs under a bent finger. "No, Miss Masibi. I don't think you understand." "You can't make this decision without what I have," says Keke. "There is a time and a place for evidence, and this is not it. I'm telling you that I have evidence that will exonerate the accused, and you're not even curious?" We've heard the evidence at the trial. The man's cheeks are beginning to color with either embarrassment or anger. I'd like to see it, says Zack. Me too, says the woman next to whom Keke has sat for most of the trial. She shoots Keke a strained smile. Your job is that of a juror, says the large man. Not to prove anything, not to influence the judgment. We have a procedure to follow. He speaks in a breathless way, as if his bulk is pressing in on his lungs. You're okay with sending an innocent man to a crim colony for the rest of his life for the sake of correct procedure? He ignores her. All of those in agreement that the accused, Mac Lundy, is innocent of murder, please register your vote now. The jurors all look down at the remotes in their hands and tap buttons. 4 spinning green votes go up on the hollow screen. And those who agree that he is guilty, please vote now. 5 red points on the board. That's 5 votes guilty to 4 innocent. As you know, we need at least a 2-point difference in order to convict or acquit. For those who didn't vote, please reconsider your position. The people toggle their remotes again, and Keke can't help thinking it's like an obscure analog video game of Hangman. This time, there are 5 red and 5 green. 2 people still haven't voted. This is ridiculous! Keke stands up. This is a warning, Miss Msibi. If you try to swing the vote, you'll be expelled from these proceedings. You may as well hang him right now with all the red tape you have in this room. The head juror sends her a look that could freeze fire. They vote again, 5 to 5. The man sighs deeply, as if he has the world on his shoulders. I'll open the floor to discussion now. Please remember, he says, making eyes at Keke. It is for discussion and questions only. Anyone trying to convince anyone else of a verdict will be asked to leave. I have a question, says Keke. He looks skywards. Why am I not surprised? Why is the nanny not on trial? That is not a valid question. Of course it's a valid question, says Zack. You said not to influence the jury regarding Lundy's guilt. I won't even mention him. I want to discuss the nanny. Let her talk, says someone on the other side of the room, a woman with great boobs in an extravagant silk dress. We all want to hear it, don't we? There is nodding, murmuring. The head juror purses his lips and gestures for Keke to continue. I have evidence, she hauls out the cracked tile, that the nanny wanted the boy dead. Exclamations ring out. That's preposterous, says the big man, pretending to laugh. Why is it preposterous that a nanny would hurt a child? You think the own child's father is more capable of killing him than a stranger? Miss Msibi, it is common knowledge that Saro's sisters are beyond reproach. They are tested and pre-evaluated for every kind of physical and moral defect. Only the very best specimens pass the rigorous screening. His double chin quivers. It's no coincidence that a Sarosis has never seen the inside of this courthouse. That's going to change. Keke clicks play on the tile, and it projects onto the verdict voting board. The image shakes a bit, probably due to the damaged device. The point of view is that of a low-flying camera traveling through a suburban area. Green trees, solar roofs, puckered roads like metal zips, old swimming pools turned into rock gardens and skating rinks, and emerald astroturf lawns. A few people are busy with daily chores. A domestic assistant is hanging out washing. A child kicks a ball. A woman in heels jumps into a cab. It's date-stamped the 24th of January, 2024. What is this? He asks. Drone footage, says Keke, of a pharmacy wasp delivering medicine. Where did you get it? Does it matter? Drones aren't allowed to record their journeys, he says. It's in Part 3 of the 2018 Almanac of Domestic and Personal Privacy Regulations of Non-Passenger Air Vehicles. It's not for viewing, says Keke, then corrects herself. What I mean is, it's not for broadcast. It's not for anyone's eyes apart from the security detail of the owner of the drone, which is allowed under Section C of that almanac. Thank you, Marco. He'd made this note on the video for her. She wouldn't have had a cooking clue what the legislation was. People steal drones all the time, says Zach. This was probably a live stream feedback to the owner of the drone. Kind of like a Find My Drone. Okay, says the heavy man. So what? Keke scrubs ahead to the relevant part of the clip. The jurors sit up and pay attention. This is Abercorn Avenue, where the Lundys live. She has to zoom in, which makes the picture fuzzy, but you can still get a reasonable idea of what's going on. As the camera flies by a double-story house with maroon cladding, a small boy is visible, standing on the very edge of the roof, just a step away from an open attic window. His knees are slightly bent, and he's looking down to the synthetic grass below, as if gathering the courage to jump. Watch now, Keke says. If you blink, you'll miss it. Like a lightning flash, an adult's arm shoots out of the window and pushes the child off the roof. The drone passes the house before you are able to see what becomes of the fallen boy. The jury titters in excitement and dismay. Keke rewinds and plays it again, slow-mo. Although you can't see whose arm it is distinctly female, and clearly not Mac Lundy's. Chapter 46. Cosmic Cream. Drive faster, for fuck's sake! Kate yells at the cab. This is an 80-kilometer-per-hour zone. We are traveling at 80 kilometers. Kate clenches her teeth and kicks the chair. Please refrain from abuse. Abuse will result in cabbie pulling over. Just go faster! She knows the cab is programmed to adhere to all the rules of the road, but she can't help at shouting at it. The cab accelerates to overtake a donkey of a tuk-tuk, but then slows down again, back to 80. She looks out of the tinted window, tries to distract herself from the yellow epinephrine pushing through her veins, yelling yellow, making her skin hot and clammy. She tries to focus her mind. She has to keep a clear head to keep her baby safe. That's what the VXR therapy was all about. She mustn't let the panic make her spin. She wipes her sweating hands on her jeans. Ramping up her stress levels by trying to make the car go faster isn't going to have any effect on the car. It'll only go as fast as it can go. Kate needs to spend time calming down. She breathes and watches the sky, still dry, and realizes how thirsty she is. She seems to always be thirsty. Was it like this before the water shortages? Before the drought? Just the idea of the Val Dam being at 12% makes her tongue swell. Kate had taken the risk of leaving Mally at home so she could get the help she needed to sort her head out. But if anything, it's made her feel more mixed up. Wouldn't it be ironic if the measures she took to help herself, so that she could be wholly present to protect her kids, turned out to be the thing that jeopardized their lives? Her stomach roils. Seth's not answering his phone. She hadn't even considered it a risk when she left this morning. Not really. It's Seth for Ned's sake, plus the security guards. Surely he's safer there than anywhere else. He's safe, she says to herself, as they pass sun-baked buildings and cyclists with tadpole-shaped helmets. He's safe. They stop at a red light, and a billboard starts talking to them. Have you tried our new cosmic cream? The advert asks. Kate snarks. She looks up at the projection and sees a whirlpool of white liquid splashing into someone's cereal. It's full of sparks and glints and is really pretty, but Kate imagines it can't be very nice to eat. All those little metallic starry explosions and planet dust in your mouth. But then she thinks maybe the creaminess takes the edge off the snapping sensation, and in that case, it may be quite nice. The next cut shows a woman adding the cream to her coffee and laughing as it sparkles. Kate rolls her eyes and looks away. Maestre Lumen's voice comes on through the cab's sound system. She'd far rather listen to what he has to say over crap advertising for, perhaps, an even crapper product. He looks at Kate from the cab's smart mirror dash, and it's like he's in the car with her, with all his trademark impish charm. Kate turns off the sounds from outside and further darkens the windows. Lumen's face glows, and his voice is so calming. It always makes her think of getting into a bed with freshly laundered sheets. She likes listening to him speak in his vernacular, even though she understands very little of it. She has always loved the sound of the clicks and pops of Isiklosa. She has never had a word for the soothing sensation it creates in her, but from now on, she'll call it cosmic cream, short for cosmic cream without the crap. "Can you imagine a world," he says, his generous smile ever present, "free of anxiety?" One of the things she likes about these in-cab messages is that it always feels like Lumen is speaking directly to her. She doesn't know how they get that right, as if the car reads her emotional status on her patch and gives her the message that is most appropriate. On the day she doesn't leave the house, which have started to outnumber the days she does, he manages to find her anyway, on the home screen or her news ticker tape. He seems to know when she needs him. "It may seem impossible to you," he says, "but anxiety serves no one. Anxiety is just a byproduct of overthinking. Hi, Wena. That sounds too easy, hey? You need to stop thinking." Clearly amused by the idea, he starts chuckling. "In order to cut anxiety out of your life, you need to realize that our souls are here for our own joy, not just to go shopping, not to grind, not to pay debt, but for joy. Did you hear that?" he says playfully, eyes sparkling. "Joy." "Easy for you to say," mumbles Kate. "You just sit on your gold throne all day and your minions bring you nice things to eat." That isn't, strictly speaking, fair or true, although Lumen does have a reputation for having a sweet tooth. He's known for often misquoting Julia Child, saying, "Life without cake is just a meeting." Lumen is frequently spotted digging community gardens for permaculture programs in shack towns and rural areas. He is forever backing previously disadvantaged communities with cheap green tech that improves their lives, like showing them how to make homemade refrigerators, skylights, and natural air conditioning from sawn-off water bottles. He doesn't have a PR firm working for the luminary. Instead, civilians armed with their pointers and tiles will record him and his people doing these things and plaster them all over social media. Perhaps it is their way of reassuring themselves there is still good in the world. "So little time," he says. "Look at me. I'm almost 80 years old, and I feel like a small boy." He makes the hand gesture of all fingertips touching and pointing to the heavens, usually used in African culture to denote the height of a child. "Believe me now. One day, you're going to look up from all your anxious thoughts that you call your life and realize that it's over. That it's already over. Like a party when you are too busy thinking about the snacks and the small talk to just let go and enjoy." Every time Kate brings him up in conversation with Seth, he gives her the cynical look he usually reserves for people who still smoke. He likes to say that he's allergic to Kool-Aid. "How can you be suspicious of permaculture? It doesn't make sense." "It's not the permaculture, you know that." Seth has never grown a thing in his life, unless you include the clean meat lab turkey he designed for Bilkin 10 years ago. "It's the monastery itself?" Kate asked. "The luminary? The gold paint?" "Yes, it's the gold paint. I mean, the man dresses like a monk who works in a 1940s flour mill, so what's with the bling?" "He likes the color." He looked at her as if she was crackers. "It's a cheerful color. He's a cheerful chap. It brings him joy. Besides," Kate said, "the man's allowed to have some kind of shortcoming. He'd be too perfect otherwise." Seth put his hands up. "Look, I'm not saying he's a bad person. I'm just saying that he's probably not the saint that everyone thinks he is." "You think he has some deep, dark secret?" I'd put serious bank on it. That man has skeletons in his closet. Doesn't everyone? Not like his. Kate had laughed and pictured a gold skeleton falling out of a creaking cupboard. She thinks she knows what really bothers him, though. The Luminary published what they had called the Celestial Prophecies a few years ago. Really batshit biblical-sounding things like, the sea will rise up and kill masses of men, women, and children without discrimination. Crazy until it happened. The 2022 Indo-tsunami wiped out thousands of people, including an old colleague of Seth's who was work-vacking there. At least 12 of the 100 prophecies have so far come true. Coincidence, Seth insists, but she's not so sure. The cab pulls to a stop, and the windows untint to reveal they're already outside the apartment building. She rushes in. Her body is scrambling, but her mind is working in slow motion, as if Lumen has mesmerized her into a calm state of mind. Kate has the clarity now that she was after. When she reaches the front door, nothing seems out of place. The guards greet her and open up to let her in. Mally? She calls, checking his room. Seth? No answer. This time, she doesn't panic, but instead calmly lopes from room to room looking for her son. When the troubling emotions begin to rise, she pushes them down. Despite this, sweat breaks out on her upper lip. Where are they? Why aren't they answering her? Then she thinks of the guards. Are they the same men who were there when she left this morning? She doesn't know. She didn't look at them properly. Their faces partly obscured with those turtle shell-shaped helmets and purple visors they wear. They could be anyone. Then again, anyone could be anyone. Just because they grind for a security company doesn't mean they're good people. Anxiety serves no one, says Lumen in her head. Stop thinking. She sees, out of the corner of her eye, that the delivery drone pad window is open. Mally's body would fit through there. She walks up to it and pulls the window closed, latches it, swallows her electric blue agitation. They'll be in the panic room. They'll be in the panic room. But then, why aren't they answering her? She walks over and opens the panic room door, revealing chaos. The floor is littered with train tracks, snack bar wrappers, and spilled pop grains. Mally sits on Seth's cross-legged lap on the floor. They both have headphones on and are twiddling game remotes with their thumbs, eyes fixed on the cinescreen. Kate lets out a long breath of relief, waves at them. They're so engrossed by the game they hardly acknowledge her. She hugs them anyway. Chapter 47. Organic Martinis and Wild Sex. Good God, says the woman next to Keke. Are you saying that's the nanny's arm? The room buzzes with questions. Mrs. Lundy was at work that day. That was verified during the trial. Are you saying that the Lundy boy was murdered? Premeditated? That after he survived this fall he was killed in the bath? That doesn't make any sense. Why would a nanny kill her charge? She'd be out of a job for one thing. I'm not saying anything, says Keke, looking at the head juror. I wouldn't want to sway your vote. Everyone talks at the same time. Okay, says the man. Settle down, everyone. Please, settle down. I don't know how I'm going to explain this to the judges, but what else do you have? Keke makes to put the tile away in her bag, but the HJ waggles his fingers at her and takes the device. His security guard brings him a green plastic envelope, and he deposits the tile inside and zips it up, stamps the outside, signs it. Keke's not finished. When I saw this video for the first time, it made me think of the interview with Mela, the nanny. When the cops spoke to her that night, after the boy was found dead, it was part of the virtual reality evidence room. Yes? The man is suddenly very interested in what Keke has to say. Well, when I was looking in the bathroom, there was something on the floor, by the bath mat, like a sparkle. But then, when I tried to inspect it, close up, it disappeared. I spoke to the VR facilitator about it, and he said that it's possible that they captured the floor last. So, in other words, the HJ says to the others, There was something on the floor when they began recording the crime scene, but it disappeared before they finished. Exactly. You're saying that the crime scene was compromised. But no one was allowed in there, apart from the forensic capture specialist. Well, the man with the world on his shoulders sighs. Unfortunately, knowing what I know about the police force, it's not entirely impossible that someone slipped in there and removed whatever it was you saw. But what was it? Asks the woman in the silk dress. In the beginning of questioning the nanny, says Keke, on the video with the cops, she wasn't wearing her Sarasis pin. There is a hush. Then she takes a break, and when she comes back on, she's wearing it. The HJ orders someone to fetch the footage, and they play it on the scoreboard hollow screen. There she is, the nanny, without the pin, and after the break, it appears. You see how she keeps touching her wrists too? Says Keke, pulling her sleeves down to cover them. She's just doing that to wipe away her tears, says someone. Maybe, she says. Or maybe there was a struggle in the bathroom when she was drowning the boy, and he managed to dislodge her pin and bruise or scratch her wrist. The father would have heard a struggle, says someone else. Not necessarily. He was cooking stir-fry. When I was in the VR kitchen, I couldn't hear anything over the frying. There was music too, says Zach. He had classical piano playing on the sound system. Blanco, says the woman in silk. I'd know Edward Blanco's Apparello Symphony anywhere. Blanco. What are the chances? She takes it as a sign that the universe is telling her that she's on the right path. Well, says the head juror, clasping his hands together, this is an interesting turn of events. The jurors are excused until further notice. Keke is sure that the HJ is glad to see the back of her, but then he surprises her by calling her over the din of dismissal and saying, "Good job," and that he'll be in touch. The jurors take their time in leaving. They don't want to go without knowing what happens next. Will Lundy be let off? Will Mela be arrested? Most of all, Keke guesses, they want to know why on earth a nanny would kill a child. I guess it's goodbye then. Zach's looking especially dapper today in a pink silk tie. Not so fast, says Keke. You've got the rest of the day off, don't you, now that we've been excused? What do you have in mind? Organic martinis and wild sex? I was thinking coffee. They grab a table at an Italian deli down the road from the courthouse. It's called Pronto Print, and, as the name suggests, you don't need to wait for the kitchen to make your food. Instead, it's printed right in front of you. Great for quick lunches for important attorneys. Not great for your bank balance. Keke's eyes widen at the menu screen. 368 rand for a bullet coffee? I retract my offer, she jokes. Of wild sex? I wasn't the one who offered wild sex, she says. I meant the offer to pay for coffee. Zach adds on a choc croissant for each of them, and Keke checks the time on her snap tile. There's a message from the police, updating her on their progress, which is, unsurprisingly, 0. You need to be somewhere else? Yes, the hospital. Oh shit. Zach's face falls. I completely forgot. Sorry. How's he doing? He made it through the night. That's what they keep telling me, as if I wasn't there, checking on his breathing every 5 minutes. I'm really sorry. Is there anything I can do? You're doing it. Keke takes the last bite of her croissant. More than coffee, I mean. I need to talk it out. The Lundy case? You solved it. You're amazing. Shut up. Seriously, what's to talk about? Why would a nanny kill a child? Who knows? Does it matter? The expensive coffee sparks an idea in Keke's head. Helena Nash had accused them of drinking overpriced coffee and thinking that everything is just fucking dandy. Helena Nash. She was an accountant, right? Yes, says Zach. She had a full-time job, so... So, It's likely that she had a nanny too. What are the chances it was the same woman? Holy shit, says Zach. Keke places a call to the carbon factory. She spends 5 minutes convincing the operator to let her speak to Nash, and finally, the convict is on the line. Zach looks uncomfortable. Keke puts her on speaker, then grimaces as Nash clears her throat right into the receiver. Yep. Did you have a nanny? Asks Keke. What? Did you have a nanny for your little girl? Is this that journalist speaking? Khaki? The nanny was on duty? That night? No. Are you sure? She didn't work nights. But was she there? Whispers Zach. Was she in the house? Keke asks Nash. Is there someone else there? Who is it? What's going on? Helena, please. Was the nanny in the house on the night your daughter fell down the stairs? Yes, says Nash. Yes, she was always there. She was living. Her room was upstairs. Was she around, when you poured your drink that night? There's a brief silence. Hello, says Keke. Are you still there? Jesus Christ, says Nash. Are you saying what I think you're saying? Chapter 48. Hard Pearl. Kate! Kate! Says Keke through the line. There's static and other noise, buzzing, zooming. She must be calling from her helmet. Kate's heart jumps. Her gaze falls unseeingly on Mally, who's playing with his cars on the carpet. Keke? Oh no, I've been trying to get hold of you. Don't tell me. Marco's alive. Oh, thank goodness. I need to talk to you, tell you something. The last time she heard those words from Keke, it had forced her to run, and the information had saved her life. I'm listening. She leaves the panic room to get a better connection. Where is Mally? Asks Keke. Please tell me you're with him. I'm with him, and Seth's here, and a bodyguard. We're safe. Marco left me a couple of things on his old... What? Says Kate. Dead! Keke's voice crackles like foil packaging. What? It's why I called. Found out. Lundy's nanny. I'm losing you. Kate strains to hear. The line is so bad, Kate can only hear snatches. It's the tribe that is toddlers, the nannies. And the line cuts out. Keke? Kate tries to call her back, but it won't go through. The doorbell rings. Kate opens the door, and Salon sachets in. The guard gives her a curt nod and closes the door again, and she locks all 3 bolts. Salon's robe is white, lustrous, a hard pearl in Kate's mouth. I wanted to thank you for the warning. And what is the point, says Salon, tight-faced, of being warned when you're doing nothing about it? We've got security. Where? Salon looks around. Where is the boy? Kate frowns at her. What's wrong? What's going on? I thought I had made that very clear. Why are you back? What are you doing here? Salon starts looking for Mally. She checks his room, then the bathroom. He's in the panic room with Seth, says Kate, following her. He's fine. She beelines to the white room and swings open the door. Mally looks up mid-car crash and smiles. Hello, Salon, he says. Chapter 49. A Terrible Mistake. What? Thinks Kate. How does he know her name? Mally, Salon says warmly. Seth looks as confused as Kate feels. How do you know Salon? Kate tries to keep her voice light despite the lead in her stomach. Salon's my special friend. He zooms a car up Seth's denim leg. Seth grabs him and hoists him up onto his lap, puts protective arms around him. What's going on here? Solon uncaps her lip balm and runs it over her lips. "It's my only vice," she says, holding it up to them, eyes crinkled with a smile. "I'm addicted to the stuff." It looks like she's gearing up for something. Kate smells artificial fruit, cheap cherries. What had KK said? Something about nannies and the Sorrow tribe? "I think you should leave," says Kate. "I will," says Solon, "but I need to take the boy." "Fuck that," says Seth, tightening his grip. Mally pretends to be alarmed by the swear word and makes a gaping fish face at them. "The boy has a name," says Kate, "and we've been over this. You're not taking him anywhere." "I wanted to give you one last chance to do what's right," says Solon, "to save your son." Mally squirms out of Seth's grip. "It's okay, Mum," he says. "I want to go." "What?" He screws up his eyes and parrots a line. "There will come a day when the last boy goes to the sun, and that's how he saves the world." "What? What is that? Where did you hear that?" "It's the prophecy," he says. His eyes pierce Kate's. For a second, Kate sees him as an other, as a something else. Not quite human, and it's like someone is holding an ice cube against her spine. Then the moment passes and she sees her son again, her flesh and blood boy. "Come along then," Solon says to Mally, and puts her hand out. Mally takes it without hesitation. "Leave him alone," growls Seth, standing up and grabbing Mally's hand out from the matriarch's. It looks like Solon wants to snatch him back, but she knows she won't win the fight. Not here. Not today. 2 minutes after Solon leaves, shaking her frown, Keke shows up. "Solon was just here," says Kate, and Keke freezes. "Please tell me—" "I didn't let him go with her." She clutches her chest. "I was worried I'd be too late." "Too late for what?" "It's the nannies," Keke says, panting. "But I don't know why." "What?" "The nanny killed the Lundy kid, the Nash kid, the printed kids, all dead." Kate's head spins. "What?" "It's the Sorrow nannies," says Keke. "They're the ones killing the Genesis kids." Kate's patch rings. She checks her helix, sees that it's her mother, and taps to take it. "It's my mother," she mouths to Keke. "Mom, how are you? Everything okay?" "Darling, have I got the wrong day?" Kate's mouth dries up instantly. Lemon pith. "What do you mean?" "I'm at the speed train station. I thought you'd said they'd be on the DBN 9:30. Did they miss it?" Kate checks the time. It's 10:15. "They were on the 9:30. I personally put them on the 9:30. They should have arrived in Durban at 9:30. "They're not here, dear. I checked the cabin myself. Completely empty." "Please check again. They must be there." "It's gone. It left 15 minutes ago, back to Joburg." Curses explode in Kate's head, like paintball guns of night glow color. "Oh no," she says. "Oh no, 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 no." There's a smashing sound. She looks down and sees a mug she doesn't even remember holding, shattered on the floor. Seth comes running out with Mally in his arms, greeting Keke with raised eyebrows. "Hello?" says Kate's mother. "Kate?" But Kate can't talk. Anne's disembodied voice keeps on. "Shall I wait here? I'm not sure what to do. Have you tried calling that bodyguard or the nanny?" Kate ends the call. Seth looks worried. "Who was that? What's wrong? You're as white as a sheet." Kate looks at Seth. She chokes on the words. "We made a terrible mistake." She feels the ground falling away from her and puts hands on the table to steady herself. Seth puts Mally down. "Fuck's sake, Kate. What's happened?" His patch rings, and without looking who it is, he mutes the call. "Take it." Kate can see he doesn't want to. "Take it!" He taps his patch, barks out a terse, "Hello?" He must have double-tapped by accident, because a small hologram of the safeguard assessor appears. "Mr. Denneker," he says, "we have some upsetting news." "Go to your room," says Kate to Mally. "I don't want to." "Go to your room and put your ear buttons in." It looks like he'll resist, but he appears to think better of it and walks towards his bedroom. "What is it?" Seth asks the safeguard man, who clears his throat. "Perhaps you should sit down. You've lost Silver," he says. "Our man accompanying your daughter was found dead at the next station. His chip stopped traveling at Rivonia. His body was just discovered in the public restroom, garroted. Our on-site coroner says it happened a couple of hours ago." Seth puts his hands up to his face, kicks a kitchen chair over. It bangs hard on the tiles. "What about Silver?" "Missing," Kate shouts at the hologram. "What?" "We're doing what we can to find them." "No," says Kate. "This can't be happening. I don't understand. They're supposed to be after Mally. Mally is the one in danger." The safeguard man flickers with anxiety. Kate gulps down rising bile. "There's something you're not telling us." "Well," he begins, then stops. "Tell us!" "We found Silver's luggage too. A plush rabbit and a pink backpack with her name on it, abandoned in the toilet stall." The extrapolation of this doubles Kate over. She puts her hands on her knees and tries to breathe. "You're sure," says Seth, "that there's no other bodies there?" "We did an extensive sweep. To be frank, we were expecting the nanny's body to show up, but nothing so far." "You won't find it," says Kate, horror rising like smoke inside her. "You won't find the nanny's body, because she's the one who took Silver." Kate feels like she's on one of those old-school funfair rides, where you get spun around so hard that the G-force keeps you pinned to the wall while the floor drops away. Candy cane stripes and stale popcorn and teeth sticky with toffee apple, and children, shrieking children, until she retches hard right there on the kitchen floor. "Let's sit down." Seth tries to leave her onto a chair. "No," says Kate, pushing them both away. "I'm not sitting anywhere. We need to go. We need to find Silver." Kate can't believe she's saying the words out loud. It's like she's always known something like this would happen. She put it down to her past trauma, the gold-edged paranoia that flaps around her like a death's head butterfly. But deep down, she always knew that this would happen. "There's something else," says Keke, biting her lip. Kate and Seth zero in on her. "I wasn't sure if it was relevant, but now I don't know. I think it might be." "About the trial?" asks Seth. "About Marco." Kate's finding it difficult to concentrate on the conversation. She wants to know what Keke has to say, but it's like her mind is split into two windows. One showing what's happening here, in the kitchen, and one picturing her little girl being afraid, or alone, or worse. The idea of Silver being hurt, she can't stand it. Acid green betrayal corrodes her insides. She thinks of all the times Sibongile fed her kids, played games with them, laughed with them, hugged them. She thinks of her own affection for the woman who had, millimeter by millimeter, insinuated herself into the nucleus of her family. In her mind, she pictures Bongi's black tentacles coiling around her heart, poised for a slow strangle. Chapter 50. Testimony from the Grave. The nursing intern puts down her cold tea and greets Keke like an old friend. "You brought reinforcements," Temba says, looking at the untidy troop of Keke, Kate, and Seth, and a monkey like Mally clinging to Seth's leg. The bodyguard fades into the background. The boy has never been to a hospital before, but something about it scares him immediately. "I don't like it here," he keeps saying. "No one likes hospitals." Seth's jaw is tight. It must be the visual of Marco lying in bed, as pale as a dead body. Kate knew he was gravely ill, toppling on the verge of nothingness, but seeing him looking like a corpse is difficult to bear. "What's the 411? Keke asks the nurse. She walks up to the bed, holds Marco's hand. He has new wires and tubes trespassing all over his body. Sticker sensors beep reassuringly. You should probably wait to ask the doctor that. Seth sits in the corner, away from everyone, concentrating on his snap tile. I want your opinion, says Keke. You're the one who's watching him. Temba smooths down her nurse uniform. He's not doing as well as we'd hoped. Kate is irritated by a tear spilling down her cheek. She wipes it away and blows air upwards to evaporate the rest. It's a tick that is not in the least effective. We expected some kind of increase in independent activity by now. Waking up? Asks Keke. The nurse nods. Or at least a sign of beginning to wake up. But, if anything, he seems deeper, says Keke, more deeply unconscious. Yes. To mask her emotion, Keke keeps her hands busy. She gets a blanket out of the cupboard and lays it over Marco, cracks open the window, and raids his bar fridge for drinks. Seth is tapping away at his screen. Everyone is acting oddly, as if there is a strange new filter on their reality. Kate is stuck in a strange limbo, desperate to search for Silver, but stuck in this slow motion in-between of not knowing. She keeps checking her helix for a message from the kidnappers, but the tab remains empty. A man appears at the door. He has long black hair that rests on his shoulder in a thick braid. It's held together with decorative steel clips that match his other piercings. Brow, nose, lip. His clothes match his hair, and he doesn't look anything like a doctor, but has the medical professional visitor security tag clipped to his shirt. My, he says, surveying the room. His voice is deep and resonant, a purring black sports car. Doc, says Kekeletso. Thank you so much for coming. She introduces the others, but Seth hardly looks up from what he's doing. Mally peers out from his hiding place, underneath the blood pressure monitor. This is the man who's going to help us find Silver. Seth looks up, frowning. I'm sorry we're meeting again under such sad circumstances. Dark Doc approaches Marco's still body and looks him over. What can I do? We need to access the footage from Marco's cyber lens. The doctor is calm, measured. You know we don't allow for that. We discussed it prior to the lens surgery. I know what we discussed, but this is an emergency. Marco's vision is entirely private. There is no recording device outside of the body. It's a strict policy we have for various legal reasons. I know, but I was reading something about a murder trial in the US, a landmark case, testimony from the grave. Dark Doc holds up a hand. It's a canvas for ultra-delicate black ink tattoos. I know what you're going to say. The Radford case. Melissa Radford, who was shot by her partner. Keke turns to Kate. They used the film from the victim's cybernetic lens. She had one like Marco's, as evidence to convict the perpetrator. So, it's not impossible, says Kate, to access the footage. You just don't allow for it in your policy? It's fraught with legal repercussions, says the doctor. But that isn't why we can't do it. He looks at Keke with affection, says in a low tone, You know I'd do anything for you. We need the film to find out who did this to him, to protect him from further attack. We think that it's the same people who kidnapped my daughter, says Kate. It's life or death. You see, that's why I can't do it, he says. The reason the team in the States could retrieve the Radford recording was because, well, the victim. She was dead. Her death terminated the privacy agreement she had with the surgical tech company that implanted her lens. The strings were cut, and it was no longer a morally ambiguous decision. I don't give a fuck about the privacy agreement, says Kate. My little girl is missing. Look, I told you before, I'm less concerned with the legal standpoint and more concerned with... With? Well, with Marco. I've been briefed on his status. His condition is precarious. What does that have to do with anything? To get the recording, we'll need to operate. Remember, the doctor says, the implant is permanent. It's literally part of his eye. It's not removable. Oh, says Kate, beginning to understand. Keke freezes. To access the footage, says Doc, we'll need to remove his eye. Chapter 51. Nuclear Ghost Town. We're wrong about the Surrey tribe, says Seth, standing up from his makeshift desk of the hospital bed food tray in the corner. It's not them that's behind it. How do you know? I ran a photo of Sibongile through my Fusiform G to get her face map. Then I uploaded the map to the list of Surrey sisters. Where did you get the list? On the official Surrey site. It's a matter of public record. No match? Asks Keke. No match, says Seth. Kate is cold, an ice cube on her neck. How could she have been so careless? But we made sure she was legit, didn't we? Says Kate. When she was first recommended to us, we checked her out. Of course we did, says Seth. I'm assuming whoever planted her in our lives created some kind of sophisticated mask over the Surrey site, temporarily superimposed a fake list for us to check. And we fell for it? How can we be so fucking stupid? We fell for it, as did every single other parent who is now mourning their child. Don't say that, says Kate, her eyes burning. Don't talk about mourning. Marco lies motionless. We need to be sure, says Keke. Face maps aren't 100% accurate. Run her Dynap code. We don't have it, says Seth. Do we? I have it, says Kate. I have it. I needed it to register her for tax. Kate sends Seth the nanny's DNA profile code, and again, there is no match on the Surrey site. Temba checks on Marco, then coaxes Mally out from under the equipment with a packet of holy molies. Wait, says Keke. What about the blacklisted Surrey sisters? Any Surrey sister who breaks the code of Surrey ethics gets stripped of her pin and placed on a blacklist. Some of the women, the ones who lived and breathed their purpose as surrogates, take the seemingly callous casting aside to heart. They're the ones who end up as spike addicts or prostitutes or victims of the suicide contagion. The blacklist is a slow-growing directory that floats in the tide of the dark web. Seth runs Sibongile's Dynap, but again, there's no match, like she never existed. Kate looks at the doctor. Do it. Are you insane? Says Keke. Remove his eye? It's the only way. It's his eye, for Christ's sake. Think about Silva. Think of how scared she must be. Do you know how many kids these people have killed? We don't know that. We don't know if it's the same people. Of course it's the same fucking people. Marco was perfectly safe until he found out about the Genesis kids being murdered. Don't argue, says the doctor in his deep, listless voice. He shows them his etched palms. There's no point in arguing. I won't perform the surgery, and nor will anybody else. He prepares to leave. That's not true, says Kate. There's always somebody else. Keke, please, says Kate, desperation pulling at her face. Please, we need to know. We need to know. You can't put her in that position, says Seth in a low voice. It's an impossible position. It's not fair. There is no position, shouts Kate. There is no fairness in this situation. These people have our daughter, and we need to go and find her. That is all there is. I can't, Keke says, shaking her head. I can't do that to Marco. I'm sorry. Kate's body stiffens. Her hands are fists. You don't even know if he's going to wake up. The words taste terrible in her mouth, bitter and sharp, a burnt blade. Kate realizes her face is dripping, and she swipes the tears away. She doesn't have time for emotion. Seth moves closer to her, pulls her into an embrace. She relaxes into him and sobs into his shoulder, and asks the same question over and over again. How can this be happening? Keke's face is a long, dark veil of pain. Kate's patch pings, snapping her mind back into the present moment. It's an unknown number. Unknown. We have your daughter. Kate shows Seth her helix screen with shaking hands. Ask them what they want from us, says Seth. I already know what they want from us. Kitty Kate. What do you want? They stare at the screen in silence and dread. Unknown. A meeting. The unknown contact sends a GPS marker for a location in Springs, 40 kilometers east of Johannesburg. 5 p.m., it says. A sun emoji hologram rises and smiles rays of sunshine at them. It's branded Solar City. Springs? Says Kate. We can't go there. It's still red-bordered. It's a fucking nuclear ghost town. Since the nuclear power plant accident razed the place, the land is no longer fit for human habitation. They can't farm or mine. The government bought the whole tract and began to turn it into Africa's largest solar farm. They've reopened parts of it, says Seth, to workers. The journalists, who were brave and/or stupid enough to break in to document the devastation during the first few years after the accident, sent back images worthy of a sci-fi film. Thousands of glinting solar panels in a deserted radiation wasteland. I've seen the pictures. Those guys work in hazmats and gas masks. Grocery stores, hotels, and personal homes left exactly the way they were on the day of the disaster, like a museum of misfortune. Cereal aisles in perfect order, apart from one box dropped on the floor and never picked up. A skew sitting doily on an abandoned tea tray, only a black stain left in the milk jug. Not a living plant for miles. Everything covered in a thick layer of dust and devastation. The radiation is still very dangerous there, says the nurse. We sometimes have people trying to seek treatment here, but we have to turn them away. It's too dangerous for the other patients. It's the Zamazamas. They think if they come to Josie, they can fence the merch. But the stuff's old and practically glowing with radiation. Zamazamas? Chances, says Keke. They go in to loot the empty shopping malls. But they either die in there or come out poisoned, and we can't treat them. No one can. We can't go there, says Kate. Can we? Seth rubs his eyes. I don't think we have a choice. Unknown. 5 p.m. No cops, no guards, no games. That's in 2 hours' time. It'll take us almost an hour to get there. We'd better leave now. Unknown. Bring Mally. Of course, says Kate. Of course. What? They want us to bring Mally. The boy looks up from his snack. What, Mum? What? Nothing, sausage, says Kate. Seth speaks through gritted teeth. We're not fucking taking Mally. Silver is their bargaining chip. Of course they can't. They won't take Mally. It would be like signing his death warrant. Unknown. Bring Mally or Silver dies. Chapter 52. Shrieking Limpet. Mally's screaming sends shards of mirror into Kate's vision. He's attached himself to her leg and refuses to let go. A shrieking limpet. Let go, Mally, for Christ's sake, says Seth, trying to wrench him off. His screams just get louder. Temba looks concerned at the noise, worried about her other patients. She waves another snack at Mally, but his eyes are winched shut so tightly he can't see her or the bag of treats. We'll be back, says Kate, combing his hair with her fingers. We just need to go and see someone, and then we'll be right back, and everything will be fine. You'll see. Seth shoots her a look. So it's a lie, but what else can she say? I want to come with, he squalls. I hate it here. Let go. More crying and gnashing of teeth. We need to leave right now, says Seth, checking his snap tile. There is a bump from Aranax, a copy of a signed waybill that confirms a delivery from Nautilus to his apartment. Excellent, he says, but no one hears him above the din. The nurse pops out of the room and is back a minute later with a small nebulizer. She turns it on and the candy floss pink mask hisses. The aroma of artificial vanilla drifts in the air. She places the neb over Mally's nose and mouth. At first, he fights it, but when he smells the sweet gas, he lets go. Within 10 seconds, he's out. What the hell is that? Asks Seth, lifting the boy's limp body. A sedative. Cream soda flavor. He'll have a nice sleep now. Tranax Jr., thinks Seth. The chemgineer in him wants to inspect the product, see what the active ingredient is. The uncle in him wants to be in the car already, on the way to get Silver. You go. We'll look after him, says Keke. Kate seems conflicted. She doesn't want to let Mally out of her sight. We'll take him with, says Seth. Kate stops what she's doing and stares at Seth. She has an image flash in her mind. A picture of Mally in the nuked shell of a red zone shopping mall, standing at the bottom of a long-abandoned escalator. Lost. I'll explain to you when we're in the car. He looks down at Mally's peaceful sleeping face, then up at the nurse. We're going to need some things. Part 3. Chapter 53. Shark Fins and Lightning. Seth and Kate are outside their apartment building, where they had to pick up some supplies. They sling their backpacks into the cab and climb in, panting. Seth bumps the GPS coordinates of Solar City, and the car beeps an error message. That is a restricted area, says the car. I cannot drive you to that location. Just get us as close as you can. I will need to file a report on your illegal request. Fine, says Seth. The dashboard chimes. Report filed. You may receive a visit from the police force regarding your request. You're right, says Kate, as if they've got the time. I am only kidding, says the cab. Kate and Seth frown at each other. Since when does AI have a sense of humor? They pull into the hooting city traffic and are immediately stuck behind an old bus, not a straddle bus, which they can't drive under. The cab waits patiently, then they crawl a meter forward. Kate wonders if it's a touring, a beta-listening cab. She taps her foot, runs her fingers through her hair. An ancient tuk-tuk that looks like it's held together with sticky tape and string passes them, almost knocking off their side mirror. Come on, she says. We need to go faster. Is there a way we can go faster? We are gridlocked, says the cab. Peak hour traffic. Listen to me, says Kate. My daughter is in danger, and I need to get there as soon as I can. Do you understand? The car hesitates to respond. Do you understand? She says again. That must be difficult for you, ventures the car. Now can you drive faster? Recalculating route, says the cab. The smart mirror animates with green lines and arrows. All of a sudden, the car reverses, almost knocking over a cyclist who yells and hits the roof of the car. Then it turns a sharp left into a side road and whizzes down an alley that is clearly marked No Thoroughfare. It sends a rubbish bin flying and takes out a low-slung washing line. Windscreen wipers drag a shirt off the front glass. This isn't a road, says Seth, hanging on the side of the door's interior. A pedestrian jumps out of their way, then shouts at them, shaking a fist in the air. Turing doesn't respond. It makes a hard right into the next road and travels the wrong way up a one-way street. All the other self-driving cabs freeze when faced with such erratic driving from a fellow vehicle and allow it to pass. They take a few more dangerous turns, and before they know it, they're coasting on the highway in the emergency shoulder at 164 kilometers per hour. I like you, Turing, says Seth. Can I keep you? The car's response system whirs. It doesn't understand, and it doesn't have an answer, but it sounds happy enough. They sit back into their seats for the first time since climbing in. Thank you, says Kate, looking at Seth. For what? You're always there, even when you're not. That doesn't even make sense. I wouldn't be able to do this on my own. Yes, you would. says Seth. No, you're my better half. Seth looks out the window. Hollowboards and oak tree canopies rush by. No, he says, you've always been the better half. They hug, an awkward gesture with the small body in between them, and Kate thinks, not for the first time, that Seth smells of bright rebellion, zigzags, shark fins and lightning. I can't believe we're doing this, Kate says, adjusting Mally's outfit. Seth squeezes her hand. What choice do we have? Chapter 54. The Perfect Place to Hide. The Red Zone, 2024. When they arrive at the red border, they expect the cab to stop, but instead it takes the right fork and follows a dirt road along the barricade for a few kilometers. Sentries armed with automatic rifles and faces of stone watch them clip along. Massive billboards warn them not to enter. Out of bounds. No entry. Hazardous materials. 4D icons of gas masks and radiation hover above the angry-looking palisade fence. Cabby? She says, but it doesn't respond. They slow down to avoid dead trees that have fallen in the way. Long, brittle-barked skeletons. Martian dunes. Not a green leaf in sight. Once they've made it through the dead forest, the car races along the perimeter again until it gets to a spot marked at its base by an old water bottle. A secret sign that's almost impossible to see from the road unless you know exactly what you're looking for. The car brakes abruptly, and the wheels lock, causing them to slide a few meters forward and spin 90 degrees before they come to a stop up against a soil bank. In the still car, they listen to each other's hard breathing. Once their seatbelts decide it's safe to disembark, the obligatory 30 seconds post-collision, they click open. They get out and inspect the red zone barrier for an entry point. Up close, they see that a portion, the size of a car, has been cut out and then put back again on barely visible hinges, turning it into a swing gate. Their eyes meet to acknowledge their good fortune, but there is a hint of apple seed too. Sour cyanide. Because being handed a key to kill yourself is bittersweet, even if it's a key you went looking for. The cab kicks up the soft sand in getting through, and the steel swords of palisade trail along the exterior with a crowd of shrieking that sends voodoo pins into Kate's eyeballs. The clock hologram says it's 10 to 5. If they survive the evening, which has never seemed very likely, they'll have this cab to thank. They're already wearing the hospital hazmat Temba gave them. All they need to do before they get out of the car is put their full head masks on. They were able to fashion a child-size hazardous material suit from an adult small by using biostitches and medical tape. Kate expected the protective gear to be the color of radiation, which in her mind is glow-in-the-dark orange, but instead they're a fresh chewing gum color, ice blue-green, medical mint. The car sprays more sand as it guns for the exact location of the coordinates. They pass the outlying houses, shacks and RDP housing, mansions and huts. Windows, front doors, and roofs broken or hanging at oblique angles. Gardens flattened. Cars corroded so badly they look melted into the ground. The shops here, so close to the border, are the ones hit hardest by the zamazamas. Not a window remains in place. They drive on a tarred road now, wide and empty, and pass a playground with rusted primary colors. The motionless swings are eerie. Were there children here when the accident happened? 5 minutes to go. Are we close? Seth checks their coordinates against the clock. Yes. The stunted suburbs morph into an industrial area. The buildings here are also stripped. The open mouths of stolen glazing gape at them as they pass by. The monochrome landscape is easy on Kate's synesthesia. Muddy browns and charcoal hues soothe her manic thoughts. She pats the holster against her ribcage for the 10th time to reassure herself that she has her gun. It's over her Kevlar skin, but beneath the hazmat material. A sandwich of borrowed outfits, one that will either save her life or robe her corpse. They pull to a stop outside a water processing plant. The adjacent dam is sludge, mud mousse. The perfect place to hide bodies. They're not planning on opening this area for the next 3 years, and when they do, It will be to government-contracted Chinese cores who will demolish anything standing to make space for the solar storks. It's what they did in the north of the red zone. So far, the giant solar farm is an incredible success, and the Nancy's PR firm won't let the civilians forget it. They never mention the actual accident, unless you count the one day of the year they reluctantly lower the flag to commemorate the victims. Every other day is fair game for the spin doctors to celebrate Solar City and their resulting carbon deficit. Kate pictures hungry machines like giant lawnmowers sweeping over everything in sight, ploughing the empty structures and playsets into the earth. "Ready?" says Seth. Kate nods and puts on her headgear. It's claustrophobic, and she has to stop herself from immediately wrenching it off. Once she's a bit more used to it, the mask further dulls her senses. Her shapes feel far away. "Ready." They climb out of the car. Seth carries the small mint-colored body in his arms. Chapter 55. Crash Cart. Johannesburg, 2024. Keke jerks when she hears the shrieking. The machine against the wall, the one that monitors Marco's synthetic heart, is screaming blue murder. She rushes up to Marco, as pale as ever, and puts her hands on him. Presses the emergency button and keeps pressing. The room is crowded with the din of the flatline. Keke refuses to believe they've lost the battle. She zips open his heart pack and looks inside, but knew before she opened it, there's nothing she can do. The double doors are smashed open by a casualty team with a crash cart. Keke lets go of Marco and leaps out of the way. They shout at each other above the noise, nonsensical phrases like, "Jump the cardio," and "shake his coronaries," as if he is in some kind of cutting-edge fitness class, instead of what he is, dead, for the second time in 3 days. As the team works on Marco, Keke's panic subsides. It's out of her hands. It's always been out of her hands. Her fright fades, and it's replaced by a flaring anger. Who did this to him? Who the fuck did this to him? To them, to Kitty and Silver. There's nothing she can do to save Marco, but she can damn well do whatever she can to save Silver. There's only one thing left to do. She taps a contact on her snap tile. "I told you I'm not doing it," says the Dark Doc as soon as he answers. "Things have changed," says Keke. Chapter 56. Elegant Surrender. The Red Zone, 2024. The building itself is menacing. A tall, smog-eating silo etched with spiderwebs of cracks. Too much concrete, not enough windows, not enough air. Not that you can breathe this air anyway. Not without getting really sick. Not without turning your organs into radioactive light bulbs. Lots of pipes, too, plugging into the adjoining locked-up block-shaped building that houses the processors. Giant water pipes empty of the very thing that is the reason for their existence. Kate can feel the dryness of this place inside her body, as if the scorch has traveled into her bones. She trips over a piece of sunburnt rubber, made clumsy by her protective boots, and Seth catches her arm before she tips forward into the sand. "You okay?" She nods and lets go of his arm. She's breathing hard. Despite the filter over her nose and mouth, Kate can smell the ashy decay. They make their way up the front steps and into the black innards of the silo and blink, waiting for their eyes to adjust to the low light. It's quiet. Too quiet. She looks at the time on her helix. 5:04. "There's nobody here." Kate's voice would echo if she weren't wearing a mask. They step away from the stream of afternoon light that is like a golden laser coming from a crack in the exterior wall. It's safer in the shadows. Seth needs his hands free, and the small, unconscious body cannot stand. Kate collects some off-scourings from around her and packs it close together to form a small bank against the wall. A nest of detritus. A legless chair, a planter, a few bricks. There is nothing soft. Seth lays the mini hazmat suit bundle down inside the shallow cardboard box on the top. Mally's little body looks so lonely, vulnerable. Kate forces her thoughts to Silver. The silence is heavy on her ears, as if she's underwater, and everything is grayscale. It feels like a dream, but Kate can tell from the bubbling in her stomach it's not. She looks at Seth and the sleeping boy. The cool mint of their suits pops against the charcoal surroundings. Will this be their last hour? The deep quiet gives way to a faraway buzzing, like a swarm of bees in the distance. A few seconds later, it becomes clear that it's a Volanta, and that it's on its way to them. They creep along the silo wall to look outside and watch it approach, and the elegant chopper whips up red sand as it lands. Rich sunshine glints off the Volanta's black carapace. The engine whines as it shuts down, causing Kate's insides to contract. She's as ready as she's ever going to be. She reaches for her gun. A man opens the horizontal hinged door of the craft and jumps out. He's freakishly tall, wearing a foiled spacesuit replete with bubble mask. He extends his arm towards the hatch. A woman, wearing the same uniform, takes his hand and pounces onto the wasted ground. The pilot stays inside, seemingly ready to take off again. Kate can't see Silver. Is she in the aircraft? It's a scene from Mars, with the shimmering hot red soil, bad and barren. As they lope towards the silo, Kate recognizes the confident gait of the woman. Despite her bubble helmet, it's clearly the same person who led Mally away at the Robopup show. She's wearing the same bright red lipstick as before, but she's not smiling today. Kate's grasp tightens on her revolver. She wishes she had the foresight to apply some Sweatex on her palms. Her latex gloves are already slippery on the inside. The silver-suited couple comes through the entrance, and the pair blinks into the darkness. Then their eyes rest on Kate and Seth's guns, which are pointed right at them. The woman lifts her palms to them in elegant surrender. And there it is, thinks Kate, as the woman's lips curl into her trademark smile. Unholy ruby, as if she's constantly amused by the havoc she wreaks. Kate's trigger finger tingles with fury. How she'd like to blow a hole in that spacesuit. The closer to that smile, the better. In between the eyes would be a good start. Or, more fittingly, a good ending. You can put those down, the woman says, motioning at the weapons. Her helmet has some kind of speaker that amplifies her voice, making it crisp and clear, not like their chunky hospital hazmat masks that swallow their words. Why would we do that? Asks Seth. A gesture of good faith, she says. We are not armed. They won't fall for that one again. Not going to happen, says Seth. If she's put out by his refusal, she doesn't show it. Mr. Denneker, staring down a barrel of a gun is not a good way to begin our negotiations. Kate judders her gun at her. What is there to negotiate? You've got something we want. Not something. Not something, says Kate. He's my son. He's a fucking human being. In your eyes, perhaps, she says. The fuck does that mean? He's a Genesis baby, Kate. The woman slants her head, shrinks her smile. Kate hates the way her name sounds when it comes out of this cretin's mouth. Silver is your real child. Silver is the one you're here to save. Mally is nothing but a science experiment. How dare you? An ill-advised experiment. Ethically wrong and morally reprehensible. It should never have happened, but God is a forgiving master, and he knows that we are correcting the mistake. When we are finished here, he will forgive you too. Mally is not a mistake. Naturally, you're attached to him. That's understandable. You've been brainwashed, after all. We're not the ones who've been brainwashed, says Seth. We can help you to see the truth. Kate's trigger finger is burning now, crackling with heat. She has to keep calm. She has to keep calm if she wants to ever see Silver again. You're the one killing people, killing children, to appease an imaginary god, and you think Mally's an abomination? Kate's anger shakes her voice. Where is he? The woman in foil says, casting her gaze around the darkness. I hope you've not wasted our time. I hope you've not been stupid. But then her eyes zero in on the contents of the box, and her smile returns. "Oh, how perfect," she says, taking a step forward and craning her neck. "You've packed him for us, all ready to go. Is he sleeping?" "Don't come any closer," says Seth, stepping in the way. "Where's Silver?" "Silver is safe. For now." "You said that if we brought Mally, you'd give us our daughter back." "And we will." "Now," says Seth. "Give her back now, or the deal is off." Ruby Lipstick produces a sword from a hidden sheath on her thigh. The steel has been camouflaged by the color of the suit, a glinting magic trick. She tosses it from hand to hand and swirls it in quick circles in front of her chest. The swordplay gets faster and faster until the blade becomes a blur. Her partner, still and silent until now, pulls out his gun with a practiced motion. No showmanship, no noise, just steady confidence. How many people has he killed? Chapter 57. Foils versus Mints. They stand there in the dark silo facing each other. 2 foils versus 2 mints, armed and poised to fight. "Give him to me," says Ruby. "Who are you working for?" asks Kate. "Salon?" Kate wants to wipe the amused look off her face for good. "Salon?" she smirks. "No." "Who then?" "I answer to God," she says. "The Resurrectors," says Seth. The man takes aim at Seth, who returns the favor. "Of course the Resurrectors," the woman says. "Always the Resurrectors. We are the militant arm of God. We are God's army." "You're nothing but bloodthirsty terrorists." "Sometimes God needs terrorists." Kate points her gun at the woman's head, puts some pressure on the trigger. A dark part of her wants to blow her brains into that bubble mask. "I'm not leaving here without him," she says. "Then you're not leaving here," says Kate. She looks directly at Kate, growls at her. "Give the boy to me, or I'll come and get him." "Then come and get him," says Seth, sweeping his barrel from the man to the woman and shooting her in the chest. The sound of the shot rings out through the silo and echoes wildly, crashing Kate's vision. She expects the woman to fall, but the shot just knocks her back a few paces. Everyone in the silo knows that bullets are no match for arachnosilk. She's breathing loudly. The shot struck the air out of her. She spins her sword again and advances on Seth. He shoots at her again, but this time she jumps away from the blast. Once Kate can see past the noise of the second shot, she aims her revolver at the woman to back up Seth, but the tin-suited man has her in his gun sights. The second it takes to switch targets is the second he uses to pull his own trigger, and she's flattened by a hard, hot bullet to the shoulder. She's splayed onto the dusty floor, and her senses explode with electric blue. Her revolver skates away from her into the shadows. "Kate!" shouts Seth, looking at her. The woman takes advantage of the distraction, and with one quick motion, she shears his hazmat suit wide open. He grabs the cut sides of the yawning suit with one hand and forces them together. Kate pictures the invisible radiation seeping in like mustard gas. Ruby advances on him again, swishes her blade, but he ducks out of the way. Kate's shoulder is on fire. She can't tell yet if the bullet pierced the Kevlar, but the neon zinging in her head tells her the damage has certainly been done. The man is standing over her, his face expressionless, awaiting Ruby's order to finish her off. Kate scrambles backwards on her hands and butt, the pain zipping through her whole body. A glance over at Seth tells her they are now in full combat mode. She's swerving away from his bullets, bouncing and slicing, and he's doing what he can to dodge her keen blade. When will he begin to get sick? When will she? There's a hole in her suit, too. Her attacker follows her progress calmly through the sight of his weapon. He knows he's won the battle. She keeps scrambling, and he keeps following. She's a meter away from her gun. What is he waiting for? But she knows the answer. "Get the boy!" shouts Ruby. The man finally looks away from her, and she is able to grab her revolver and fire at him. Bang, bang, bang. She gets 3 shots off before he's even noticed. One bullet misses and ricochets off the wall. One is embedded in the man's suit, and one smashes his bubble mask. He steps back in surprise, and Kate jumps up and high kicks him in the chest. She expects it to hurt her shoulder like hell, but the yellow adrenaline is painting over the blue, and she feels as if she can walk over coals if it would mean defeating these terrible people and getting her daughter back. The man can't see properly through his silver-shattered mask, and he stumbles forward, trying to cover the hole with one hand and aim his gun with the other. "Get the boy!" Ruby shouts again, as Seth manages to grab hold of her sword. She doesn't let go, and they wrestle for it. The man stumbles again, gun swinging from side to side, trying to see past his frosted visor. At that moment, the boy sits up in the box, his bespoke hazmat gear a beacon against the shadow wall, and the man lifts his gun and shoots, riddling the small body with bullets. Chapter 58. A New Kind of Smile. The man empties his magazine into the small body. The slugs are hollow-pointed, designed to cause maximum damage, and they tear into the torso and face, blasting it back into the cardboard cot out of sight. "You bastard!" shouts Kate, emptying her own bullets into the resurrector. This time, she aims them all at his head, hoping to crack his mask completely and open the suit up to the radioactive gas that surrounds them. The superglass holds around the original hole, but his mask is now opaque with the scars, a face cataract. Seth and the woman are still fighting over the sword. Kate aims her revolver at her, but they're moving too quickly, and her hands are slippery from the sweat inside her gloves. The only vulnerability of the spacesuit, as far as she can see, is the throat area, but she doesn't have the confidence to shoot and not hit Seth. "Is the boy dead?" The woman is panting. The man doesn't answer. "Is he dead?" Kate wonders if he talks at all. Maybe his microphone is broken. "Get him," Ruby Lipstick says, "as proof. Bring a part of him." She's Snow White's evil stepmother, demanding the hunter bring back her heart. The man staggers unseeingly, and Kate sticks her foot out to trip him. He pitches forward, tries to steady himself, but fails. As soon as his weapon-holding hand clatters to the floor, Kate jumps on it, forcing him to bellow and release the gun, which she grabs. She aims both of them at the woman, but it's no use, because it's not safe for Seth. The man roars in outrage and frustration at not being able to see, and he wrests his bubble helmet off his head and takes a deep breath of the toxic air. Seth pries the sword from Ruby's hands, and she dashes away from him towards the torn-up body. Just as he brandishes the blade, he doubles over, opens his breathing filter, and splashes vomit on the ground. The tall man tries to stand up, but he's disorientated, and he falls back down again. His nose gushes, staining the floor with red splatter. Seth heaves again, then loses his balance. They've got to get out of here, get to a hospital. But if they let the resurrectors go, how will they find Silver? Kate grabs the sword from Seth and goes after the woman, but she's too late. She reaches her just as she's lifting the maimed body out of the box with a horrified expression on her face. A leg dangles, semi-detached. Ruby realizes then that the small body is not Mally, but his printed body double. She throws down the shredded silicone, her cheeks flush with fury. Kate lifts the sword and cuts the woman's throat. Crimson blood, made luminous by the sunset, spills out of the gash. A new kind of smile. The woman grabs her wounded neck with both hands, and the red liquid peeks through her fingers. Her eyes are on fire. Kate, shocked by what she's done, drops the sword, and the woman grabs it almost before it hits the floor. She backs away from Kate, reverses to exit. Blood streams from the long gash. Her partner, his face now the color of the concrete floor, sees her leaving and puts out his hand for help. She can't take both him and the sword. She chooses the sword. As she trips out into the dusk outside, the beetle-black Volanta starts up again, its blades chopping up the evening air. Kate wants to go after her. She's overcome with violent urges to hurt those who are hurting her family. She wants to tackle her, slam her to the ground, pin her down with her knees, and jam a gun into her cheek. Force the truth out of her. Force her to tell her where Silver is. There is a sagging sound behind her that jerks her thoughts back to Seth. He is slumped to the ground. His light has gone out. Kate looks again at the Volanta. The woman is helped aboard by the pilot. It's Kate's last chance to go after them, to find Silver. Seth's body spills over the floor. He'll die if she leaves him here. Chapter 59. Dangerous Cheekbones. Kate drags Seth's unconscious body out of the silo to the soundtrack of the vanishing Volanta. Despite them being twins and having very similar builds, he seems to weigh double, and her injured shoulder doesn't make the job any easier. He's groaning, as if he's trying to wake, trying to break through the veil of sleep, but this just causes him to vomit more, and Kate worries he'll choke or drown. She's out of shape, and there's limited oxygen in the suit, so she has to take breaks every few meters. The slow progress is maddening. Every extra minute she takes is a minute that Seth gets sicker, and that Silver seems more lost to them. Eventually, she makes it to the car, panting and coughing, and uses the last of her energy to lever him with a groan into the back seat. She gets in after him and closes the door. The cab purrs with ignition. Turing, she huffs, so relieved to be back inside the cabin. It's like the embrace of a friend. I am at your service. Get out of here, she says. Get out of this place. The car reverses on its tracks. What is your required destination? But Kate doesn't know. Back to the hospital? Temba made it clear that anyone with radiation poisoning is turned away. But if not them, then who? It was risky. It would take an hour, and looking at Seth's vitals on her snap tile, they don't have that much time. Where do you take the Zamazamas? I'm sorry, I didn't catch that, says the car. Where can I take you? Kate pulls off a protective mask. The people you bring here. I don't bring people here. The red zone is off limits. The self-driving taxis are linked to the same network. They talk to each other. What about other cabbies? The car hesitates. She's wasting her time. Zamazamas wouldn't take cabs. They'd have their own cars. Old communal minibus taxis with their seats sawn off with angle grinders and plenty of space to pack their loot. Where do they take them afterwards? What is the most common route from this spot, this hole in the palisade, to somewhere nearby? A shack town, maybe? Gugule to Everest is an informal settlement, says the car. There is a common route recorded on hijacked cabs to the business premises of a Mr. Zeeby. Mr. Zeeby? What's that? An arcade, maybe. Or a dumping site. The place they go to before they get arrested. Self-driving cab companies take the theft of their vehicles seriously. Kate starts stripping down. Let's go! While the cab drives, Kate asks her helix to talk her through how to care for someone with radiation sickness. Start by removing all contaminated garments, it says. Kate peels Seth's hazmat suit and bulletproof suits off him and throws them out of the window. She does the same to her own clothes, wincing as she pulls her Kevlar skin off her injured shoulder. The bastards shot her in the same arm she'd broken during the motorbike accident 4 years ago. Same arm, same electric blue pain. The car's air conditioning is cold against her bare, goose-pimpled skin. She pulls on a jacket from her backpack. Thoroughly wash the patient's skin and hair, says her patch. She uses the baby wipe she always carries to clean as much of his skin as possible. She's dubious as to whether it's been at all effective, but it's the best she can do for now. The teddy bear on the packaging taunts her with its baby button eyes. Take the patient to a medical care facility as quickly as possible. If it is available to you, give the patient diethylene triamine pentacetic acid. Kate settles for a bottle of water from the cab's cooler. Her patch pings with the purchase. She tries to rouse Seth enough to drink, but he fights her off. They enter the township, and it's not a shack town at all, but a neat suburb. What's left of the sunset renders the modest RDP houses in romantic light, with scruffy dogs running in the road and a child taking down dry laundry from a smiling washing line. More children shout happily, racing each other on their bikes, while others run alongside them. Young fruit trees leap out of tidy, succulent gardens. Informal shops are closing their doors for the day. Hawkers are packing up their bruised fruit and junk chips. One of the hawkers juggles nachos for the kids, then finishes the act by lobbing 3 of them into the small crowd as prizes. It's getting dark. Those kids should be home. Kate's chest tightens at the thought of Silver and Mally. She'll do anything to have them safely at home. How could she not have seen every ordinary day with them as the miraculous thing that it was? Because motherhood doesn't work like that. Miraculous? Yes. Easy? No. The hard parts can cast long shadows. 5 minutes later, in a slightly darker part of the burb, behind the cheerful facade, there are lurkers and prostitutes drinking on street corners. A woman in a glossy black trench with popped collars stares at the cab as it cruises past. She's wearing only lingerie underneath. Matching hot pink mesh with futile suspenders that bounce off her ebony thighs. Turing pulls up at a disused car wash. There is a hand-painted sign on the building that says, ZB's Car Wash. The walls are unevenly checkered, where the glossy white tiles have fallen away, and the mechanical mops wilt with sad obsolescence. As Kate gets out of the car, she can't help noticing the similarity of her outfit, underwear and a long jacket, to the prostitutes down the block. She won't be surprised if the woman comes after her and tries to scratch her eyes out for being on her turf. Competition in the sex trade is hard enough, with virtual reality porn hubs popping up next to every Adult Planet store, erotic theatre and VXXR, robo-hoes and sex bots. Gradually, human doxies, with their real skin and the mess that comes with it, have become less appealing. Although there are still, will always be, Kate guesses, those who think that no immersive experience, no matter how tailored to your tastes, will ever replace real, warm, flawed flesh. As if reading her thoughts, there's a clear wolf whistle from inside the building. She pulls her jacket together, zips it up to her throat. Now, it's more like a body-hugging mini-dress. She watches the dark interior of the broken-down premises, and as a man steps out, the Apollo lights all ignite with bangs, and they are bathed in white light. "Ha la la," he says, dreadlocks bouncing. "Who is this angel I see before me?" What the hell was she thinking coming here? Why did she choose a car wash over a hospital? "I need help," she says. "Can you help me?" The man is tall, abnormally so, and cable-thin. His cheekbones are sharp enough to break through his skin. Looking at them makes Kate's sinuses ache. Despite the dull evening air, he's wearing sunglasses and a wide smile. He reminds Kate of the cheese chip man, nostalgic knacks. "For a pussycat like you," he says, 2 long fingers on his bottom lip, "I'd do anything." Kate is uneasy and grateful. She starts to pull Seth out of the car. She can feel her jacket riding up, exposing her panties. The backs of her thighs must be made lunar by the bright streetlights. Hang on, says Mr. Zeeby. Kate stops, turns around, and pulls her jacket down. Of course, this was just too easy. "I said I'd do anything," he says, dread springing off his shoulders. "But of course, it will come at a price." Revulsion pulls at her stomach, stings her throat. Her body is revolted by the idea of what he may request as payment. She swallows the acid broth and looks at Seth's face, so like her own. "Of course. How much?" "Let's not talk numbers, sweet thing. It's bad for my appetite." Green dye rises within her and splays over her cheeks. Bitter bile. It may be the after effects of the radiation exposure, but it's more likely the thought that she may have to touch this man in some kind of flesh barter if she wants to save Seth's life. "Please," she gestures towards Seth. "We need to hurry." The man peers over her, and his lip twitches as he takes in the pale, unconscious body. "Boyfriend?" "Brother," she says, an edge of hysteria now to her voice. She's about to say twin, but thinks better of it, thinks somehow that may give him more power over her. He takes a deep breath, chews his yellow teeth. Kaiser Chiefs. Focused eyes like a jaguar on the prowl. Those dangerous cheekbones. Seth groans and retches. "Please," says Kate, desperation pulling at her lips. "I'll do anything." Chapter 60. A Car Wash Crucifixion. Guguletu, Everest, 2024. Mr. Zeeby can see Kate means it and looks satisfied. He puts his bony fingers back to his lips and whistles again, loudly, and two men step out of the dark innards of the gutted building. Black skin against black clothes against the blackness of the smoked bricks. Triple deck. He motions for them to come over. He speaks Skamto to them, of which Kate only understands a few words. They're going to wash Seth, give him medicine. They nod. They've done this before. Then look at Kate, at her pale skin, smudged makeup, strange outfit, matted hair. What about her, they ask, in their innovative mashup of vernac. "I'll take care of her," says the man. The dark footmen snap on gloves, haul Seth out of the car, and carry his dead weight towards the old washing bay. One holds his body up to the metal T-frame, while the other lashes him to it with a frayed red tow rope. A car wash crucifixion. Except that instead of killing him, they are bringing him back to life. What is the opposite of an unholy execution? They turn on the stiff rubber hosepipe, also a relic from the pre-drought days, and begin power spraying him all over. Next, they mix up some shampoo foam in a sun-brittle bucket and use odd implements, giant sponges on broom handles, to wash every inch of his skin. They wash his hair, too, from a distance, till his limp body is snowed over with suds. One of the men rinses him with the power hose and repeats the exercise, while the other begins mixing some concoction in an old Cinecola bottle. Zeeby pulls Kate inside with his long, cold fingers. He leads her along a short corridor, the light from the Apollos outside flashing in on them through the broken windows as they go. Kate's body is stiff with resistance. She reclaims her hand when they step inside the office at the end of the passage. He closes the door behind them, then shores it up with a chair under the handle. The room smells of oil and cheap liquor, dust and drywalling. He doesn't take his eyes off her as he sinks down into his wasted leather chair. She feels like a little girl who is prescient of her guardian's aim to abuse her. So far, she's been one of the lucky ones. She's never been coerced into sex, an unusual gift to have in this country. She returns his gaze. She needs to regain some measure of control. "How much do you want?" she asks him. "I have 100,000 blocks limit on my patch transfer. You can have it. Give me your code and I'll send it right now." An answer plays on his lips, but he's enjoying watching her, takes pleasure in her squirm. "It's not enough," he says. "I'll send you more tomorrow, the same amount, and the same the next day." "We don't accept transfers," he says. "Traceable. Besides, I don't need more bank. I have enough." The walls are grubby, covered with grime, torn posters, and old press stick stains. A 2019 wall calendar hangs askew, giving the impression that the August feature, a Porsche Ventrilo, is driving up into the sky. "Someone like you never has enough bank," says Kate. He laughs. "Someone like me? And what is that? Someone like me?" "Someone who has henchmen," she says. "Someone who packs an automatic." She doesn't say, "You reek of bad things with your sour breath and old prison tattoos." "Someone who likes to scare women." She wishes he'd stop staring at her. His gaze is a laser on her exposed skin. His nicotine eyes scan her constantly, making her feel dirty. "Are you scared?" he asks. She doesn't see the point of answering. "Come here." He adjusts his crotch. Every fiber of her being shouts no. The bile rises again, and she swallows to keep it down. The thugs outside might be finished treating Seth by now. Would she be able to run for it? And how would she get him into the car, if indeed the car is still there? "Come here," he says again. "You said you'd do anything. I want you to come here." She gulps again, takes a step forward, but can't take another. He looks on, expectantly. "Don't make me ask again," he says, now with a spark of anger. She takes another step towards him, and he adjusts his position in the chair. His tongue peeks out from his lips. She's about to take another step, but she knows she can't do it. Not to save Seth's life, not even to save her own life. The man slams the desk with his hand, making Kate jump. Temper ignited, he shoots up like a piston, and she backs away from him, not taking her eyes off his. He advances on her, jaws set, fingers curled into sharp, knuckled fists. She reverses into the wall, into the corner, looks at the window that's been painted shut. His tall frame blocks the path to the door. The foreknowledge of what's about to happen is like a hot poker in her bowels. Window, door. There is no way to escape. "You could have made this easy," he says. "Now, it won't be easy. Not for you." He reaches down to his belt, begins to unbuckle it. "Please," says Kate, "don't do it." This is happening. This is going to happen. Could she somehow leave her body, go somewhere else in her head, to lessen the trauma of what he's about to do to her? She closes her eyes and tries to float away, to leave this dingy office and terrible thing behind her, or below her. But he comes closer, and the meat heat of him brings her back into her body with a jolt. He's right up in her face now. His belt is off, jeans unbuttoned. She can smell his dreadlocks, his sullied clothes, his evil tang. Underneath his dangerous stink, she can smell her own fear. Zeeby traces her cheek with his amber snuff nail. She can't help recoiling. He slowly zips open her jacket, revealing her bare skin underneath, her scant underwear. She moves to pull the jacket together to cover herself, but he stops her. Without thinking, she lashes out at him, an automatic response, but he catches her arm and squeezes it so hard she thinks she'll faint. "The more you fight," he says, his face so close to her that all she can see is the pores in his skin, "the more it will hurt." Chapter 61. A blunt nurse in hot pink. Kate casts around for a weapon, any kind of object she can use to defend herself. A ticket spike, a desk lamp, a staple gun, but there is nothing. She has her own nails, her fists and knees, but Zeeby is armed with a semi-automatic she's certain he won't hesitate to use. The seconds trundle. This is the last moment she will have of being unstained. He takes his time, unzipping and leering, and Kate is sure this will be a prolonged torture. His left hand travels up to and around her neck, and he applies pressure as if he's measuring how hard he can squeeze before he cuts off her oxygen altogether. His other hand works its way down her bare belly to her panties, where he hooks the top elastic with his fingertip. She's lightheaded, thinks she might fall, or be sick, or both. A sudden loud banging on the door makes them both jump. It's like the rest of the world had fallen away when they were locked in this terrible dance, but now it reasserts itself, and they are just two people in a room instead of what they were before, what they were about to be. There is more banging, and a woman starts yelling through the cheap masonite. She jiggles the handle, but the chair keeps the door shut. "Zeeby!" she shouts. "Zeeby!" Then follows it up with a long strain of angry ringers with clicks and pops that are launched at the door like a spray of ball ammunition. "You open this door right now!" "I'm busy," says Zeeby, eyes trailing Kate's body once again. "Leave me alone." This makes the woman even more angry. The banging changes into a heavy whole-body thump. She's trying to knock down the door, and after the third thump, the chair is dislodged, and with the next thrust, she comes flying into the room, a hot mess of braids and cerise lip gloss. Kate's never been so happy to see a prostitute in her life. Zeeby whirls away from Kate, but this doesn't save him from a torrent of abuse. When she decides that a verbal bollocksing isn't enough, she smacks him too. Her flat hands whack him on the back of the neck and around the ears. He's so tall she needs to jump to reach. No mean feet in electric pink stilettos, with her wobbling breasts and springing suspenders. He curses her as he tries to defend himself, tries to swat her away, but this makes her angrier, and she whacks him some more, shouting all the while. Kate takes the gap and tries to exit the room, but the woman grabs her hand. They make eye contact. The prostitute's eyes are zinging with fury, and Kate wonders if she's going to get clapped too. But then the woman squeezes her hand. "Marwena," she says, "are you okay?" The woman gives Zibi one last hard push so that he falls backwards against the desk and pulls Kate out of the awful room, the broken building, out into the blazing artificial light. Once illuminated, she gives Kate a quick once-over, grabs her jaw and turns it to the side to check her bruised neck, confirms that her underwear has not been damaged. A blunt nurse in hot pink lingerie. When she's satisfied Kate hasn't been attacked, she nods, and Kate zips up her jacket again. Such a simple thing. The zip's tiny metal teeth closing ranks, but it almost makes her cry with relief. "Nyabonga," she stutters. "Thank you." But the woman doesn't reply. She raises her arm and shouts at the two men, something about hurrying up with the job. She's got other grind for them to do. Kate realizes that they are, in fact, her henchmen, and not Mr. Zibi's. Seth is sitting up against the wall now, but he seems to be floating in and out of consciousness. He doesn't acknowledge her presence. There's a parcel of old clothes beside him. A faded Iron Maiden shirt with a hole at the neck, and shiny black slack-suit pants. She wants to leave immediately, but they are still busy treating him, feeding him some blue gruel with a spoon like a baby. As she looks more closely, he chokes and splatters the floor with teal. For Kate, it's the color of hissing, and it's cold. "What are you doing to him?" "Muti," says the one. "It takes away the poison from the rays." Not convinced, she looks up at the woman, who nods at her. They spoon the last of the mixture in, wipe his mouth, and are instructed to help him to the car. They throw the clothes in after him. "I don't know how to thank you," Kate says. The woman dispatches the men in the direction of Zibi, then extends her palm to Kate. 20,000, she says. "Oh," says Kate, "of course." Is she the prostitute, thinks Kate, or is she the pimp? She rummages in the car and pulls out all the cash she has and hands it over. The woman counts it, her blinging false nails glittering in the bright light. Definitely the pimp. The woman folds 20,000 away into her trenchcoat pocket and gives Kate 5,000 back. Kate gestures for her to keep it, but she refuses and jams it back into her hands. Seth seems to be gaining better grasp on his consciousness. "Kitty," he slurs. "Silver." "Please choose a destination," says the cheerful cab, as if this is an ordinary night and they're going out for dinner. The woman stands, arms akimbo, waiting for them to leave. But where will they go? Where is her daughter? Behind her, Kate sees for the first time a faded mural on the outside of the car wash building. It's an ostrich with a trash can. "Zap it," says the banner above the bird. But she can't read the rest of it. It's lost to solar bleach and grime. "Where would you like to go?" says the cab. Kate doesn't have an answer. The woman closes her car door and gives her a stern, flat-handed wave through the tinted glass. Turing locks all the doors and pulls off. Only then does Kate start really shaking, and she can't stop. Chapter 62. 1.5 feet in the grave. Johannesburg, 2024. Temba finishes with her checking up on Marco, with her adjusting of tubes and wires, her emptying of his enteropurse and catheter bladder, and snaps off her purple latex gloves. Keke looks up at her for an opinion on how he's doing, but the nurse tightens her lips and leaves the room. She's not talking to Keke anymore, not since she brought the dodgy tech doctor in from the black clinic in Fourways, not since she gave their instruction for the man to remove Marco's eyeborg. Marco lies dormant, as before, but now he has a white patch and bandage over his left eye. His left eye socket, she corrects herself. Eye socket, because the eye is gone. The nurse shouldn't be so damn self-righteous. She doesn't know what the stakes are. It had been an impossible decision to make, but in the end she couldn't ignore the fact that Marco, her beloved, her lover, is already 1.5 feet in the grave. And dearest Silver, her fairy goddaughter, has her whole life ahead of her. If she's still alive, Keke thinks, looking over at the sweet sleeping Mally, curled up on the lazy chair under the blanket. If she's still alive. Keke's patch buzzes, making her sit up. Doc. Have uploaded the footage we found. Use this link. Password is XOPNX. I think you'll find it extremely interesting. Keke hits the dark web link on her snap tile and taps in the password. While she waits for it to authenticate, she sees she has a bump from Zach. Zigzag. How is patient? Keks. Same. Worse. Zigzag. Sorry. Keks. He'll die if doesn't get new heart. Zigzag. Not many of those around nowadays. Keks. No. I've been searching for one on net. Strange thing to look for. Zigzag. ... Keks. Found some bizarre things on Markset. Bizarre. Zigzag. Can imagine. Keks. Only bacon hearts available. Zigzag. ? Keks. Cardiologist says he's not strong enough. If we suppress his immune system, he'll die. If we don't suppress it, his body will reject it. Zigzag. Anything I can do? Keks. ... Keke is tempted to tell him about the man in the grey suit who came to see her earlier. The one with the emergency Medivac Ambidrone invoice and the hospital bills. The ones she couldn't pay. Marco's private medical aid will pay for half of it, but that's still 21 million rand she doesn't have in the bank. The man said that if she's unable to raise the cash, they'll have to move Marco to another hospital, an NHP centre, and that will surely be a death sentence. Keke's been in far too many of those institutions for her job, and the stories are always bleak. Not enough doctors, not enough nurses, black bloodstains on the corridor floors because there's no cleaner, no mop, no fucking bleach. Women giving birth in waiting rooms and public toilets and standing up because no beds are available and the floor's too dirty. People complain they don't like the smell of hospitals. Privileged people who sniff at the antiseptic air and wrinkle their nose, but they don't have a clue. She's been there and experienced the opposite, and she'll take the smell of disinfectant over disease any day. Something's happened to Marco's bank balance too. Some kind of blip in the Bitcoin system. All 6 of his Blocks accounts are showing a negative balance, unless someone has managed to hack his personal. Zigzag. You name it. She can't ask him for bank. Or can she? Marco lies unmoving. She'll find a way to pay him back. Keks. I'm Fubar. Zigzag. I'll come over. She should say no. She should say she's fine, or lie that she needs to be on her own, but the truth is that with Marco in this terrible way, and her best friends in danger, she's never felt this lonely. She touches the skin on her arm, on her stomach. It's some kind of tactile reminder that she is alive and warm in this hard, dangerous place the world has become. The footage becomes available to view. There are hundreds of separate files, and she scrolls past all of them until she gets to the very last one. Her stomach is a knot as she taps the play button. The hologram spins open in front of her. It's dark and difficult to see what's going on. The red recording button glows. Keke realizes Marco is under the desk. Hiding? Legs walk by. She gasps, even though she knows Marco was attacked and should not be surprised by the sight of an intruder in their home. She gasps again and realizes it's not a gasp of surprise, but that she's crying. Her chest is one big ache, and she feels Marco's pain, that he had to go through this terror. She wipes away her tears, tries to clear her eyes so she can watch the clip. A vibrating icon comes up, 911. With one click, he has used his panic button, called emergency services, and given them his coordinates, but not soon enough. Give me something. Give me something to make this risk worthwhile. The intruder stops right next to Marco. He looks at the stationary boots. There is a period of complete dark. He must have closed his eyes to the horror, and then they open again when the attacker kicks over the table, exposing him completely. The eyeborg auto-focuses on the sword-bearer's face, and automatically adjusts the dim light so Keke can take in her pale cheeks and vulgar smirk. The face shocks her. She almost drops the tile. This is it. This is it. She scrubs backwards to see the attacker's face again and takes a screenshot. Got you. Keke sends the pic to her Fusiform G app, and it starts cycling it through the recognition system. While she waits for the results, she resists watching the very end of the iBoard clip. Can't stand the idea of Marco being so scared, especially when he's lying here on this hospital bed, right next to her, unable to even breathe on his own. With 5 seconds left of the video, she's about to click off when a yellow sticky note appears on the screen. It forces her to keep watching. 4 seconds. 3 seconds. Is it a note for her? It remains blank. 2 seconds. Then, a second away from the end, when Marco loses consciousness, a single letter appears on the note. And then, there's nothing. Chapter 63. Mistress Catfish. There's a knock at the door of the private ward. It must be the man in the grey suit again, here to throw them out of the hospital. But a friendly face pops around the door. Keke's eyes sting with tears of exhaustion and gratitude. Look at you. Zach has a beribboned white cardboard box in his hands, which he puts down on the side table so he can give her a tender hug. Not looking my best, she jokes, pulling away, even though she doesn't want to. Quite the opposite, he says. You look positively angelic, sitting there, surrounded by hospital white, like some kind of angel or saint. Believe me, I'm neither of those things. They say that a saint is just a sinner who just keeps trying. Yeah, well, I'm not even trying. I know, he says. That's why I like you. They stand apart, looking at each other. Keke tries to sniff away her tears. Besides, she says, saints don't come in my colour. And they are all the poorer for it. She imagines herself as a cocoa-skinned saint, then thinks of what she has done to Marco, and her ring of light buzzes out like a bulb in a brownout. The vision reminds her that she hasn't slept in days, hasn't eaten properly. She's so hungry, it feels as if her stomach is eating itself. No wonder she is hallucinating. For you, says Zach, handing her the white box. She puts down the tile she's been clutching for the past hour and takes the box, pulls the ribbon off, and opens the lid. Her sleep-deprived mind pictures different scenarios of the contents of the box before she looks inside. First, a flock of finches burst out and scatters throughout the room, leaving small multicolored feathers floating in the air. Next, a foil balloon with a nonsensical congratulatory message, "It's a boy," and after that, a bomb that explodes as soon as the lid is opened halfway. The explosion ignites the room, the corridor, the whole wing, and the entire hospital building falls in an atom bomb cloud of fire and dust. Go on, says Zach. It won't bite. She opens the box properly. Chocolate brownies, crowded with pecans. Now who's a saint? She says. If her stomach could leap out of her body and into the box, it would. He holds up his other hand, in which he's holding a brown bag. I brought real food too. They sit on the other side of the room from a curled-up Mally, so as not to wake him with their words. Over bacon, rocket pesto, and cashew cream wraps, and in a low voice, Keke fills Zach in. If he thinks badly of her for choosing to retrieve the footage, then he doesn't show it. When she's finished, he sighs and rubs his face in empathy for her. You've really been through the mill, he says, eating his rice paper plate. I want to help. What can I do? Keke fixes her bright bio lenses on him. Who are you? He laughs. You know who I am. You're too good to be true, she says. And in my experience, that's bad news. I'm not going to try to convince you that we're on the same side. It sounds like we don't have time to waste. Either I stay and try to help you however I can, or I leave. It's up to you. Why are you helping me? Isn't it obvious? No. Because I can, and because it's the right thing to do. That isn't what I thought you were going to say. He winks. There are other reasons too. Tell me how we know each other. From before, I mean. I will, when the time is right. Tell me now. We have more important things to do. That little girl, Silver. Silver, we need to figure this out. Find her while she's still... They stare at each other over the plastic table. While she's still alive. If she's still alive. We need to do what we can to find her. Keke bumps the eyeball footage to Zach, along with the picture of the attacker and the face mapping results. L? Says Zach. Some kind of code between you two? Keke shakes her head. L, he says again. Keke's eyes are sandpaper. She fishes for her eye drops in her bag. What about this assassin? What do you know about her? Asks Zach. Keke hands him a steaming cup of the awful instant coffee they keep at the nurse's station. It's the kind of stuff her parents used to drink in the 1970s, made of soluble granules of a chicory mix. It has hardly any caffeine in it, which doesn't make any sense for a nurse's station. Absolutely nothing. That's the problem. It's like she came out of nowhere. They have a sip each, and their faces simultaneously reflect their distaste. Keke takes back his mug and pours the contents of both down the drain of the small hand-washing basin next to the hospital bed, then offers him a tray of caffeine gum instead. He shakes his head. Take me through the fusiform G results. Keke snaps the last two out of the foil backing and pops them into her mouth. Without caffeine, she would have melted into the floor by now. There were 53 different matches. Leaf after leaf shows the same woman with different names and different wigs, shades and scarves, but the same painted, pouty lips. Mistress Catfish. Face mapping is one thing, but what we really need is her DNA profile code, says Keke. I bet you she has 100 fake identities. We'll need her DYNAP code to isolate her real dossier. Not much chance of that, Keke agrees. Unless she left some kind of bioevidence at your place. Did the detectives check? I'd be surprised if they did. You know what they're like. Besides, I don't think this woman is in the habit of leaving evidence around. It only has to be one hair, you know. It's possible. Keke thinks of Marco's man cave and pulls a face. She can count the number of times he's cleaned it on one hand. In fact, she can count the number of times he's cleaned it on one finger. There's probably enough DNA there to identify hordes of his RPG friends, none of whom would appreciate being flagged. It'll take too long, says Keke. We need it now. There are only a few hours left until... She looks over at Mally and hopes the effects of that gas will keep him asleep till the morning. It will be easier to cope with the results, whatever they may be, when the danger is past and the sun is up. Zach stands up. Let me see what I can do with that pic. I'll try everything I can to fetch her file. I'll let you know if I find anything. Chapter 64. Calamine Ice. Kitty, says Keke. Thank the net you're alive. Am I? Says the blipping helix hologram. God, it's been a dream. A fucking bad dream. What happened? I'll fill you in later. Suffice to say, I've got enough nightmare fuel for the rest of my life. God. Sorry. But you're okay? I'm alive, anyway. And Silva? Kate's voice catches. We don't have her. What? Keke's whole body goes cold. What does she mean they don't have her? Where is she? They didn't bring her. Those motherfuckers! Keke pictures the little girl all alone, scared. Oh, Kate. Tell me that Mally's still safe. With you? Of course. He's right here. Still sleeping. Snoring, actually, with his mouth open. When Kate doesn't reply, she adds, I need to get myself some of that gas, huh? Kate starts crying. Sorry, it's not funny. None of this is funny. I'm totally tripping on sleep dep. I'm just so relieved, that's all. At least one of them. Keke knows what she means. At least one of them is safe. It's not enough, but it's something. And Seth? He's recovering. From what? Kate hesitates, too emotional. I'll tell you everything when I see you. She turns away from Mally and lowers her voice. Where are you now? We need to find Silva, but I'm all out. I don't know where to go. They're both quiet for a moment. Urgent thoughts jostle to be spilled. I think, says Keke, but Kate interrupts. I killed someone. I would have done the same thing. Would you have? Hell yes. I'd kill them right now for you, if I had the chance. Kill every last one of them. She's looking at Marco, and it's as if Kate reads her mind. How's Marco? The machines are doing all the work. It doesn't look like he's going to... The words hang in the air. Oh, Kex, I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. So I figured if he's gone already, because he is, really, then we might as well retrieve the footage. Retrieve the... Kate, I watched it. I watched the attack, and I think I've got something for you. A pause as it sinks in. I'm sorry. That must have been so hard. I processed her face, says Keke, the woman who attacked Marco. What? Are you sure? 100%. I think she's our biggest lead, and I think I know where you'll find Silver. Instruct your car to head northeast. Kate drags her gaze away from the projection and instructs the cab. Of course, says Turing, redirecting. Now here are the coordinates. Ready? Ready. Pink, khaki dot, purple, brown, purple, dark green, S. Kate is about to ask why Keke is talking in colours, then realises the phone call is most likely being monitored. She needs to watch what she says. She taps the numbers manually into the cab's dashboard. 25.8084 degrees south. Pink, purple, dot, grey, brown, purple, cyan, E. 28.7081 degrees east. Kate's desperate to ask where she's sending them, but of course she can't. Not if the enemy is listening. You got this from Marco's eye? We got a picture of the person who attacked Marco from his eyeborg, yes. Then a friend helped me to ID her, and this is where she's most likely to be. And we'll find Silver there? It's our best bet. Do you want the long version or shall I cut to the chase? Turing chimes in. We'll reach our destination in 34 minutes. Then I'll take the long version. Information is ammunition, right? Besides, Seth's still out cold and I need some company for the ride or my brain will implode. Kate sits back. It's a welcome tide of relief as they allow themselves to lapse into the comforts of their friendship, even if it's only for a short while. I found out that you and Marco's attacker have something in common. I doubt that very much. You were both taken away from your parents when you were kids. Was she a Genesis abductee? She can't have been. Nothing like that. Welfare nabbed her. Welfare? I'm sending you the report right now, says Keke. Kate's helix pings. It says it's sealed. Don't worry, I unsealed it. How? A fellow juror, the one I told you about, he came to visit, and he helped me. It turns out that because of his job, he has special privileges when it comes to certain personal information. Kate's not surprised that Keke has this kind of contact. Her career has been built on giving and getting favors. She realized before anyone else that information would be the currency of the future, and she's been building her database for decades. I gave him the footage and he... Kate's heart skips when she opens the file and sees the computer-generated 4D mugshot. It's the same woman. What? It's the Resurrector, the woman who we've just been fighting, the one who tried to take Mally at the show. You found her. Well, Marco found her. What they don't say is, and then, unfortunately, she found Marco. Kate starts reading the file and sees that the woman's name is Rosalind Jackson. A jarringly pretty name for such a work of evil. Her parents were nutters, crunchies. Kate scrolls down and sees another headshot. This time, it's a photo of a scrawny little girl with knotted pigtails. Her raisin eyes and mean mouth give her a feral appearance. Small bubbles of scar tissue on her cheeks and neck. What now? You know the type. Anti-GMO, artisanal vegan, carbon-negative homeschooling, communal living crazies. They took her away when she was 6 years old. In her mind's eye, Kate sees the little girl with a slit throat, sees the stained sword in her own hand. It makes her feel ill. She refuses to feel guilty, but still, there is a hint of blood copper on her tongue. What happened to this child to turn her into the killer that she is? The same question can be asked of herself, although she knows the answer all too well. You can't take someone's child just because they're fringe dwellers. It wasn't because of the homemade muesli. The girl almost died. Abused? You could say that. One of the crunchy hippies called it in, a neighbor. Saw how sick and weak the girl looked, then stopped seeing her altogether. Questioned the parents, but they said that they believed in meditation over medicine. Ha! Emotion has pushed up Keke's volume. She tones it down again. Can you believe that? They were anti-vax, says Kate. It's not a question. Of course they were anti-vax. Rosalind would have died if it weren't for the nosy neighbor. She was practically dead when the ambulance collected her from those batshit crazies. Diagnosed with varicella. BZV. What's that? Chickenpox. You can die from chickenpox? You can die from the complications from chickenpox. Inflammation of the brain membranes, meningitis. The cracker's parents didn't treat her at all, even when she was clearly ill. They treated her with their own homegrown hoodoo voodoo shit. Calamine ice, organic cannabis tea compresses. Kate can almost feel the cool trail of calamine on her skin, can taste the dusty pink. That sounds quite good, actually. I mean, as a name of a color. I thought that too. I thought I could do with some cannabis tea right now. You and your weed booze. Kate almost smiles. Okay, Rosalind Jackson. So the nanny state takes custody. Then what? So because of the infertility crisis, some of the orphanages were already closing down then. Plus she stayed sick for a long time. Turns out no one wants to foster a sick 6-year-old with dead grapes for eyes. What about the parents? Didn't they appeal? No record of appeal. They were probably all like, if it's meant to happen, it will happen. Everything happens for a reason? Morons. Weasels. Managed to spawn a right fucker of a daughter, too. She broke out of the institution they put her in. Can't blame her, really. You know what those places are like. Kate shivers. The mention of any kind of institution makes the hairs on the back of her neck turn into exclamation marks. As if the calamine ice cube has travelled into her backbone and lodged itself inside there. She broke out. Lived on the streets. A rat hunter, says Kate. A what now? A rat hunter. That's what Seth calls them. The street urchins. Says he hates to see them because it lends credence to Dr. van der Heever's eugenics scheme. What can I say? He has a point. Yuck. I know. I despise that man as much as it's possible to despise a corpse. Kate scrolls through the leaves of the dossier as she listens to Keke. She sees the charge table and interrupts her. Arrested for petty crimes. Shoplifting, pickpocketing, vandalism of a Bilken burger vending machine. Nothing violent. It looks like she was just doing what she could to feed herself. I also would have broken into a burger vending machine if I'd grown up with, what did you call them? Artisanal vegan parents? I don't even know what that means. I know, right? Shudder. So, she was a little girl on the streets, pretty much the most vulnerable thing you could be. I'm guessing that someone came along and took advantage of her. You couldn't be more spot on if you tried. You ready for the reveal? Born ready. The Good Samaritan took her in. Do you remember him? No. The bearded guy. The loincloth guy? He used to make the news when we were kids. I have a vague recollection. You know me and my childhood memory blank. The Good Samaritan gave up his life as a high-flying corporate something-something to be a better person. He donated all his cash and possessions, including a Maserati, to the needy and roamed the streets, surviving on the milk of human kindness. I'm surprised he didn't starve altogether, murmurs Kate. He even gave up his name, was always telling the people who interviewed him that he's never been happier. I always found it hard to believe. The Good Samaritan took her in? Into what? His cardboard box in a dirty alley? Yeah, as soon as he had an entire collection of rat hunters, says Keke. Very Dickensian. Very what? Oliver Twist, you know, says Keke. Fagin? Never mind. I always forget that you don't read, and then I wonder how we can possibly be friends. You know why I don't read. The car takes an exit off the highway. So, in an ironic twist, people were so enamored by the Good Samaritan's renunciation of materialism that they started throwing cash at him. Someone opened an NPO bank account on his behalf, and all of a sudden he's a multimillionaire again. He realized that he'd never be able to escape his wealth. Oh, well, we all have our cross to bear. And decided to keep the bank, do something worthwhile with it. He built a... The cab disappears into a tunnel, cutting off her signal. Chapter 65. Cold Lullaby. Keke tries to call Kate again, but she can't get through. Temba arrives and Keke steels herself with a frown she knows she's going to receive from the nurse, but it doesn't happen. Instead, she hands Keke a mug of tea. She's brought another packet of holy molies too for Mally, who is still sleeping on the lazy chair. "You're not angry with me anymore?" Keke asks. "I wasn't angry with you," says the intern, avoiding eye contact. "You're a bad liar." "Okay, I was, but I felt bad for him. For Marco. He's my priority, you know." "He's my priority too," says Keke. "You just don't understand the stakes." She starts to say something in rebuttal, but then puts a finger to her lips. "You're right. I don't know the whole story." "What changed your mind?" "About what?" "About being cross with me." "Well, you were very generous. Too generous. And then I felt bad." "What?" "I've never received a tip that big before. I mean, sometimes patients leave their leftover baskets of stale muffins for us or wilting flowers. But, well, thank you. It was very generous of you." She gives Keke a shy smile, then disappears out of the room. Zach. Keke checks the Gordon invoice total on her live statement for Marco's medical account. At first, she's confused. Has the amount owing doubled? But then she sees the minus mark in front of the total. It's all paid off, and more. It's an eye-watering 40 million in credit. The man in the grey suit must be grinning from ear to ear. She doesn't even know what to think about Zach. Why is he helping her? She's learned some hard lessons in her journo trade. There's no such thing as a free lunch. But what could Zach want from her? She doubts it's anything as prosaic as sex. Hell, she'd shag him right here on this hard hospital counter if she thought it would mean getting to keep Marco in this ICU, and she doesn't care what that says about her. They won't kick us out. She has a sip of tea and leans her head back, massages her neck muscles. She starts to yawn, stretches her arms above her head, then hugs herself. Her body is absolutely finished, stiff, sore, on the brink of getting sick. Keke can't remember the last time she slept and feels ready to collapse. She climbs onto the hospital bed next to Marco and cuddles into him, slings her arm over his battered chest, puts her warm hand over his cool one. She'll just close her eyes for a moment. She won't sleep. She can't. How long has it been? 48 hours? 72? Keke tries to count back to a time when things were normal, but the numbers tumble down around her. Slumber swirls in and inks her temples. The medical equipment beeps a cold lullaby. Chapter 66. Dinner for One. Keke drifts up from her dreamless slumber. She's still in exactly the same position in which she dozed off, spooning Marco's sleeping slab of a body. She doesn't want to wake, doesn't want to open her eyes and face the world since it has been turned inside out. Even in her semi-conscious state, she longs for a rewind button. Just a week. If they could go back just a week, then she could have Marco back, and the twins would be safe. Now a bitter new reality awaits her. She wants to float back down again, into the peaceful shallows, but someone is calling her name. Has something happened? She opens her irritated eyes. Her biolenses need replacing, but her sleep deprivation closes them again. She's drunk on delicious sleep and wants to keep drinking. Has she ever felt this tired? The person is calling her again. "Kekelezzo," says the woman. "There are some people here." Keke grunts. "They need to speak to you." She opens her eyes again, blinking into the harsh fluorescent light. Why do they make hospitals so damn bright? "Who?" Her mouth is stuck together, so she has to say it again for it to be heard. "Who?" Temba's face comes into view. "There are some men here, looking for you." She sits up and tries to blink away the bleariness. Her brain is still half asleep. "What?" "They said they need to speak to you urgently." "Is it about the hospital bill? It's been paid." "It's not about the hospital bill." Keke sighs, puts the pads of her fingers on her closed eyes to try to reduce the swelling, then gets up off Marco's bed. Why is the nurse looking sheepish? Or is it apologetic? What has she done? She opens the door, and 3 uniformed police officers stride into the room. Keke's brain can't make sense of their presence. Had they tracked down that woman, Jackson, who did this to Marco? But it must be more than that. Why would they go to the trouble of finding her in a private ward in a hospital? "Good evening," says the one who takes center stage. The other 2 stand at the door. Keke glances out the window, a shallow pane of darkness. What time is it? "I am Detective Rampele, with the SAPS. Alarm bells go off in Keke's head. This isn't making sense. "How do I know?" she asks. He moves his legs so that his knees bandy back and forth, as if he's warming up for a race. "How do you know what?" "That you are with the police." "It's not important. We are here to ask you some questions." "Has something come up?" "I beg your pardon?" They look entirely out of place in their new police uniforms. Black spines and Kevlar scales, as if they're preparing to go into battle, instead of questioning an exhausted woman with swollen eyes who has barely the energy to stand there in front of them. "Would you like to sit down?" Awkward. "We won't be here that long." Keke wants to pour herself a glass of water, but she feels as though she's stuck in the officer's sights, and that any sudden moves would be risky. "Have you found something?" The police officer's eyebrows knit together. "Could you be more clear?" Keke fights the urge to roll her eyes. Could the South African police service be any more incompetent? She's reported on so many cases where important evidence has fallen through the cracks because of corruption and badly trained cops. Now it seems like it's her turn to experience it for herself. "Why are you here?" she says, unsuccessfully keeping the irritation from her voice. "Have you found something? Some evidence? Have you caught the person who did this to Marco?" The men's faces mirror her confusion. "The break-in at my place?" says Keke. "The attack." "We are not here about that," says Rampele. "We don't know anything about that." "Of course you don't," she wants to say, "because you're fucking useless." The men have been here for about 2 minutes, but the confusion and dead-end questions make it stretch before her. An hour stuck in Kafka's spiderweb. Keke doesn't have the emotional bandwidth to deal with this. She closes her eyes, breathes, then opens them again. "Can you please just tell me what's going on?" Rampele clears his throat. He's stopped warming up for his imaginary race now. "We have it on record that you visited a Miss Helena Nash a couple of days ago in the carbon factory penal colony." Keke frowns. "Yes." "Why was that?" Keke's head spins. "What is this about?" "Just answer the question," pipes one of the men at the door. "We saw Nash because we had a theory about a case we were working on." "You were working on a case?" "Not officially." Rampele taps his foot. "I was on jury duty and then I had an idea, so we tracked down Nash." "You had an idea?" "You're amused that I had an idea?" she snarks. "Why is that? Because I'm not a cop or because I'm a woman?" "It's just the way you said it." "I didn't realize there was a more serious way of putting it." "No offense meant. You made it sound frivolous." "Fuck you. Now listen here, miss." "Don't tell me to listen here. Look around you. Look at this man who's a whisper away from dying. Does any of this look frivolous to you?" Rampele exhales out of his nostrils, puts a hand up in apology. There's a tense silence. The machines breathe and beep. "Let's just get to the answers," he says. "Then we'll be out of your way." "Fine." "You went to see Nash. On a hunch?" "Yes." "What transpired?" "It's complicated." "Believe me," says the detective, "it's a lot more complicated than you think." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Who were you with when you visited the convict?" "A fellow juror." "Why?" "Why? I don't know. Because we both had the same hunch? Because it was nice to have company?" "Was the man Zachary Girdler?" "Yes." "You're not sure?" "I know him as Zach. You were together?" "Yes," says Keke. "But you knew that already. It's not like you can just walk into a crim colony. They have a biometric record of us being there. That's the funny part, says Rampele. There's a funny part? In a manner of speaking. Tell me. It seems that after your visit to the factory, there was some kind of surveillance breach. None of the 23 cameras that should have recorded your visit had any footage of Mr. Girdler. What? That's peculiar. Are you sure? We wouldn't be here if we weren't sure. Well, I can tell you that we were definitely there. Rampele takes a glass tile out of his chest pocket. He taps on it, and a hologram swirls out above it. It's a security video of the carbon factory. Keke sees herself walk into the building, thumb scan, and endure the frisking for weapons. Zack came into the building with me. We walked to the interview room together. Not according to this, says Rampele, clicking on another clip. It shows Keke walking on the conveyor belt, alone, apparently talking to herself. I don't know what to say. Keke's head is spinning. Are you working with Mr. Girdler? I told you already. Zack and I were on jury duty together. We sleuthed the case together. If that counts as working together, then yes, we worked together. He paid you for this work? Keke laughs. Of course not. But then she thinks of the hospital bill, and her stomach becomes a tightly coiled rope. The BSS has no record of Girdler's presence at the carbon factory. I'm telling you, that's impossible, okay? You said you were on jury duty together? Yes, the Lundy case. Judges Mbete, Renz, and Flock. You see, Rampele smiles, that's where this thing gets funny again. There's no record of him there either. He's not on the jury list, not on any of the paperwork. He was there. I sat next to him. That's how I met him. He's not even on the security footage. Again. Rampele shows another clip of Keke on the roof of the courthouse building. She's sitting, eating lunch alone. Seeing herself eating gives her an idea. She goes to the bin next to the hospital bed and roots for the brown paper bag with the leftover packaging of the dinner they shared. What are you doing? Asks the cop. He brought me dinner, she says. We ate together. If he brought me dinner, then there'll be evidence of him in this bag. An extra plate, cutlery, serviettes. She finds the bag and tears it open. Inside is one lonely, crumpled-up serviette and a sauce-smeared paper plate. The branding on the bag is the Gordon Deli logo, and it's clearly labeled as Dinner for One. She remembers Zack wiping his fingerprints off the table, folding up and eating the rice paper plate. Temba, she shouts. Temba! The nurse must have been listening at the door because she nearly falls into the room. Temba, was there a man here earlier? The nurse shakes her head. Good looking, expensive suit, prompts Keke. No, she says. I didn't see anyone here, and I've been on duty all night. I imagined him? Keke asks the detective. This whole time? Memories of her conversations with Zack now take on a surreal quality. She imagines herself on her own, now driving her bike to the carbon factory, getting a coffee at Pronto Print. Imagines herself sitting in the corner, laughing at an invisible person's jokes. Has this all been a dream? I'm delusional, she says, not believing it, although she's pretty sure that doesn't count in her favor. The detective shakes his head. No, I am. I'm going insane, aren't I? You're here to take me away, lock me up in some padded cell. No, he says again, this time with some compassion in his voice. Then what? What the fuck is going on? Is the cop gaslighting her? Zachary Girdler is the slipperiest person of interest I've ever encountered. Never, grumbles one of the cops at the door. All right, he says, that I've never encountered. Keke remembers her first impression on hearing his name. Onomatopoeia. Zack, crack, crash. She feels for a chair. Are you okay? Asks Rampele. Keke nods, but in truth she feels like she is falling sideways. You're not the first person he's done this to. Done what to? It's not like he's taken any kind of advantage of her. He was a friend, a sidekick. She and Marco would be out on the street if it weren't for him footing the medical bills. Kate wouldn't have the GPS coordinates to find Silver. But why? What is his endgame? Are you aware, asks Rampele, his badge glinting in the too bright artificial light that is now not only hurting Keke's dry eyes, but also her brain, that Helena Nash is dead? It takes Keke a few seconds to register what he's just said. What? The cops look dubious. You really don't know? No, says Keke. What happened to her? People hardly ever died in PLCs now, not like the overcrowded prisons that South Africa used to have, where you'd be shivved for your dirty pillow. The penal workers have excellent security and medical care. Plus, they have to wear those terrible new tech smart copper handcuffs when they aren't actively working. Terrible, but safe. The Nancys are forever bragging about how they are able to keep their prisoners alive and well. But of course, they do what they can to keep them breathing. It's a significant part of the country's workforce. She committed suicide. No, says Keke. That can't be. We were in the process of getting her guilty verdict turned over. Did she know that? She knew we were working on it. That was the reason we went to see her. She left our letter and everything. Said without her kid or her freedom, she had nothing to live for. But I thought the PLCs were suicide-proof. They are, unless someone on the outside helps. Who? The police officers all glare at her. She laughs. She can't help it. Me? Really? That's why you're here? Rampele watches her face closely. She couldn't have received the kill pill from anyone else. She never even had a visitor before you two traipsed in there. Keke blanches at the mention of the lethal pill. And now her body's in a cooler. Do I need a lawyer? I don't know. Do you? I haven't done anything wrong. You've aided and abetted a known serial killer. There is a noise in her head now, a clunking, and her legs feel weak. She can't get any words out. It's like her cerebrum is choking. Zach, she finally gets out, is not a serial killer. Really? Says Rampele. You said yourself that you hardly know him. You only met him a few days ago. But I would know, she says. Don't you think I would know if I was spending time with a psycho? Rampele taps his tile again, and pictures of dead people float in the air between them. An old man in a standing wheelchair, a young woman, a couple holding hands, a teenage boy in a Mars-themed bed. Ted Simmons, dead. Neo Kodwa, mother of 2, dead. Tracy and Charlie Fenton, twins, dead. Cindy Page, about to graduate from high school, dead. Keke closes her eyes, waves the holograms away as if to make them disappear, as if she hasn't seen enough dead people during the past week. They all supposedly took their own lives, but in each case, there's been a common denominator, a visit from Zachary Girdler. A moment of quiet follows. Slowly, she opens her eyes. He told me he was a suicide expert. The detective taps out and the pictures twist away. Well, that part seems to be true. Keke needs to sit. She looks for a seat, and her eyes automatically skitter over to the lazy chair, which is empty. Her stomach plummets. Mally? She checks under the bed. Did he get scared of the cops in their crazy get-up and hide in a cupboard? Mally! Rampele looks at her as if she's lost it. Did you see a little boy in here? Asks Keke. A little boy. He was sleeping on the chair. The officers all shake their heads. That chair's been empty since we arrived, says Rampele. No, says Keke. No, as she checks the cupboards and the bathroom. She hasn't seen him since she woke. He must have stolen away when she was asleep. Keke jams on her boots, ready to run outside to look for him, but a solid arm across her chest stops her from leaving the room. Let me go, she says, trying to push past him. I need to find Mally. We can't let you leave, says the cop. They scuffle some more. I have to find him. He's 3 years old. He's in danger. Rampele walks over to her and she stops squirming. You're not going anywhere, he says, And before she has time to register, she looks down to see that he's clicked copper cuffs on her. Chapter 67. Re-break the bone. "Wake up," says Kate, shaking Seth. She has to let him sleep for as long as possible to recover, but she needs him now. His lips are still blue from the medicine ZB's men forced down his throat. "Yes," he says, swiping his mouth for drool and sitting up. "Yes, I'm awake." He looks out of the tinted windows into the darkness. "I've been out for hours," he says, knuckling his hair, as if she doesn't already know, as if she hasn't been counting the minutes till she can rouse him. "Are you okay?" she says. "How do you feel?" "I'll live." "Well, that's good news. I wasn't convinced of that an hour ago." "I know. I'm better now." "What was that blue stuff?" "Blue stuff?" "What's the last thing you remember?" He looks at her suspiciously, looks down at his mostly naked body. "Why? What happened?" "I had to take you to these men to help you. Oh, never mind. It was awful, but we're okay now, right?" "Blue stuff?" "Like paint. They called it muti. Poured it down your throat." "Prussian blue," says Seth, wiping his mouth again. "Yes, that's it. I mean, I don't know what it is, but it tastes exactly right. It's a dye. It binds with radiation molecules so it gets them out of your system." "Wait, you didn't know what it was, but you let them administer it to me?" "I would have let them force-feed you wet cement if they suggested it. I was desperate, and they're the ones who know their stuff. They've been helping Zamazamas for years." She hands him the old clothes. He holds up the faded Iron Maiden shirt and nods in approval, then climbs in the soft, smoke-fragrant garments. "What happened to you?" he asks. "What do you mean?" "You look different. Did something happen?" She swallows hard and looks away. "No," she says, feeling ZB's hot breath on her cheek. "Nothing happened." She can tell he wants to ask again, but he keeps quiet. There's not a lot of time to talk. "Where are we?" Keke gave me the coordinates, but before she could tell me where we were going, we got cut off. I tried to call back, but she's not answering. "You don't know where we're going?" "It's a long story." "Tell me the short version." "Keke, she did it for us." "Did what?" "She got that doctor to hack Marco's eyeborg." "Jesus." He holds his eyebrows with his fingertips. "She found out where Silver is." Kate's helix rings. Keke's smiling icon appears and Kate answers the call. "Kex," she says, "you're on speaker." "Is that Kate?" says a burly male voice. Her stomach lurches. "Where's Keke? What have you done to Keke?" "This is Detective Rampele of Rosebank Murder and Robbery." "No," says Kate, thinking the worst. She's not dead?" "She's not dead," he says. Oh, thank the net. The relief is so palpable it feels liquid. "Why are you calling me?" "We've had to confiscate her device, but in a once-off favor, I agreed to call you and deliver some important information." Now Kate can hear Keke yelling in the background. She tries to make out what she's saying. Something about, "Miss Msibi would like to tell you that your son is gone." "Gone?" says Kate. "What do you mean, gone?" Keke is still shouting. "She woke up and he was gone. I've notified the force. They'll be on the lookout for him." Keke yells something else. "She's saying that he must have heard your last conversation." "What?" "When she gave you the coordinates." "Fuck!" shouts Keke. Kate can hear her struggle. "She thinks he's on his way to that destination." Seth is pale again. Kate imagines all the kinds of people who would open their car door to a little lost boy late at night. She sees the moon shining on his blonde hair just before someone grabs him roughly by the arm and makes him disappear forever. This can't be happening. It's too much. Silver is in the hands of the enemy, and now Mali is on his way there too. "Look, lady," says Rampele, "I'll dispatch a team to help you find him." Muffled conversation follows. "I've already got people looking for your boy on the streets. Give me a recent photo to distribute and his DYNAP code." "No," says Kate. "No?" "Don't go near my children. They said if we got cops involved, they'd kill her." "Kill her? I thought... "Let me speak to Keke," says Kate. The man's sigh drifts through like grey smoke down the line. "Please." "Okay," he says. "You've got 1 minute." Keke comes into view. Her eyes are bloodshot. She opens her mouth to talk, but Kate doesn't hear anything except for the loudest bang she's ever experienced in her life. As the cab is shunted by an unseen vehicle and the superglass all around them explodes into flying crystals. They are weightless for a second before they spin 360 degrees and the silicone skin airbags blow up into their faces, punching them backwards into their seats as the car revolves again, then slows down to a sudden stop as they crash into something stationary. Kate gets a sniff of burnt rubber and metal sparks over the new plastic smell, but then liquid gushes out of her nose and sprays the airbag with crimson. She wants to scream, but there is no breath in her lungs. She holds a hand up to her nose, not quite believing that all that red paint could be coming from her. Beyond the deafening ringing in her ears and the spirals of blue that scribble across her vision, Kate can hear her name being called, as if she is dreaming that someone is trying to wake her up. "Kate! Kate!" comes the muted voice. Then she realizes it's Seth calling her, and she turns her head to look at him, her hand still covering her spurting nose. "Are you okay?" "I think so," she says, but she can't hear her own voice over the screeching in her head. It hurts her neck to nod, but she does so anyway. She can feel the blood running down her throat, so she tries to spit it out, knows that ingesting blood can make you sick, and that she can't afford to feel ill when her life is imploding right in front of her, like the inside of this car. "It seems we have had an accident," warbles Turing. "I have sent our location to emergency services. Please stay still and calm while we wait for someone to arrive." Kate wants to obey, wants to sit back under the reassuring pressure of the airbag on her chest. But she looks out of the shattered window and sees black boots approaching the car. For a millisecond she thinks, thank goodness, they're already here to help us. But then she sees the glint of gunmetal against the night sky, realizes that these people caused the accident. Silhouettes with AK-47s. Someone smashes in the crystallized window next to her, and the superglass peels down like a flayed pelt. 2 automatic weapons are pointed at her head, while the man in black pulls her from the wreckage, shearing her torso on the broken glass. "Fuck!" Kate exclaims as it raises ribbons into her skin. One of the other shadows pulls Seth from the wreckage. The man's grip is so strong it makes her arm buzz with blue, warning her that more pressure might re-break the bone. Chapter 68. Scented with gunpowder. The men in hooded robes and JC face masks drag Kate and Seth away from the smoking car and towards their multivan, which is matte black against the tar of the street, against the pitch black of the night. Black on black on black, as if they are being swallowed into a vacuum where nothing will matter. Seth is unconscious, but Kate resists the pulling. Not again. Not again, not again, not again. The man towers above her in height and muscle. He's stronger than her, but every molecule in her body is telling her not to get into the MV. Her broken nose hums sky blue. It's not like she's having flashbacks of her childhood kidnapping. Nothing as clear as that. It's more like her body is remembering the trauma and refusing to make the same mistake again. Her gun is lost in the wreck of the car. She tries to fight him off, feeling for a moment that she'd rather die brawling right here and now than ever get abducted again. Who are these people who think they can just take others and take their children, as if their bodies are nothing more than packaged meat, something bloodless to be possessed and traded on a whim? Her anger builds, and with it, her strength. She screams as she lashes out at him, punches him in the jaw, which remains unmoved, and her knuckles crack. Tries to knee him between the legs, but there is some kind of armor there, and it's like she's just slammed her knee against a concrete wall. She's injuring herself more than him. The other man, just a few meters away, is trawling Seth's body towards the van. Half-thoughts flitter. She'll use her adrenaline energy to try to get away. She may not be able to fight him, but maybe she can escape. Just then, there is a flash of light. With a bright crack, the night air is scented with gunpowder and blood. Seth has just shot one of the men, whose head glances backwards, struck by the force of the bullet. The other man hefts his AK-47 up for a better grip and starts firing at Seth, who darts to take cover behind the still-smoking cab. While Kate watches in horror, The man sprays the car with 100 high-velocity steel bullets. There's a jarring sound of slugs ripping into the car, and an echo as some of the shots ricochet. As he hoists Kate up, ready to throw her over his shoulder, one of the slingshot bullets whizzes towards them, penetrates the man's mask, and bites him on his cheekbone. He exclaims, rips off his mask, and puts a hand up to the fresh flesh. Kate uses the split-second distraction to break his hold on her and run. She sprints and slides in behind the destroyed cab, scraping her legs and knees on the tarmac. Seth is still alive, and a silent sob of pain and relief escapes her open lips. With shaking hands, she takes the revolver he offers her, and when her fingers wrap around the grip, it's with a grim feeling of satisfaction. When, a split second later, the man appears beside her, she takes quick aim and shoots him in his bulky tattooed neck. The projectile must have hit an artery because the blood, made black by the night sky, spurts out like an oil fountain. He tries to cover the wound, tries to staunch the bleeding, but out it shoots. He roars in fury and tackles Kate to the ground. Her head slams against the tarred gravel and her vision explodes into stars. The sheer force of his weight knocks the gun out of her hand and the air out of her chest. Seth turns his gun on the man, but is hesitant to take the shot. Kate knows that in the soupy darkness he can't see where the attacker's tank of a body ends and hers begins. She's suffocating under his bulk. Her throat makes a gurgling sound. She can't breathe, can't catch a breath. Her lungs are silent sirens. "Get him off me," she tries to say, but no words come out. "Get him off." But there is no air to float her words. The blood pours out of the man's neck and soaks her torso. Hot metallic sap. Red liquid mercury. The sensation makes her want to scream. Seth wrestles the dying man, forcing his body off her, and suddenly the dead weight is gone, and Kate can muster a wet wheeze. Seth looks for the third man, but he has disappeared. Slowly, the stars disappear from Kate's brain. All that is left is the light blue murmur of her injured shoulder and nose, a sapphire ache. Seth collects the man's handgun from his hip holster, checks the magazine, and shoves it into the waistband of his shiny slack suit pants. He helps her up off the tar. His face is lunar. "Ready?" He is asking if she is ready to run. Kate doesn't trust her voice, so she nods instead. He takes her hand, but as they're about to set off, the door of the van rolls open. The sound memory itself is enough to paralyze them both, and Seth yells, "Get down!" and he pulls her down to the ground with him. They expect a hailstorm of bullets, but then there is something else. A whisper. A small movement that makes both of them instinctually look up at the vehicle. "Mummy!" cries the little girl inside the van. She stands illuminated by the overhead cabin light, a shining aura, with a look of hope on her face that smashes Kate's heart. Silver. Chapter 69. Grim Claw. "Silver!" shouts Kate before Seth slaps his gun-peppery hand over her mouth. The girl hears her voice and starts saying, "Mummy! Mummy!" over and over again as her face folds into tears. Bongi comes into view, puts her hands on Silver's shoulders, strokes her hair. "Kate," she announces, "you better come in." The image of Bongi touching her daughter makes Kate so furious she's ready to kill. "We won't hurt you." The wasted bullet shells that surround the pock-marked cab tells a different story. Kate begins to get up off the ground, but Seth pulls her down again. "They'll kill us," he says. "I know," says Kate, and stands up anyway. She won't let her little girl die alone. She puts her hands up and walks towards the vehicle. Seth remains down, watching Bongi through the sight of his gun, ready to cover his twin, but then Bongi says, "You too, Seth." At the mention of Seth's name, Silver starts sobbing, then sees Kate emerge from the darkness and falls down under the emotion of it. Bongi yanks her up, and she keeps howling. A reluctant Seth surfaces, dusting his hands on his pants. He catches up with Kate, who's almost at the van, when the third man reappears out of the inky background and points his AK-47 at them, motioning for them to drop their weapons. Silver tries to shrug off her nanny, tries to run towards Kate, but Bongi's grim claw on her shoulder keeps her inside the vehicle. At last Kate reaches her, and the girl breaks free and flies into her arms. Her hiccuping body melts into Kate's. every nook and cranny filled with the sweet, sharp smell and sensation of her precious daughter. For a short moment, Kate's world is restored. The child is at once solid and completely weightless. She's wearing the soiled, candy-colored dress Kate had packed for her stay at her grandparents' house, the destination she never reached. The fabric smells of urine. "My baby," she cries into Silver's neck. "My baby." Bongi steps aside, gesturing for them to climb into the MV. It's a luxurious cabin surrounded by a hull of smoked glass. The presence of a toddler car seat puzzles Kate. "Sit down," says Bongi. Silver makes herself as small as possible in her mother's lap, a periwinkle, and Kate hugs her fast. The large door slides closed automatically, and the locks click shut. The claustrophobic space sends Kate's brain whirring with fear. She tries to control her breathing. This is not the time for a panic attack. Chapter 70. Dead Marbles. "Where are you taking us?" asks Seth. The tinted glass partition separating the cabin from the front seat slides all the way open. A throne-like chair rotates to face them. Kate is so shocked by what she sees that she gasps out loud, making Silver jump. "I thought you'd be able to tell us that," he says in his sonorous and familiar voice. "Hello, Kate. Seth. I'm sorry we have to meet under such difficult circumstances." Kate's shock is bright orange. It's her version of déjà vu. She's been experiencing it more and more lately, as if her life is some kind of loop of bad luck. The restaurant conversation, the abduction, and now this. Hadn't they been through this all before? Same but different? It's not Vanderheerve who sits before her, although it may as well be. Some duplication, some clone, some glitch in the matrix. Lumen? Seth launches out of his seat with his hand stretched in front of him, ready to strangle the man. The resurrector guard drops his automatic rifle to grab him before he reaches the maestra, then wrestles him back into his seat. Seth puts up a fight, but Bongi pulls her pistol out in a practiced, fluid movement and aims it at his skull. Seth clenches his jaw and shows them his dirty, lacerated palms in surrender. The blood on Kate's chest is still drying. Her nose is definitely broken. "They can't be trusted," says Bongi, gun cocked. "We can't be trusted," says Kate. "Tie them up," the woman says, and the guard zips cable ties around their wrists. When he approaches Kate, Silver recoils at his panting shadow. The girl moves away from him, as if he's hurt her, and she's now afraid of him. Kate glares at the man, then at Bongi, the nanny she trusted with her children's lives. How utterly stupid she has been. There is a hot, seething energy just beneath her skin as she clenches her bruised fists. "We don't know where Mally is," says Seth, "so you're wasting your time." "Don't do that," says Lumen. "Don't lie. You'll save us all a lot of time if you just tell the truth." "Fuck you," says Kate. She can't help it. She has so much sudden, blind hatred for the man. She feels like she could snuff him out with her bare hands. "Perhaps if you let me explain," says the maestra, steepling his fingers, "it will become clear to you why we very much need to know where he is." "Go ahead," says Seth. "Explain all you like." "Nothing," growls Kate. "Nothing you can do to us will make us tell you where he is." Lumen's face twitches with a half smile. "You see, I don't want to force it out of you. I'd prefer it if we came to an understanding." Kate's trying to pull her wrists out of the plastic bracelets, but all she's managing to do is scrape the skin off her hands and stop her circulation. "You must let us have the boy." "He has a name," says Kate. "He has a name, for fuck's sake." "His name is problematic," says Lumen. "It makes him seem more, yes, more human." Kate feels Silver's body tense up. "He is human, you bastard," says Seth. "He's 100% human." Lumen looks pained. "Well," he says, extending a palm, "the scriptures don't see it that way." "Scriptures?" "The Book of Light," says Bongi. "The prophecy." Kate can see from the luminosity in her eyes that she is absolutely brain-bleached. The Book of Light says that the last living Genesis child will lead us to the ledge. The ledge? The end of the world. He'll destroy the planet and everything you know. Mass destruction. A little boy, Lumen. Really? Says Kate. You're afraid of a little boy? If that boy survives into his 4th summer, says Lumen, then he'll live to be 16, and that will be the end of days. Kate looks at her helix. 31/10/2024, 9:58. Spring ends in a few hours. Tomorrow it will officially be summer. How can you, says Kate. How can you purport to be this incredible man of dignity and moral fiber when really you're nothing more than a child killer? You're just on the wrong side of the fence, dear, he says. To you, I may appear to be a killer, but to the rest of the world, I'll be a savior. You're trying to save one manufactured boy. I'm trying to save the whole planet. So that's it, says Seth. You want to be a hero. Lumen shakes his head. No, he says. I couldn't care less if I live or die, as long as I fulfill my duty in this matter. In fact, he laughs, no one will know either way, will they? I knew about the prophecy before the boy was even printed, says Lumen. We studied it fervently, not knowing that the boy hadn't even been produced yet. But then the Genesis Project scandal hit the news. The pictures of all those babies in their incubators, courtesy of you and your friends, and we knew. Everything clicked into place. Click, 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 Betty Barbara had said, clicking her fingers too close to Kate's face. Like dominoes, they fall. I knew then that it would be one of those infants that would threaten to lead us all to destruction. But now, it's taken almost 4 years, says Bongi, and only Mally is left. Why did you wait? Kate asks Bongi. You could have done it months ago. The scripture says that it's the last living Genesis child that will lead us to the ledge. We singled Mally out with Celestia's guidance and got rid of the others. Besides, the boy's life is not for me to take. Maestre Lumen is the one who has been called. Everything is on course, says Lumen. Everything is as it should be. All we need from you now is to know where the boy is. And what? You think you'd just appeal to my good nature and I'd hand him over? I wanted to try and make you understand, he says. I thought there was a chance that if you knew what was at stake, then you would help us with the solution. The solution, says Seth. The only thing I know for sure, says Kate, is that you're delusional. More dangerous than that, you're delusional and charismatic, and that is a very dangerous combination. You're wasting your breath, Lumen, says Seth. Nothing you say is going to make us give up our son. A searing stab in the soul for Kate, hearing Seth call Mally their son for the first time. It would have been a clean shot of joy if the circumstances were any different, instead of what it is now, where she can't see any of them surviving the night. I don't want to resort to force, says Lumen. Are you sure we can't come to some kind of agreement? Perhaps if you change your perspective on the situation and look at it as saving your daughter and everyone else you know, instead of sacrificing your son? Because if we don't switch the Genesis child off tonight, then we will all die. Do you see that? Everyone will die. According to you, says Kate. According to the Celestial prophecy. You're wasting your time. Seth is restless in his seat. May the record reflect, he says to Bongi, sighing, for all it's worth, that I did try to come to a mutually agreeable arrangement. Bongi nods at him. She moves her feet a little further apart as if to ground herself, as if she's preparing for a fight. I'll die before handing my son over to you, says Kate. Oh, I know that, says Lumen. That's why I came prepared. Kate's heart, already hammering away, increases its speed, forcing her lungs to pump with nervous breath. She tries to keep her nerves steady, her hands steady, but the adrenaline is fizzing inside her, confusing her thoughts and making her shake. Put her in the chair, says Lumen. At first, Kate doesn't understand what he means. She's already sitting. But then Bongi lunges for Silver and steals her away from Kate's lap. The girl squeals and kicks and tries to fend off the nanny, but Bongi is strong, and she manages to force the child into the toddler car seat. "Give her back to me!" shouts Kate, and struggles to get up, but the guard kicks her in the stomach and she collapses, gasping. The explosion of pain obliterates her thoughts. He holds her back into her seat and shakes a finger at her in warning. Next time, he won't be so gentle. Bongi is battling with the safety straps because Silver is arching her back, pushing her body out of the bucket shape and flailing like mad. Her squeal is a needle of ice. Every time Bongi almost gets the mechanism to lock, Silver squirms just enough to unclasp the keys. The nanny's mouth is set in a hard line. Perspiration starts to pop on her forehead. "Leave her alone!" shouts Seth, and moves to help Silver, but is stopped by the sight of the AK-47 pointed at him. "Stop it!" Bongi hisses at the child and pushes the girl's body into the chair with force, causing her to scream even louder. The woman looks at the guard for help, but he gestures that he can't take his sight off Kate and Seth. Her jaw muscle ripples as she grinds her teeth and tries to clip Silver in again. "Silver!" she shouts. "Silver, stop that right now! Keep still! It's time to go into your special chair!" The girl ignores the request and launches into a full-blown tantrum. That's my girl. There is a loud crack. The sound reverberates through the vehicle's cabin. Then there is quiet. Bongi has slapped Silver so hard across the face, she's silenced by the shock. Her eyes glaze over as a bright red welt appears on her tender cheek skin. A smack. A swarm. Kate's rage travels like poison in her veins. "You fucking bitch," she says to Bongi through clenched teeth. "You fucking bitch. She trusted you." Tears of fury roll down her face. She fights to get free, tries again to escape the cable ties, but all it does is lacerate her wrists. Bongi finally clicks the car seat lock into place and steps away, wiping the sweat off her face with her forearms. Silver's face begins to swell where she's been struck. She just stares ahead, as if she's had her consciousness cut off. "Silver," says Kate, her throat constricted. "Mummy's here. Mummy's here." She's tied up, and she doesn't know what else to say. Silver doesn't register. Her eyes are dead marbles. Chapter 71. There are no new hearts. Temba brings Keke a mug of hot tea. She doesn't take it. She can't bear to lift her hands off Marco's skin. 2 of the 3 cops have left, taking her snap towel with them. A guard remains at the door. A weird kind of house arrest, but an ICU. He'd taken pity on her, removed her cuffs when the hospital counselor had come to see her, and had not put them back on. Perhaps he can tell that there'll be no running for her, that she won't leave Marco's side. "I know what you're going to say," says Keke to Temba. They regard each other with grim faces. "Do you?" "It's time to let go." "I gather the counselor has come to see you." "Yes." "Talked you through it?" "Yes." "Do you think it's time?" asks the nurse. Keke looks around at all the beeping and humming machinery that's keeping Marco alive. "We had an agreement," she says, her nose stinging with the beginning of tears. "An understanding." "What's that?" "After the Genesis episode." "The what?" "Never mind. You don't need to know the details. But I was taken, used as bait. They withheld my insulin, for leverage, and I went into sugar shock. I almost died." "That's terrible." "After that, Marco and I agreed that if it had been worse, if I had gone into a hypoglycemic coma and not recovered, if it looked hopeless, that the life support should be switched off." "A living will," says Temba. "Yes, a living agreement anyway. And Marco said he wanted the same." "I'm sorry. It's very difficult." "How do you know when to do it?" asks Keke. "If there's even a 1% chance of him recovering, I want to keep the machines on." "The doctor was certain," says the nurse. "He said there was no chance, 0 chance of a recovery." "Unless he gets a new heart," says Keke. "Yes, But there are no new hearts. No. She lets out a long, wobbling sigh. So then, it's time? Temba shrugs. If you need more time, it'll be going against his wishes, waiting any longer. Already I'm seeing his body atrophy. He's grey. Can you see that? He's been grey since the attack. She's holding on to Marco. This isn't what he looks like. What he used to look like. I'm so sorry. Keke doesn't want sympathy. It wrecks the barrier between acting strong and outright weeping. Your family should be here with you. Your friends. A sharp thought pierces her grief. Fear for Kate and Seth and the kids. Will she ever see them again? Her eyes rest on Marco. His medical eye patch, his personalized hospital gown. He's the thinnest he's ever been. This isn't how she wants to remember him. Keke's eyes are streaming now. This whole time, it never felt real. I never expected him not to wake up. Of course, says Temba. That's normal. It's normal to expect things to get better. She stifles the sobs that are rising in her throat and moves towards the life support equipment. She tells herself to be brave, to not be selfish. Do I just, she says, tears running down her face. Do I just turn this switch? The counselor had shown her how to do it, but surely it wasn't as simple as that. Is it really that easy to end someone's life? To end Marco's life? She can't believe this is happening. It just seems too prosaic. When you think of death, it's so huge, so final. It's such a mind-boggling concept, but here she stands within arm's reach of her pharmacy-bought deodorant and a mug of tea that's getting cold. Tea. How could she even consider drinking tea now or ever again? I can do it for you. Temba steps forward. No. Marco would want me to do it. It's such an intimate act after all. This switch? Her voice is gravel. Temba removes her patient's oxygen supply and nods at her. She has tears in her eyes too. Keke takes a deep, stuttering breath and switches off Marco's life support. Chapter 72. Paraffin and Garbage. Aranax gets off the private plane and sniffs the night sky, scrunches up her nose. She hates the way Joburg smells, pollution and smoke, paraffin and garbage. She much prefers her lab. What's not to love? Brisk white walls, purified sea air, perfect climate control. Her family call her a control freak, but she knows better than that. She just likes to have a handle on things that can be controlled, because God knows that most things in the universe are completely, absolutely, undeniably out of our control. Besides, she's a scientist. She wouldn't be any good at her job if she didn't like playing with variables. A man in an airport uniform greets her on the strip. He blinks too much. Maybe it's the sight of her mermaid hair. She knows that when she's not in her lab coat, she doesn't look much like a technologist. He wants to carry something for her. You didn't bring any luggage? Just this, she says, patting the small transit box she has under one arm. And of course, a sonic toothbrush and a clean pair of panties which are in her handbag, in case of emergency. She'll fly back home as soon as she's delivered the merchandise, unless Seth asks her to stay the night. The man in uniform leads her off the strip and around the west corner of the private airport, where there is a cab waiting, engine already purring in that soft, dry way hydrocars do. Aranax loves the efficiency of Nautilus, the way that every detail is thoughtfully arranged and on time. In London, she would take it for granted, but South Africa is, altogether, a different kettle of fish. She slides into the back seat and waves goodbye to her chaperone before the tinted windows glide shut and the cab skates away. The car doesn't ask her where she wants to go. Even that detail has been attended to. She relaxes back into the seat, then has the image in her head of 100 other people doing the same thing before her, and sits up straight again. All those bodies, all those heads, all the hair. She sees them like ghosts in the car with her. It's the reason she can't sleep in hotels. The bed linen can be straight off the washing line, smelling of fabric softener and sunshine and a hot iron. But still, they bring with them all the people who have lain in them before. Sweating, sleeping, making love. It sets her teeth on edge. A 4D HD microscan of a dust mite is not something you can ever unsee. China City Santon, says the cab. The Gordon. Estimated arrival time is 23:12. Aranax looks at her snap tile, dials the surgeon who's waiting for her to arrive with the product. Dr. Kazungo, we'll be there in 17 minutes. Sure, says the surgeon, voice dull with exhaustion. We'll be ready. The gallery is all set up. The nurses will prep him now and bring him down. Excellent. Sorry if I woke you up. She's not really, but it seems like the polite thing to say. I'm looking forward to it. It's not every day you get to debut this kind of surgery. The crispness of her British accent is offset by his softness. You sound tired. I'm drinking a double coffee berry shot as we speak. I hope it's half-calf. I don't want your fingers shaking. My fingers don't shake. The car zooms through the dark. Algae trees flash on and off as they pass underneath. She tries for the 6th time to call the next of kin of the patient, Kekeletso, but she never answers. Maybe Seth sent through the wrong number. He did seem very distracted in his message to her, but it's possible she wasn't reading it correctly. Difficult, sometimes, to correctly decipher the tone of a bump. She assumes this is the Keke he often thinks about. They'll need the woman's signature to proceed with the surgery, of course. She'd have to find her at the hospital and get her to double-sig the waiver. Despite her initial hesitation in meeting Seth's first condition in order for him to remotely complete the job, she soon realized that he had done her a significant favor in finding their first human trial subject. Usually, it takes months to fight through all the red tape involved in vivo pilots, but he has managed to find the perfect patient. Getting Seth Denica on board is the very best thing that has happened to this project. She must think of a fitting reward. Chapter 73. A Wisp of Hope. Marco's flatline trills through the room. Kekeletso turns away from the screen. She doesn't want to see that fatal green line. Temba mutes the cardio monitor. Keke feels as if she's sinking. At the same time, wishes she is a ghost so that she can float up and away with Marco's spirit. There is a commotion outside. The double doors burst open, and all of a sudden there are 10 nurses and a crash cart in the room. Wait, says Temba with her hands in the air. It's okay. Leave him. It's a DNR. No, says a man in blue scrubs, handing her a tile. Not anymore. A wisp of hope. They reconnect his oxygen and unclamp the brakes on the bed. Temba frowns at the device and flicks through a few pages while the staff wheel Marco away. What's happening? Whispers Keke, suddenly back to earth. What's going on? Where are you taking him? Temba looks at her utterly bewildered. Ever heard of Nautilus? Chapter 74. Dark Dream. I knew you'd be fully prepared to give your life for the boy, says Maestre Lumen. So we had to think of some other way to get you to cooperate. Kate continues to work her hands out of the plastic loop behind her back. It doesn't feel as if she's making any progress, and they are throbbing with pooled purple blood. Violent violet. Seth's face is as white as a dinner plate. When you refused to bring him to us in exchange for your daughter, we knew we had to, shall we say, dig deep. Bongi adopts her steady pose again. Is this really happening? It's so stupidly surreal that for a second Kate wonders if she's in the middle of one of her nightmares. But the pain in her wrists asserts a deadly reality. This is no dark dream. We've done our homework. We know what happened to you, what the Genesis Project did to you. We know everything that's on public record about you. But we also know more. In fact, I'm confident that we know, well, perhaps we know even more than you know about yourself. Keke was right about her helix being bugged. Kate shoots a withering look at Bongi, who doesn't even have the grace to look ashamed. The VXR sessions you had with Dr. Voges were most revealing. Fuck you! Kate says it with such ferocity that some spit lands on her chin. She wipes it away with her good shoulder. Silver is still in a trance. Maestro Lumen taps his foot, checks the car's clockologram. Their deadline is rushing to meet them. None of it matters now. We're running out of time. I need to know where Mally is. We don't know where he is, says Kate. He ran off. Lumen looks at her for a long time, drills into her, until she has to look away. I've brought something with, you see. A tool to help the truth out of you. Kate's stomach burns. C'est Bongile? He says, palm outstretched. Bongi takes her eyes off them for a second to pass something to Lumen. It's a zip-up charcoal-coloured clamshell, for which he thanks her and opens carefully on his lap. He sits like that for a moment, appearing satisfied with the contents. Kate wants to know what's inside, but at the same time she doesn't. Crimson cringe. It's a strange sense of rubbernecking when it's your own torture on the table. Lumen finally lifts the thing out of the box. It's his pair of golden-handled secateurs. Polished to a high shine, the blades catch the interior light as he shows them off. Even though the pruning tool is a meter away, Kate feels the cold, sharp steel on her skin, feels it puncturing her flesh. You sick motherfucker, says Seth. You're not going near Kate with those things. Oh, says Lumen, in mock surprise. These aren't for Kate. He takes off the safety catch and scissors them in the air between them, making a rasping sound. These are to use on Silver. Chapter 75. Golden Secateurs. The terror zings all the way through Kate's body. Her nerves fizz with fright. No! She shouts past the bright effervescence. She tries harder to squeeze her hands through the cable tie bracelet, but they're numb. So when she forces it, the cable slices into her heel, spilling the lilac blood. The pain cuts through the numbness. No! She growls at Lumen. Her fear and anger is a beast inside her that is ready to take Lumen by the throat, but she can't get at him. He takes a step forward, secateurs in hand, and Kate screams and lashes out at him with her feet, tries to kick him, tries to defend her daughter. He gets closer to the girl, but Kate can't stand it, and then all of a sudden she's free. The blood from her wound lubricated her escape, and she launches herself at Lumen. She comes at him so hard and so quickly, he falls under her weight. Kate doesn't have a weapon. She's not strong enough to strangle him, but she thinks if she can scratch through his throat to his carotid. But before she can do anything, a shadow swarms over her like a cloud of locusts, and as she tries to jam her nail into Lumen's pulsing neck, the floor falls away from her as she's lifted off him by the scruff of her jacket and thrown out of the vehicle. She tumbles and rolls away and sees flashes of stars in the night sky. The bruised grass smells green. She ignores the pain, a blue bolt from shoulder to palm, and scrambles to get back inside the vehicle, but when she looks up, it's straight into the barrel of the Resurrector's automatic weapon. Bongi is helping Lumen up, dusting him off and adjusting his cloak. He has a smear of Kate's blood on his throat. Get her back in here, and tie her up properly this time. His cheeks are blotches of pink, anger or embarrassment, or both. He uses a tissue to wipe the blood away. The guard, despite being twice the size and strength of Lumen, flinches at the scolding. He hauls Kate up into the van and ties her bleeding hands in front of her this time, ties her feet together, and then connects the two loops with another tie so that she can't move, so that she's trussed like a rabid dog on the floor, a lamb to the slaughter. Seth is watching her, but his eyes don't register hers. He can tell by the look on his face that he is in his head, trying to figure out a solution. Whereas her first reaction is to move, his is to think. His eyes skitter to the secateurs that were knocked out of Lumen's hands, and he watches as Bongi picks them up and hands them back to him. You've wasted enough of my time, Lumen says, smoothing down his wisp of white hair. She has humiliated him in front of his entourage. His eyes say, You'll pay for that. I'm telling you, you'll pay for that. Kate growls at him. The danger has made her wild. Tell me right now where Mally is, or your daughter will suffer the consequences. You wouldn't, says Kate. You're wrong, he says. His eyes look so deeply into hers, it feels as if he's mining them. He speaks slowly. You see, I know what your nightmares look like. He holds the secateurs aloft to make his meaning clear. No, says Kate, please. You're giving me no option. Bongi, says Kate, please. It's Silver. Silver. You can't let him hurt her. Bongi remains fire-eyed for Lumen. You're the one who's hurting her. Do what he says and she'll be safe. Lumen sits next to the toddler car seat and casts a detached glance at Silver. Uses the hand that he's holding the secateurs in to move a strand of hair out of her eyes. Her swollen face doesn't flinch. She's gone somewhere far inside herself, as if Bongi's unexpected slap had turned off a switch in her brain. Kate knows what that's like. Lumen takes the girl's hand in his, an affectionate uncle. Kate's insides liquefy into neon juice. I know what haunts you. What do you think your late lover would say if he was here? He wiggles the fingers on his other hand, then hides his thumb so that it looks like it's missing. Lumen, please, please, I beg you. Tell me where the boy is. I don't know where he is. He ran away from the hospital. He's on the street somewhere. His nostrils flare. You have an idea. The colours. He raises the secateurs to Silver's hand, puts her little finger in between the blades. The girl stares ahead, oblivious. Kate yelps and struggles with the ties. You spoke in code, on the phone? Tell me what it means. Tell him, says Seth. They'll kill Mally. Mally isn't here. What he means is, Mally isn't here with a pair of shiny pruning shears being held to his hand. He could be anywhere. There might be time to save him. Lumen adjusts the angle of the blade so that Silver's little finger is in the perfect position to be severed at the large knuckle. Tell him, says Seth again. She struggles with the restraints. How can I? Bongi looks at the time, 11 p.m., and says, 60 minutes to midnight. There is so much tension in the cabin. It's like they are all set in electric jelly. This is your last chance, says Lumen, his eyes arresting Kate's. I'm going to count to 3. This is too much for Kate to handle. She can't stand the vulnerability. She can't stand it. It's like her heart is outside her body, raw and beating. 1, Lumen says, like a parent losing his patience. 2. He looks down and is about to apply pressure when Kate shouts, Okay, I'll tell you. He looks up at her, moves the secateurs away from Silver's hand, waits for her to talk. Pink, khaki dot, purple, brown, purple, dark green S. Seth translates. 25.8084 degrees south. GPS coordinates, says Bongi. She taps the numbers into her tile. Pink, purple, dot, grey, brown, purple, cyan E. 28.7081 degrees east, says Seth. Bongi taps the last digits, then frowns. Lumen looks at her, a question mark for a face. They're playing with us, she says, showing him the screen. Lumen's cheeks begin to colour again. We're not, says Kate. Those were the exact colours. You expect us to believe, he says, grabbing the tile from Bongi and tilting it in their direction, that Mally is on his way to the luminary? The realization stings Kate and Seth at the same time. Lumen's cross face melts into a pleased one. Oh, you truly didn't know? But how perfect, he says, smiling at Bongi, who types the coordinates into the van's holodash. We thought we'd have to chase him, but there he is, running towards us. Kate grunts, wrestles with her binding. Lumen beams at everyone. I told you, didn't I? I told you to trust in Celestia. Praise the light, says Bongi. The vehicle's engine starts and they start to move forward. Praise the light, says the maestra. Chapter 76. Death Song. Keke watches as the cardiosurgeon slices open Marco's chest for the second time in a week. The barely healed previous incision is simply cut away and discarded. Keke flinches as it's tossed onto a tray, as if a piece of him is worth nothing. Temba inspects her face, which she can feel is pale and damp. "Are you okay?" she whispers. Keke nods and swallows her discomfort. To distract herself from the emotion rising in her chest, she watches the director. He's walking around the operating arena, adjusting cameras, changing angles, tapping in lens instructions. He and all the recording equipment are dressed in the same white scrubs. The medical team, Dr. Gazongo and 3 assistants, are in medical mint. That's what Kate had called the color anyway. Her stomach cramps with self-reproach when she thinks about Mally escaping her charge. If she had just been able to stay awake. Something goes wrong with the surgery. Gazongo's brow darts downwards and he yells some commands at his team. There's a flurry of activity over Marco's body and chittering in the gallery. The machines screech their now familiar death song. Keke finds that despite everything, she is calm. She's been through this before. The blue-haired woman who had suddenly appeared in her life bearing the synthetic heart is on the other side of the room behind the glass. She looks agitated, keeps wringing her hands and checking her tile. In a way, they are polar reflections of one another. One light, the other dark. One water, the other earth. Keke reminds herself to breathe. The machines stop shrieking and return to their cool, consistent beats, and the clockologram ticks above them all. It's 28 minutes to midnight. Chapter 77. Rat Hunters. They arrive at the huge gates of the luminary, which sparkle with their golden paint even in the dread dark of almost midnight. The sentinels have bumped to expect them, and the guards are already swinging the ornate metal gates open when the van speeds down the long, straight asphalt path. The vehicle barely slows down as it shoots through the entrance and into the vast property. And after a few twists and turns on the serpentine driveway, the mouth of the wide garage is already open to receive them. The van parks inside, and Kate feels as though they've been swallowed by a monster. The idea she used to have of the luminary, the picture in her head of this giant white and gold monastery, has faded, has inverted to its shadow side. Darkness where there was light, evil where she had presupposed good. Row upon row of people are shrouded in the dark. An army in arachne silk and shiny face masks. It makes her feel so cold inside. Lumen was the Good Samaritan. He was the one who took all the urchins off the street, fed them, and trained them in combat, martial arts, bomb assemblage, sword fighting. Lumen had recruited the rat hunters as resurrectors. The engine turns itself off, and the multivan doors roll open. There is a soft, warm light of a naked bulb, and the parking garage smells of turpentine and oil, fertilizer, pesticides, earthworm compost. Lumen is helped out of the car by his bodyguard, and Bongi follows, but Kate and Seth are held back by their restraints. Silver is still catatonic. Her eyes are closed now, but she's not sleeping. The guard starts to unlock an interleading door to the inside of the monastery, but Lumen stops him. "The boy won't be inside," he says. "He wouldn't have made it past the security system. He'll be in the ground somewhere, in the gardens." The open garage door reveals to Kate a night sky sparkling with danger. Seth squirms in his seat, trying to somehow loosen his binding. Lumen strides into the garden. "Bring the bait," he says. Bongi unclips Silver's harness and carries her like a sleeping child. It's a poignant image, a sinister pieta. 2 meaty resurrectors grab Kate, sever her ankle restraints, and drag her and Seth out of the vehicle and into the cool, moonlit lushness of the sable-leafed garden. Chapter 78. Maze of Black Roses. Lumen and the resurrectors stream into the garden. They're on high alert, with only 12 minutes to find their sacrificial lamb. They take turns pushing Kate and Seth to the front, passing hedges fragrant with blooms. Lumen speaks into his wrist, and his voice is broadcast all over the property. "Mally?" His voice is warm, welcoming. Kate pictures him as a leathery Venus flytrap. "You can come out now. There's nothing to be afraid of. Your parents are here, and they need your help. They're very anxious to see you." His voice echoes in the air around them. "Your mother's here, and your uncle. Silver's here too. We're all waiting for you. You can come out. It's safe. Don't come out, shouts Seth, and a masked man slams his fist into his cheekbone, knocking him to the ground. Another resurrector kicks him in the throat. Lumen broadcasts his message again, but this time with more urgency. I know you're here, he says. It's very important that you come out now. If Mally can just stay hidden for a little while longer, it will be midnight and the prophecy will crumble. Don't listen to these people, shouts Kate. Don't come out no matter what. Kate's chest explodes with sparks. She's on the ground. She can't talk. The pain takes everything. She doesn't know if it was a fist or a boot. The arachnosilk army drag her along the damp grass. She gasps to get the cold black air into her hollering lungs. We don't even know if he's here, she hears Bongi say. He's here, says Lumen. I can feel his presence. I can feel the reckoning in the air. Shall we pray? She asks in Isikosa, cosmic cream. Lumen replies in English. This is not the time for prayer. I just thought... Mally? Shouts Lumen, panic starting to fray his voice. We need you to come up here now. The marching bodies wind their way into the maze of black roses. Chapter 79. Alchemist, folk singer, New Dawn. The rose maze is a masterpiece of landscape design. More than 1,000 different rose varieties grow together to form a circular maze, the shape of the sun. Carolina, Bractata, Synstyla. In daylight, it's a multi-scented oil painting. At night, it's a barbed cage of black roses and thorns. The small, spiteful blades keep catching Kate's coat and scratching her arms. The plants want to hook her, hold her back, but the resurrectors keep pushing her forward. The walls aren't impenetrable like traditional Victorian mazes. Instead, she can see flashes of movement through the canes and leaves. Shadows of shadows. They get deeper into the heart of it. The rhythm of their dread is Lumen's broadcast voice. At last, the hedges open to a vast clearing with a raised sundial in the middle. It's the center of the maze. With Lumen and Bongi so preoccupied with finding Mally, Kate wonders if she'll be able to make a run for it. Seth's face is bleeding, and her own body feels broken. Would they even be able to run? And even if they managed to get away from the thugs on either side of them, would they be able to find their way out of this complicated maze? She looks around, tries to identify the best exit, takes a tentative step away from her captor. He doesn't seem to notice. She'll have to reach Bongi to grab Silver, and then... A petite figure appears, blocking her way and drawing a large silver sword that flashes with starlight. Jackson's teeth, left naked by her wide smile, glow in the dark. Her scarf trips in the breeze. Not so fast, she says, her voice a wounded whisper. She slowly lowers and rests the blade against Kate's neck. Thirsty for vengeance, no doubt, thinks Kate, remembering in glass-shard detail how she had, just hours before, cut the woman's throat. She wonders what it looks like now, the wound, delicate skin glued together with stem cells. No one would guess she was injured, with that scarf concealing the gash. The only clue is in the way Jackson moves, with a stiff neck, as if she had slept badly the night before. She fixes Kate with her raisin eyes and flicks the sword at the guard, warning him off with the glinting metal. Her message is clear. Kate belongs to her. No one but she will have the pleasure of cutting her down. Again, the sword is pressed against Kate's throat, harder this time, so that she can feel the run of the blade, the shallow incision, a warm drool of blood down her neck. Lumen sees the new blood. Don't kill them yet. Jackson gives him a disappointed look. We need them to lure the boy. She purses her rubies, but doesn't move the sword. 50 resurrectors. 100. 6 minutes to go, says a sweating Sibongile. Lumen gets a pair of men to move the top of the sundial and help him onto the plinth. Although he requires assistance, he is nimble despite his heavy robe and his age. He stands there, surveying his estate of shadows. This is your last chance, Mally. There is a kind of fever in his face. Kate's hatred of him is deep and burning, but she does see in that moment that he truly believes in what he is doing. As if he's sensing her thoughts, he looks straight at her, his eyes gleaming with purpose. Bring her to me. He has the golden secateurs in his hands. Kate flinches, tries to move away. No! Don't you touch her, Lumen, growls Seth, or I swear to God I'll kill you. That may prove to be difficult, says Lumen, motioning at his tied hands. Jackson grabs her arm and forces her forward towards Lumen. He hops down from the plinth, then turns his attention from Kate and gestures for Bongi to place Silver on the altar and hold her there. The girl doesn't cry or resist. She is a shell. Mally, shouts Lumen. Mally, if you don't come out right now, I'm going to hurt your sister. No, screams Kate. Seth struggles with his binding. Lumen, don't you dare. This is your last chance, shouts Lumen, lifting the secateurs and shearing the crisp night air. He takes a step closer to Silver. Bongi frowns, is about to say something, then stops. Lumen advances. It's the only way. Don't come out, shouts Seth. Stay where you are, Mally. Don't come out for anything. Last chance, Mally, shouts Lumen. Last chance to save your family, to protect your little sister. No one breathes. Maestro Lumen scissors the secateurs. The evil rasping sound sends a frozen hook into Kate's chest. Ready? Lumen says, and picks up Silver's hand off her lap. No! Screams Kate, trying to throw Jackson off, but the woman's grip just gets firmer and the sword cuts deeper. Lumen holds Silver's hand, and with a hard snick, he cuts off her little finger. Absolute shock silences them all for a moment. Kate's whole body turns into cold water. Seth starts shouting words that she doesn't understand. The pain catapults Silver out of her stupor. As the blood starts spurting, she opens her eyes and jaws and screams. Her wide-open mouth is a hurricane. It's a sound Kate has never heard before. The combination of her own horror, her futility, and the piercing sound drilling into her temple, something short-circuits in her brain. And even though she tries to hang on to reality, a noxious grey fog comes and steals away her consciousness. Chapter 80. Small White Starfish. The sound of a child screaming pulls Kate up from murky depths. Her thoughts are muddled. As she gets closer to the surface, she recognizes the scream. Silver. The memory of what has just happened assaults her, kicks her in the stomach, and she retches, there where she's lying. She moves to wipe her mouth, but her hands are still bound. Vomit and saliva paints her hair sour. The screaming continues. It's the most awful sound Kate has ever heard in her life. It cuts across her vision like a rusty handsaw, and she's in danger of passing out again, but she forces herself to stay there, with her baby who needs her. She blinks hard to try to dislodge the serrated blade that's blinding her. She can hear Seth now. He's also shouting, struggling, telling Silver that she's okay, that she's going to be okay. But how can she be, after this? Silver's screaming tells them all she knows it's a lie. The little girl is still pinned down by Bongi, grasping her injured hand with the other, a small white starfish turned in on itself. Silver, she finally manages to say, then retches again. I'm here. Mum's here. But her words are as futile as her trussed-up arms. The cold ground leaches what is left of her warmth. Finally, the shrieking starts to lose volume and turns into sobbing. Bongi is still there with them, but there's something different about her now. That mesmerized look has gone out of her eyes as she looks at Silver's leaking hand with horror. Silver's weeping fades. Kate guesses she's entirely in survival mode now. Do you hear that, boy? Echoes Lumen's voice all around them. Your sister needs you. They keep quiet and listen for him. 20 guards must be surrounding them, their dark uniforms bleeding into the night. Lumen motions for some of them to hide, and they do. You've always been her protector, her superhero. She told me so. She needs your help now more than ever. Are you going to come and save her? All along Bongi had been grooming him for this moment. The secateurs flash. They make the sound of walking on dead leaves. He approaches Silver again, and she starts flailing and screaming. I can keep going, Lumen shouts above her. Kate fights the grey fog. There is a whisper of a movement out in the elaborate garden. Automatic guns swivel in the direction of some cream-petaled roses. "Come out and join us!" Seth is about to shout again, but he's knocked out cold by the butt of a rifle. More resurrectors stream into the quad. They're outnumbered 20-1, and those are only the rat hunters she's managed to see. Her neck sears under the sword. "Last chance, Mally," Lumen says, eyes trained on the spot in the maze. His guise of sunlight and charm is replaced by seething, dry ice. "Or we'll kill your family." Everyone holds their breath. After a few beats, there is a sound of a small movement within the dark bushes. Such a soft, gentle sound. Lumen senses people in the direction with 2 fingers pointed like a pistol. "Go, go, go," his heavy-knuckled gun is saying. "Run!" screams Kate. "Run!" Her squall rises and breaks in the air around them. The sword is jammed harder against her neck. The man who gets there first shoots at the small shape. They all jump at the sound of gunfire in the still night, and the heavy blooms explode into fresh confetti. The man curses under his breath and, lost for words, picks up the shuddering body by its ears for the maestro to see. Lumen lets out a cry of frustration at the sight of the dying rabbit. The creature kicks his blood onto surrounding petals, painting the roses red. Mad hair. Lumen mutters and marches, but Bongi holds him back, motions for him to be quiet. She's got her eye on a different spot, just behind them. She puts Silver down on the grass, who squirms her way to her mother's lap. Subongile silently inches towards the row of bushes. The night is hushed. Kate holds her ragged breath. Bongi puts her fingers to her lips and whistles, loud and clear, and there is a high-pitched beeping sound from just behind the roses. She hurls herself through the thorny canes and grabs Mally by the arm with such a firm grip he has no choice but to melt under it. Chapter 81. Night-Chilled Sword. Subongile drags the kicking boy towards the blood-stained altar. It's time to make the sacrifice. There's not a minute to waste. She hauls him up onto the glittering plinth and tries to keep him from hitting her and sliding down as he flails. Jackson takes off her scarf and hands it to a nearby resurrector, who uses it to tie the boy to the sundial stand, tucking the end into his mouth to stop him from screaming. Mally chokes, his body shunts, and his eyes roll in panic. 3 minutes! The air is charged. Lumen walks up to Mally and puts his hands on either side of his blonde head, as if he is blessing him. He screws up his face and mutters under his breath, anointing him with his thin skin and slithering words. Mally cries and chokes and doesn't take his eyes off Kate, who has one arm wrapped around Silver's back and the other extended out towards him, held back by the night-chilled sword held hard against her throat. Lumen's mutters become louder, and his face starts to smooth out. His skin seems to catch more moonlight. Mally kicks, and Kate cries out for him with a panic-slack mouth. 2 minutes, says Bongi. Lumen then firms his hold on the boy's head, old palms on tender cheeks, and looks into his eyes, and with a quick crack no one sees coming, he snaps Mally's neck. Kate squeezes Silver and screams. There is an immediate sorrow so keen it threatens to slice her in half. She tries to push forward, but Jackson keeps her back with the blade. She's obliterated by the horror, that furious monster that's inside her that means to destroy her on the way out. Mally's eyes close, and he lists soundlessly to the side. But the scarf keeps his small body upright. Seth is roaring, Silver is wailing, and Lumen, arms raised to the black sky, is struck silent with ecstasy. Kate's screaming turns into retching as she vomits onto the wet grass, emptying the poison that's found its way into her body, but it doesn't work. The venom is still right there, in front of her. Lumen turns his shining face to her. Jackson feels his eyes on them and turns to him. Maestra? Her neck is covered in a skin-colored platelet plaster that has beads of dried blood showing through, a red pearl necklace. Yes, Lumen says. Yes? Kill them all! He begins to walk away. Jackson's grinning lips bare her fangs. She grasps the handle of her sword and swishes the steel, cutting the midnight air with elegant figure eights. Infinity. The other resurrectors move towards them, and they're surrounded by muscles and blades and perfumed thorns. Kate grabs Silver again and holds her close. It feels as if they're about to be eaten by a shivering cluster of night spiders. Oily guns glint with starlight. Jackson swirls her sword. The masked-faced members eat the ground with their feet till there is nothing left between them, and Kate realizes that this moment, this terrible, dirty, green, bitter moment, will be the last she ever has. Her scratched skin stops stinging, and she can smell the ribbons of rose scent, like silk streamers floating across her vision. She hugs Silver so hard, it's as if she wants their bodies to meld. Seth is back on his feet, ready to fight, to protect them, but his tethered arms are drooping under his realization. The one that is the mirror twin of hers, that this time there is no escape for them. Chapter 82. Elegant Arrows. Cornered by the army of resurrectors and Jackson's sword, Kate feels her back come up against the petals and thorns of the maze's inner hedge. Torso to torso, Silver's arms are wound around her neck. The lights in Jackson's eyes dance, and there is nowhere to go as the killers advance. Kate closes her eyes against the terror. Heartache threatens to consume her as she waits for the blade to run through her body. Who knew there could be so many different kinds of pain? She stops fighting. She's not welcoming death, would never welcome death, but at least she won't have to live without Mally. She can't imagine that, and now she won't need to, and she forces herself to focus on that shimmering consolation. She buries herself in her love for Silver, drops her lips to the little girl's neck, and loses herself in the intense embrace. If this is her last moment, let it be the one of fierce and exceptional love. All of a sudden, there is the sound of a whistling projectile, and Kate's eyelids instinctively click open. A resurrector in the back row gasps and clutches his chest. Furrowed brows and slippery fingers, blood like ink. He stutters a last breath and falls forward, and everyone jolts at the sight of a long white arrow that's embedded in his back. They're frozen for a moment, and there is a further whistling and whispering, whizzing as more elegant arrows find their meat targets. A row of 10 resurrectors cries out and falls down, then another 10. Jackson curses, drops something, and vanishes. Seth hurls himself over Kate and Silver to protect them from the missiles. She tries to see what's happening, but Seth forces her head down. Out of the small shape that is left to her through which to witness the battle, she sees scores of women appear, dressed in white robes that glow in the lunar light. They're armed with bows and crossbows, and as Kate picks Salon out of the crowd of Sorrow sisters, she watches her extend her arm backwards, pull a diamond-tipped arrow out of her quiver, and with a practiced hand, place it in the bow and send the shaft straight into the chest of an approaching resurrector. The white robes dazzle the resurrectors' night vision goggles, forcing them to tear off their masks and leave their faces exposed. There are shouts and cries as men and women fall like black dominoes all around them. Lumen climbs up onto his golden plinth and starts shouting to stop the fighting, while his men writhe and bleed on the ground. When Seth realizes what is happening, he lets Kate go and joins the battle, scooping up a gun from a nearby dead body. Kate feels drunk with all that has taken place and imagines the Sorrow tribe as glowing warriors on horseback or glorious cream centaurs. She watches as their pearlescent bows release bolt after bolt of retribution. Holy avengers. But as Salon approaches, she sees that there are no horses, and the Sorrows are on their feet, wearing leggings and sneakers to keep them nimble. The resurrectors are camouflaged by the night, so Seth picks up Jackson's dropped tile and activates a hollow flare that rises up like cobalt smoke. More resurrectors tumble. Salon reaches Kate and Silver, slits the cable ties binding her wrists, and pulls them to their feet, then goes to untie Mally. Kate's caught in a wave of anguish as marble-faced Salon unlashes the boy's limp body, steadies his lolling head, and draws him towards her, listening for breath or a beating heart. Kate sees a glint of metal through the Delphic maze. Jackson. She passes Silver to a nearby Sorrow and runs after the steel that is flashing through the thorns and roses. "Stop!" says the Sorrow, but Kate keeps running, picking up a relinquished gun as she goes, snapping it into readiness to fire and placing her finger firmly on the trigger. She dodges the flying arrows and the bodies that litter the ground. "Stop! We need to stay together!" Kate hears the words, but they burn up in her head. Gun cocked, she runs further into the maze. Chapter 83. The soundtrack is the scent of roses. Kate follows the flashing sword. As she enters the first passage, a man jumps out at her, wraps his salty fingers around her mouth, whispers his hot breath into her ear. The closeness of his lips, vibrations of ZB, makes her body respond automatically, and she elbows him in the solar plexus and headbutts him. The knock sends her skull blazing, but she blinks it away just in time to see him lurching for her again and shoots him squarely in the chest. He falls to his knees, and his gun lands on the ground. The 3 bullets slow him down, but his arachnosilk protects him from serious damage. While he scrambles for the weapon, she darts away, and as she turns the corner, she twirls and shoots some more in his direction, not stopping to see if she's hit her target. After a while, she slows down and puts her hands on her knees to catch her breath. Just above the rambling canes, she can see Seth, who now has 2 blazing guns. Solon is carrying away Mally's body. The battleground is strewn with corpses hemmed to the ground, pinned with ivory needles. The soundtrack is the scent of roses. She starts jogging again, but something trips her and she sprawls forward, smacking her jaw on the ground. Instinctively, she kicks at the object that made her stumble, not knowing if it's a rock or a grasping hand of the enemy, and points a gun at it. It's an arm, which, on closer inspection, turns out to be attached to a body, a resurrector with a snapped-off arrow in his heart. Kate's thin coat offers little protection, so she strips the dead man of his soft armor and zips it onto herself. The suit is still warm, and the front is wet with blood, and it's too big for her, so she rolls it up at the bottom and pops the generous collar to shield her neck. She picks up the dead man's gun. It's bigger than hers, an automatic that she doesn't know how to use, but she pockets it anyway. She moves forward again, this time feeling more like a hunter than the hunted. Armed and armored, the protective suit seems to bring with it a sense of calm. A shape comes around the next corner, and Kate shoots it without hesitation. The resurrector, this time a woman, is taken by surprise, and Kate's blasting gun explodes her skull with 10 meters to spare. Kate jogs on, turning corner after corner. A part of this feels surreal, like a video game. She can even see the VR artwork in her head, a circular rose maze studded with hidden treasures and enemies. But when she stumbles and falls into the brambles, it's a painful reminder that this is very much her reality. She extricates herself from the clawing canes. Without the spider silk, her arms would be stripped of skin. Another woman appears, and despite the darkness, Kate recognizes her, would recognize her anywhere, because she was used to seeing her in her house, in her kitchen, hugging her children, when they were both still alive and healthy and undamaged. Bongi. Surrounded by blooms, they face each other with loaded guns. Bongi's expression betrays shock and disbelief. She lowers her gun and holds it, shaking at her side. "Ma," she says, "will you forgive me?" Kate pictures the dead safeguard escort, garroted in the train station's public restroom stall, pictures the discarded pink backpack, the abandoned cuddle bunny. She thinks of how the nanny slapped Silver, how she handed Lumen the secateurs. "Ma!" Her beseeching eyes are liquid. Kate pulls the trigger. An aperture opens up on Bongi's forehead. There is a mist of blood. Kate pushes her sagging body to the side and keeps going. There is a movement ahead of her, and she quickens her pace. Suddenly, the petaled passages open up to another small clearing, where a light fountain gives the impression of a water feature. The splashing white noise calms her, and it's as if there is a clean light inside her head and she can think clearly. Now, there are 10 different lanes to choose from, so she stands on her toes, trying to catch a glimpse of any movement nearby, a clue of where to go. Her pulse is jagged. "Lumen's long gone," says Jackson's injured voice, making Kate jump. She fires the gun without meaning to, putting a single bullet into the fountain, and scrambles around, looking for Jackson, who steps out from one of the alleys, sword hanging by her side. "You'll never find him." Kate's hatred bubbles up inside her again, like before. But this time, she's got hot bullets in her hand, and without thinking, she squeezes the trigger as many times as she can until there is a haze of gunpowder all around them and Jackson has disappeared. The blasts ring in her ears, bouncing around like jumping metal spirals, and the air is flavored with flint. Kate hears the swishing behind her now and spins around. Jackson comes at her like a panther in the night, growling and knocking her down with a perfectly placed kick to the chest. Her head hits something hard and her bruised jaw cracks. She lies spread-eagled on the fragrant ground, trying to visualize Jackson through the camouflage of pain. She tries to stand, but her legs aren't listening to her brain. Gun still in hand, she doesn't wait for a clean shot and just fires into the darkness in front of her. 5 bullets make it out of her gun, then she realizes she's out of ammo. She tosses the weapon aside and grasps in her pocket for the other one. She fantasizes about shooting Jackson through the pocket, surprising her with a face full of bullets, but she can't find the trigger. She can't find the trigger. She can't find the trigger. Her fingers are blind worms. Where the fuck is the trigger? The hollow water feature rushes and gurgles. Jackson appears above her, bright teeth replacing the stars. "There is no point in struggling," she whispers. "We've won. Don't you see?" Kate tries to get up, but it's as if her legs are sewn to the ground. "Don't worry," Jackson says. "It's over now. I'll make it quick." Kate's helix screams midnight. Jackson, shiny-faced with sweat and triumph, holds his sword above her. Chapter 84. Fatal Crimson. Another whistling sound, one that will feature in Kate's dreams forever. A short, shrill whisper in the fresh night. The whistling, and then it's stopped by a smack of flesh and bone. Jackson's eyes bulge as the arrow shoots straight through her back and emerges from her chest. She blinks and her lips move, but she doesn't say anything. She drops the sword and wraps her hands around the stained shaft of the arrow. She coughs, a wet hack, and blood begins to trickle from her lips. It dyes her teeth fatal crimson. Her eyes begin to close, and she swoons like an actress in a vintage film. One step of an elegant death dance, and then it's over, and she's on the ground. Despite the clear night, a bolt of electricity cracks open the sky, illuminating the entire garden for a split second. Kate's losing her grip on reality. Is this the end of the world? The bright white flash reveals the person responsible for Jackson's demise. 3 years old, and shorter than the crossbow she is holding, lightning highlights in her hair. Silver. Epilogue. Johannesburg, 2024. "Milady," rasps Marco. He opens his right eye for the first time since the attack. His hand travels up to the designer eye patch and his fingers run along its edges. He frowns. Keke pulls his hand away from his face. "Damn it, Marco," she says, and kisses him hard. "You bastard." "Why don't you guys get a room?" says Kate, and Seth smirks. "I'd love to," says Keke. Marco blinks at the blank walls, the antiseptic in the air. A machine next to his head shows a steady green heartbeat. Temba bustles in, ready to scold. "You need to be gentle with him." Her intern badge has been replaced with a resident brooch. "Nothing too exciting yet, please." They stay by his side as he drifts in and out of consciousness. Keke doesn't let go of his hand. The next time his eye clicks open is when a small body climbs onto the end of his bed. "Silver." Silver grins and waves. Her new little finger is made up of feather-light aluminium and printed bone. It's covered in soft stamped silicone. "As good as the original," the dark doc had said, evaluating his work post-surgery. Silver had said no, which made Kate want to weep, but then she had looked at the doc and said, "It's better." "Thank you, Marco," says Silver. He frowns. He hasn't yet realized what he's sacrificed to find her. All he can muster is, "Cool finger." "I also want a cyber finger," says Mally in a muffled voice. Kate pulls the curtain along the rings to open up his side of the room. "Good morning." "Hello, Rumi," he says to Marco. "I've been waiting for you to wake up." Marco looks so relieved to see Mally, but then he takes in the boy's full-body exocast, and it makes his pulse race. He sees the quadriplegic sticker on the headboard. Kate can see he's trying to talk, trying to figure out what happened. But when the words don't come out, emotions take over, and his lips pull to the side. She can see the quiet devastation rolling over him. "Easy, Tiger," says Seth, patting Marco's shin through the cotton sheet. "Everything's okay now." Marco, anxious, puts a hand on his chest, feels the stem cell dressing, then traces his eye patch again. How do you tell someone what we need to tell him? Aronnax clears her throat. "All right, Mally," she says in her crisp accent. "Marco's awake. You know what that means, right?" "It's time to put on a show," he says. "That's right. Are you ready?" The boy tries to nod, but his cast keeps him from moving his broken neck. Temba fusses around him, adjusts his bespoke hospital gown, removes his catheter. Aronnax snaps the catches on the cast and levers Mally up by the arms like a baby, while Temba supports his back. They leave his neck brace on. They lower the bed and help him off, and everyone holds their breath. Kate lets out a small gasp when she sees him standing, and when he starts to walk, one jerking step at a time, something bursts in her chest, and she launches into full-blown sobbing. "Look, Mum," he says. "I can walk again." Silver claps and claps. Keke is also crying now, and Temba joins in. The picture of Medon comes loose from the wall and flutters to the tiles below. Aronnax had given it to Mally before the surgery, saying that the synth salamander was the perfect mascot for his recovery. Medon, she had told him, is the reason he'd be able to walk again. The procedure had taken 5 hours, and they had implanted a 32-electrode stimulator near his C5 vertebra in the middle of his neck, just below the site of injury. If the break had been just a millimeter higher. "Well done, Mally," Aronnax says. "Well done." Mally beams at them. "Can I go home now?" Kate wipes her face, hugs him gently. "Soon, I promise." His eyes shine with tears. Marco whispers, "Who will be my roomie if you go home?" They help him back into bed, smooth the starch-white cotton over his pallid legs. "I have a gift for you, Mally," says Aronnax, "for being such a strong, brave boy." She picks up a big box from the corner of the room. It's been wrapped in animated gift paper, a cartoon drawing of a boy playing with a dog. They race around and around on the box. Seth shoots her a look of disbelief. Mally's tears vanish. "Well," says Keke, "open it." Mally rips off the paper and opens the white box. His face lights up when he sees what's inside. "I can't believe it!" Aronnax helps him lift the soft nut-brown puppy out of the box and onto his lap. It's the brand new version of the K9000. She switches it on, and it yaps. It's a loyal Labrador, chocolate coat, a limited edition. Mally's face is already soft with love. He brings the small dog up to his chest and buries his lips in her shiny fur. "She's warm," he says, and the dog pants happily. "Thank you, Arrow," he says. "I've always wanted a Robopup." "I know," she says, winking at Seth. The word Robopup and the realistic nature of the bot makes Kate shudder. It makes her feel uncomfortable, but she'll live with it if it makes Mally less homesick, if it offers him some happiness. God knows he deserves it, after what they've all been through. She looks up at the ceiling, which is crowded with white helium soft pop balloons, a gift from Salon. The puppy barks and chases her tail, and they all laugh. Keke's patch rings, so she silently excuses herself and leaves the room to answer the call. When she's still not back after 10 minutes, Kate goes to check on her. Keke is not in the hospital corridor, nor at the cold tea vending machine. The unisex restroom icon catches Kate's eye, so she makes her way over and pushes open the door. On her way in, she catches sight of her reflection in one of the mirrors, sees that her eye makeup is smudged from her sobbing, so she takes a moment to rub the mascara tint off her cheeks. "I'm telling you again," she hears Keke whispering from behind one of the doors. "I'm telling you again to leave me alone." Kate thinks she must be talking on the phone, so she's shocked when she hears someone else talk. A bright current runs through her veins, making her fingers tremble. "Keke, please, just hear me out," says a male voice. "No," says KK. I'm not going to do it, okay? I'm not. I'm not going to hurt her, says the man's voice. All I need is that what you told the friends of your other victims? Victims? What are you talking about? The cops were here. They told me everything. The man laughs. You're going to believe the police? Really? You killed Helena Nash. Helena Nash killed herself. You helped her. And those others? I'm leaving. There is a scuffle. Let me go! Keke, listen to me, please. I'll pay you back, okay? I'll find a way, and then we'll be square. You don't have to pay me back. This isn't about quid pro quo. It's about something far bigger than that. All I need you to do is, no, I won't do it. She's been through enough. Now I'd appreciate it if you let my arm go. Kate frowns. Let her arm go? She tiptoes along the room, and when she sees 2 pairs of feet under a shower door, she slides it open. KK and the man turn to look at her at the same time. Let go of her arm, says Kate. The man does so. Kate, he says. He's good-looking and dressed in a sharp suit, blue silk tie, teal trespasser. I have something I have to tell you. Then tell me. Kate can't remember ever meeting the man, but something about him is familiar, as if she had seen him before, on the home screen, or in a dream. Not here, says Zack. Not like this. The end. You've been listening to How We Found You, When Tomorrow Calls, Book 2. Written by J.T. Lawrence. Narrated by Roshina Ratnam. Copyright 2017, J.T. Lawrence. An Audio Shelf production.